All right, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the second annual New Year's Eve show. This year, we've partnered with Heartlands Media, Chicago Corner, and Sabrina Salvati at the Sabby Sabs podcast to put this on for you guys. Unfortunately, the only platform for KRTD that we're streaming to is Rockfin. I think we're also streaming to Twitter, but the reason for that is because YouTube decided to give us a strike on a 2-year-old video that we deleted as per their request. And once we deleted it, they told us we couldn't appeal it anymore, giving us the strike afterwards. So this is the pre-show, and joining me for the pre-show is 2024 presidential candidate Michael Dean. How are you doing today, Michael?
Doing just fine. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone.
Morning. Do you want to introduce yourself for a minute?
Sure. I'm Michael Dean, um, candidate for POTUS 2024. That's not a lot to introduce about me. I'm just a normal guy. I was born and raised in Texas. And I don't know, as far as my campaign goes, I think I was just where everybody else is, where, enough is enough. And at what point do we just put all of the madness aside and just look for progress?
Yeah. So, couple of questions, and then we're gonna get into your platform. So, what made you decide to run? Let's start with that.
Yeah, once again, I just feel like um, just shenanigans. I don't feel like we even have a real country. It feels like the majority of our country is based on misrepresentation and half truths or falsehoods. And I don't know. Honestly, at the rate of I don't know if we're moving at $25 trillion a year. Um, where's the progress? Every year our lives get a little bit better, but they don't. So what's really going on? I don't think I really have to go into too much, to illustrate that things aren't what they should be. And whatever side of the aisle you're on, uh, I don't think that anybody would say 100% that they trust government, they are satisfied with the direction of our country or what our future is looking like it will be at this time. So
Okay.
basically, just once again, just to cut out all the shenanigans, during the George Floyd riots, I sat down and I was like, what would it look like if somebody just put all nonsense aside and just from a point of what we're capable of physically and technologically, and what would be the optimal route to take just from where we are if no special interests were concerned. That's how I laid out the platform.
Okay. So you're calling this the Blue Cross Movement for Positive Equality? Is that right?
Yes.
Now, what
Yeah.
is the Blue Cross Movement for Positive Equality, or
So,
yeah?
uh, yeah, like I said, I had started this during the George Floyd riot.
Hmm.
I myself grew up, and I'll just say poor. So I haven't had the greatest experience with authority throughout my life either. So all of this stuff really, hits home for me and all the people that I know and I've grown up with. Anyway, as police brutality is not a question in this country. It's obviously off the rails. So
Hmm.
how this started was as a police and justice reform proposal, and the proposal was to remove, which is uh, just breeds corruption in our justice system as far as being enforcer and not servant to the public. Um, so remove the blue stripe, but not to get rid of it, would add a stripe and turn it into a blue plus sign, and then affix a yellow equal sign in the middle, which stands for positive equality. And
Okay.
the proposal was for us, for every precinct that receives, federal funding would be mandated to create a division of peace officers with no weapons that would carry with them information to all local assistance programs and serve the public as siblings. And they would be the new healers of our community. And every police department would have a division of these peace officers. And once again, this would be the old school type of police that that we envision when we think about police, like someone that walks the block, that knocks on doors, that talks to people, that's friends with the community that they serve, that they know the people that they're serving, and the people that they're serving know them as well. Once again, they come in as siblings and not these brute enforcers with these Punisher logos on them. That's horrific, and that should have never been in America, and it definitely shouldn't be right now. There's only one precinct that I know of, and I believe it was in Denver, Colorado, that the police chief ordered them to remove the blue stripes from their cruisers and all their other uh, equipment. That's the only one that I know of in America so far. We definitely need to get rid of the blue stripe mentality. I call them blue stripe drivers.
Okay. Thank you for that. So, now I do have to ask you because we're talking about police now, and we've
Sure.
kind of got onto that topic. So recently, and since we're reflecting on 2022 in this stream, and this year, LA has decided they want to do RoboCops. I don't know if you've seen that story or not. LA wants to have RoboCops
Yeah.
and with the ability to shoot and arrest and all that kind of stuff. What are your thoughts?
I mean, the first word that pops into my head is cowardice,
Okay.
because at this point, you're it's a real strange predicament that we're in with our police force, because the police are putting themselves, let's say, okay, there was a shooting 2 or 3 years ago, and it was in Colorado once again, and I think it was at a diner or something like that. And in the press report where the officer was telling everybody what happened, he said that 8 people were, I believe, 8 people were killed in the incident. This is exactly what it said. That 8 people were killed in the incident, and I'm sorry to report that two officers also lost their lives in the incident. So he put the two officers losing their lives over the loss of the citizens. But police are supposed to be here to protect us. The police are supposed to be the sacrifice. That's their job. It's like the firemen. You're supposed to rush into the fire. You're supposed to get burned to save other people from getting burned. That is your job. Now, it's once again, it's really peculiar because the fire that they're protecting people from, sometimes we are the fire. We are those people. So they have to protect us from ourselves and from each other. It doesn't mean that they should be able to use lethal force to protect themselves while doing their job. Uh, I apologize. It'd be like if the firemen were saying, "Hey, we can't go into that burning house because we'll get burned." That's all. That's how it registers to me. And so they've abandoned their duty, and now they're protecting them, or what it has been is that they're protecting themselves over their duty. So with this, it's such an absurdity. Now they're protecting their equipment over human life. So now it's okay for us to take the life of a citizen, no matter what the circumstances are, because they might damage our equipment. Because if a robot is going in, why couldn't it have noxious gas? Why couldn't it have electric tasers? Why couldn't it have anything except lethal force? And I guarantee that we can look at the designs for all of those robots right now, and I guarantee that the attachments are all for firearms. None of them are uh, for subduing and not just killing.
Right. I'm sure you're
So
right about
yeah,
that. But let's start getting into your platform. So the first
I
thing you
mean,
have listed here is we will create a raw material and economic boom and begin healing the environment by planting out our 67 plus million acres of depleted soil trillion with industrial with industrial hemp
with industrial.
producing 10k pounds of biomass per acre, adding 6.7 trillion pounds of raw material to our national output, ensuring abundant supplies, reducing the cost of living, even making U.S. energy independent. What does that mean?
Hemp, industrial hemp is an extremely versatile plant. Now, most people, as soon as they hear the word hemp, they're going to just directly relate it with marijuana, but it has nothing to do with marijuana. The majority of replies that I get from people that aren't educated on the matter are, oh, you just want to get high. I mean, technically, marijuana is legal in several states around the country. If somebody wants to get high, they can make a road trip and go do that. We're talking about industrial hemp, which is an extremely versatile plant and extremely abundant. It doesn't take a lot of water to grow, and it grows, 15 plus feet tall, and once again produces 10,000 pounds of biomass per acre. We don't have any other plant that can do that. And then at the same rate, it's the versatility of the plant that it can be used. It has over 50,000 uses, with our current process. Once again, we can advance our technology with it. And what I would like to do is see us producing a fibrous resin
Mm-hmm.
from the hemp, which would make essentially like a bio fiberglass. And then the fiberglass substance can be used to make literally anything. They can be casted or molded or 3D printed.
Right.
So where were we with the abundance? Yeah, so right now we have the problem with depleted soils or contaminated soils with because we dump like I forget how many billions of tons of pesticides into our soil every year. So hemp is pretty magic as far as the environment goes because it removes 1.63 tons of carbon from the air for every ton that we grow. So you'd be getting about 4 tons of carbon out of the air for every acre, and then there's 3 harvests per year, every 3 to 4 months at harvest. So you get 3 per year. So each acre at that rate would be moving about 12 cubic tons of carbon from the atmosphere. Besides that, it also filters all the water that it uses and it stores the contaminants in its fibers. It does the same thing with the soil. It removes heavy metals and contaminants from the soil and stores it into its fibers. And then it also sequesters some of the carbon into the ground. So it helps remove the contaminants from the soil at the same time that it replaces some of the nutrients that help the soil be more healthy. Now, there's other things to that. That doesn't just completely cure the soil, but it's a part of a remediation that can help us dramatically. And then doing crop rotation to help repair and clean the soils. Uh, that would help our other crops as well.
Okay. So it seems like you've done a lot of research on hemp. All great ideas. Now, hemp, that's a plant, so we can grow, I guess, an indefinite amount of it. So what would be, let's say you're the president and you're getting your chance to put this policy into place. How do you go about doing that?
Well, what we would do is because right now we have farmers around the country that are, trying to grow hemp. There's one guy in South Carolina right now that just got busted down by state, and they're, because he filed all his paperwork properly, but something happened where he had to switch to one of the fields that he was using, so he changed to a different field. So, but he filed the proper paperwork, but then they still came down and cut down all his crop and arrested him and did all this other stuff anyway, even though he had all the proper paperwork. It's just that he was growing in a field that was different from the field that he originally had built to grow out. Anyway, so it's out there, it's happening. So basically, we would just get to free up all these farmers to let them do as they please with growing hemp, and it's $1 million crop. So these guys aren't like they're not very hesitant about it. They'll be happy to grow it.
Okay. So you're just going
So
to make it
let's
free to grow hemp. I'm not objecting. I'm just trying to get a
Well,
sense.
it's not that it's not free, and it's not that it's not legal. So there's some jargon there, and everybody's like, it is
But
hemp
you're
is
going to take
legal, and it's like,
away all
well,
this red tape, yellow tape, so to speak, right?
yeah, basically just clear up the red tape. Let guys let people grow hemp as they will, and we're not forcing anybody to grow hemp. People who choose to do so, and people will. Like I said, it's $1 million crop. So we basically just get this ball rolling and get as many farmers as we can growing the hemp. So once we see that product rolling out, we see more biodegradable plastics and things like that, because everything that's made from plastic can be made from hemp plastics or bioplastics. So we'll start seeing all these other benefits for the environment and for the economy, and we'll also see this raw material boom and prices begin to drop, slightly just as it starts. And this is just as we're breaking the margins. So when people start seeing that happen, and they're going to be like, "Hey, this is kind of working. Let's do this a little more and see how much better it gets." Then we'll have other farmers that are like, "Hey, we want to do this too," and then you have other areas that's like, "Hey, this isn't," because the biggest thing with hemp is people, the whole roots and health thing. People think that it's a devil plant or something. So basically, once we plant it and people see the benefits of it, and we see that the devil doesn't pop out of the ground because we planted hemp, we'll start to embrace it a little more and use it for all its versatility. So hemp has really deep roots, much deeper than the grasses and things that we use for erosion control. So we could literally like spray the hillsides in California, things like that, and substantially decrease the erosion problems that they have and things like that. So we'll begin to take advantage of the plant once again for all its versatility and uses.
Okay, so it seems like we're losing Michael here for a minute. His connection seems to be getting the better of him. No. Okay, and it seems like we've lost Michael. Was not planning on this. Okay. So, looking at his platform, I think it's a very interesting platform. Another thing on here is establishing mineral rights. It says we will create a metering system for the depletion of natural resources to offset and eliminate income taxes for incomes below 200,000. I'm going to get into a little bit of a debate with Michael there because I'm familiar with modern monetary theory, but we'll get to that a little bit later. I'm sure we'll get him back any second now, but while we're waiting for Michael, okay, so he's not back. While we're waiting for Michael, oh. Okay, the StreamYard was rearranged, so I don't have any videos. Oh, here's Michael.
My apologies. Did I cut out?
That's okay.
Or cut out?
Where you were at explaining that about spraying the hillsides in California with hemp. Okay, welcome back, Michael.
Wow, am I on twice now? Sorry, do you remember the last thing I said before I cut out?
So you were just talking about what would happen once you cleared up the red tape on the hemp. and how you could spray the hillsides in California and how versatile hemp is.
Yeah, just utilizing all the versatility of it. Yeah. So what I said is, in the first 2 years, we're doing all those things, getting comfortable with people seeing hemp growing in places. And as we're doing that, we're going to be pushing the material sciences to create, different grades of fibrous hemp resins that can be used for creating things from vehicle chassis to structural members for bridges and buildings, and pretty much anything that you can think of. As a matter of fact, one of the big things that I keep trying to do is push towards Elon Musk, because he's creating these massive starships. And if he were to replace the internal components with these hemp composite components, which are 10 times stronger than steel, but much lighter in weight, he could dramatically reduce the weight of his starships, which would give us what I like to call the featherweight starship. And he could increase his payload capacity, once again, dramatically. And that would be really great for Elon, because just right outside, you know, SpaceX facilities, they could have farmlands. Am I still there?
You're still here. You're still with us.
You got me? Okay. Yeah, so he could have farmland right outside of SpaceX and be farming and harvesting and creating these composites right there on his own. And once again, he'd be removing carbon from the air at the same time. So all the emissions that he creates launching these rockets, he could be offsetting that by growing the hemp and also reducing his starship weight and increasing his payload capacity. So there's benefits in this for everybody in every industry, because it is a versatile crop. You just basically have to find out, how to make it work for you and your industry.
Okay. So I want to go to a specific thing on your platform where we might have some contention. Not that I disagree with the policy necessarily, but I disagree, and we'll get into that. So this says establishing mineral rights. We will create a metering system for the depletion of natural resources to offset and eliminate income taxes for incomes below 200,000 and all homestead property taxes, and afford a national inheritance compensation for those with incomes below 150,000. I have no issue with the policy of, um, a national inheritance compensation or eliminating income taxes necessarily. My issue comes from the fact that you think that we need to fund that. That you think
Fund what?
that we need to use a program to raise money to fund something. Um, and this is we may have some contention here. Where do you think money comes from?
This is going to be a big deal for people, but this isn't one of the things that we need to look at so much as just the logistics. We need to
I do
look
want
at.
to talk about logistics for a minute.
Sure.
And then
Okay,
we can get into
so let's talk
policy.
about
I
the
think
logistics first.
policy is
Mo-
good.
Most people look at the mineral rights, and we say we declare mineral rights, and they're like, oh no, like basically if we charge big oil to take the oil out of the ground, it's just going to drive the prices up at the pump. So it's not necessarily that. Like right now, we have oil leases in our I'll say in our international waters. So
Mhm.
we're selling these leases, and then right now we're becoming an exporter to the other parts of the world. So big oil is taking the natural resources of our land, and they're selling it to other countries, and the profit is all there. The lease that they pay for the land is minuscule to nothing. It doesn't really matter. They tap the resources,
Okay,
and then they're
so
able to
yeah,
deplete these completely unchecked.
not to cut you off there, but that's not my contention. I don't have any issue with that either. So my contention is um, the U.S. government needing to raise any kind of revenue to pay for anything, because they don't. The U.S.
You're saying that
government,
the United States doesn't need to pay for anything?
no, I'm saying the United States does not need to raise money to pay for anything. I'm gonna show you a video here, and I want to get your reaction to it, and then I want to see where this goes, because you might think, oh, he's crazy, he doesn't know what he's talking about. Let's go ahead and show you this video.
No.
And get your reaction. Okay, can you see it?
Yeah, it's popular.
So this is a video that for a trailer for movie that's coming out. KRTD has permission to show this because we've had host on the show. It's not a copyrighted material either, because they want this information shared. This is a movie called Finding the Money. It's a documentary. It's coming out, and we had the.
I mean, I've been doing this now for a lot of years in front of mostly, I won't say hostile audiences, but in a sense, usually when I show up for an appearance, it's like walking into the lion's den.
Our next speaker is going to introduce this crazy radical idea that we maybe don't need to tax people in order to get their money to pay for things. Introducing this radical idea is Stephanie Pelton.
I come with an unconventional message. We think of spending and taxing as two sides of the same coin. If we want to fund a new program, the question is, how are you going to pay for it? Where will you get the money? You have to find the money. That's not how it works. Okay, the way that the conventional story goes, Uncle Sam needs money. If Uncle Sam wants to spend, Uncle Sam has to find some money. He can tax and he can borrow. Once it's collected the dollars, after that, it can spend. We flip that around completely.
An unconventional economic theory is gaining some traction. Modern monetary theory, MMT.
And one of its leading proponents is Professor Stephanie Kelton. She has advised Bernie Sanders' campaign.
And she argues that almost everything we are told about the deficit is wrong.
We're $28 trillion in debt. There will be a day of reckoning. If you're looking for more COVID bailout money, we don't have it. How are we going to pay for it? Congress has spent all the money.
You don't find the money.
It's not a matter of finding the money. They don't find the money, they create it. They create it through a keystroke.
Washington holds the power of the purse. They don't need to come to the rest of us to get dollars in order to be able to spend dollars. They're the source of the U.S. currency.
Governments have to spend first. How can you tax back dollars that no one has?
In a real sense, it is as simple as that.
But there's nothing more deceptive than an obvious fact.
This idea of so-called modern monetary theory that all government debts can be paid by printing money.
First they ignore you, then they ridicule you, then they fight you, and then you win. And for many years, we felt ignored.
You can't do what you're looking to do with $20 trillion in debt.
We want to lift this crushing burden of debt off of our children and grandchildren.
The government debt is not a burden on anyone.
It is exactly the opposite.
Zimbabwe printed more currency to pay its bills too.
That leads to inflation.
No. Inflation is the constraint. But at some point, they started laughing at us.
Modern monetary theory? I think of all the ideas I've ever heard in my lifetime, that's one of the stupidest.
We were always asking ourselves the question, do conventional economists understand what we're speaking of?
MMT is confused. The problem of deficits, of course, is that you have to pay back the money.
We do not have to repay the debt.
Or is it that they actually don't understand?
And then to the fight you stage. And so we're in the fight you stage.
Modern monetary theory tells us that the debt doesn't matter.
This theory is complete nonsense.
Bill Gates recently took exception with MMT, calling it crazy talk.
How are you going to pay for this?
America's broke.
Out of control debt.
The debt
that we are going to have to pay back.
We don't have any money.
The government doesn't need money. The government needs us to need money.
The difference is not a trivial one. It changes everything.
It changes our view of the nature of money.
The true story of money is not the story that I've been told.
Oh, I'm muted. So I want to get your reaction to that, because I'm not sure where you stand on that issue. I thought the best way to ask you about that was to show you a video. I like to show videos and interviews. I'm sure if you've seen some of my work, you've seen that's kind of, how I do things, because I find it's much easier to do things with a video. and it also gives the audience an understanding of what we're talking about rather than me sitting here and explaining something to you and ask you about it. I think it's more fun to watch a video.
Yeah. No, I get it. Another thing that people present to me when I talk about what I'm talking about is they're like, well, if everything was like this, then Elon Musk wouldn't be able to do what he's doing because he needs a lot of metal and he needs all these things. If he wanted to build a starship and he needed all that metal, then he would have to co-op with 10,000 citizens to get that much material just to build a starship or something like that. And I'm honestly, I don't see where that sounds horrible. Once again, my approach isn't that it's just a math thing to do. It's more along that it's the right thing to do. And if it's something that's going to cause us to suffer a little bit, or we have to make some nips and tucks here and there to make it work, then maybe that's something that we should think about and that we should do. Because as far as I can see, and I'm not the most educated person on the world, I'm not going to act like I am. As far as I can see, because we keep arguing about rights and voters' rights and women's rights and this, that, and the other, and none of this has the actual, the real power or control over our lives. It seems that resources creates wealth, wealth gives power, and power gives freedom. If the people don't have, the resources, then they don't have the wealth. We obviously don't, and we don't have any power, and we don't have any freedom.
Right. Absolutely. Now, I want to get to something I really like in your platform. So, establishing electronic user and data rights will give citizens complete control over their devices and create an additional income through user participation, as well as afford quality. Okay. So, the first part, what do you mean by establishing electronic user and data rights? What does that mean? How does that work?
Data rights is really only like the monetary side of it. Like, where does they make money off of collecting our statistics and this, that, and the other. I know that's kind of a new thing to the world, and we haven't really panned it out. And I know that the WEF says that there's no money in data, even though they continue to, and they say there's no money in it, but they continue to invest in collecting data. So their actions speak against what they say. So regardless of what they're saying, I mean, there's money in everything depending on how you utilize it. So the data is absolutely the most abundant resource on the planet at this point in time. So the data rights only gives us monetary rights to that whole scheme. The electronic user rights is what gives people the control over their property, over their devices. So that it's hard to explain on the fly. I'm not a super tech savvy guy.
So if I'm a user on whatever, do I have the rights to my Facebook profile, my Twitter profile? Are those mine? Or is the data in those profiles mine? How does this work?
So once again, I'm not the most educated person in the world, and I don't want to pretend like I am. But these things are kind of evidently clear that the way that they are is not correct, and they need to be, manicured or changed in some fashion. I took about 2 years to research as many things as I could, and every different, subject and all these different. So it's really just crash course in everything. And I just got the fundamentals of it all and lined it out. Like, hey, what would be just the optimal direction from where we're at to where we would want to be. And the trajectory was towards a Star Trek like existence, because it seems like right now we're either shooting towards the Star Trek future or the Mad Max future. And I'm definitely towards the Star Trek. And I wanted to, facilitate a way for that to happen. And that's what the Blue Cross movement is. It's not like, let's sit and guess about it. It's like, hey, a direct path to get to where we want to be. Sorry, I got a little sidetracked there. But
no, it's okay. We're gonna get to that too. But yeah.
We went, the data rights. Anyway, like I said, I've laid out a path, and the path is absolutely possible, but I'm not trying to rewrite the world myself. I'm not trying to be that guy. I want us to get together and sit down and map this out together. Now, what I've done is I've laid out, a feasible path. We'll have to work out the details together, but it's absolutely feasible and we can do it. We just have to decide that we want to move in a new direction and stop all this bipartisan nonsense that is just nonsense. It goes nowhere ever. We're arguing about voters' rights and women's rights. We've been arguing about those for 200 plus years.
Mhm.
If they can't make progress in 200 years, and right now we're moving at $25 trillion a year, they need to quit. They need to just resign. You are not doing a job. You're wasting our time and our money and our lives and our existence.
Okay. Can we take a question from the audience for you?
And you can ask me anything.
Okay, so the audience wants to ask you, so this question comes from She's Black. She says, how does he feel about capitalism?
All of these labels and everything are a serious crippling point for our country and for our progress. I hate labels. I'm trying to just discard all of them. I don't even do labels anymore.
Okay.
Honestly, capitalism, what I'm doing is I'm trying to change the way we look at these things, just change kind of the definition of it. And I'm really just reframing everything. So basically, if you talk to somebody who likes capitalism, they'll say that socialism is the devil. If you talk to somebody that likes socialism, they say capitalism is the devil.
Okay.
But capitalism right now is really socialism for the elites.
Okay.
If we, so basically how I put it in my flyer is that right now the wealthy have a monopoly on the capitalism. If we were to subsidize every small business instead of every corporation, then that would put capitalism into the hands of the many, and this capitalist system would work much, much better. But that's actually socialism. That's socialist capitalism. So essentially, we're just reframing socialism as capitalism for all, because once again, all these labels, they don't mean anything. They're just hindrances. They're just stumbling blocks to keep us where we are.
So do you think that workers should own the means of production? Do you think, worker co-ops are a good thing, in some circumstances, smaller businesses, worker cooperatives, rather than the elites like controlling Verizon, for example?
I think so. I think that the standard for business models should be employee owned and profit sharing. And that's something that's always made sense to me, because even as someone who's worked in manufacturing and things like that, I'm like, listen, if you want these guys who are working at, $10, $12 an hour to really, put some pep in their step, you're going to have to give them an incentive to do so. So if you're making money, you're going to have to kick some kind of percentage back to every single one of these people. And it doesn't matter if it's 1 or 2%, and, the scale will move up as it moves up the leadership ladder. But if you want people to be, to have an incentive, you have to give it to them. You have to, give them that desire to move.
Now, do you think that could also lower costs? Let's say that
yes,
T-Mobile became a worker cooperative. The workers are getting profit shares. Do you think the workers are going to be as greedy as that corporate CEO and that board that needs all that money, for themselves? Or do you think the workers might actually lower the prices and pay everybody a fair wage? Do you think that's a possibility? Get it in a worker cooperative like that?
I think it is. I think that, and I was having a discussion with someone the other day about, people who do bad things, or whatever. It's like, these aren't necessarily bad people. It's just that they feel like they're trapped in a system that's corrupt and is against them. So they do, what they have to do to feel like they get their edge back or whatever. If we're in a society that people feel like it's supporting them and it is, giving them that rise, they don't have to look for ways to cheat or cut corners, then I absolutely think that these things start to fall into place. I'm not trying to throw a whole kumbaya thing at you, but we definitely see that when people are mistreated, they have a bad attitude. So who's to say that if people felt like they were really looked after and taken care of, that their, you know, attitudes wouldn't improve? We can't say that that wouldn't happen.
Okay. Definitely. Now, another thing I want to ask you. So, since you're running as an independent, which is fine. I have no objections to that. Did you consider trying to run with either the Greens, Libertarians, or any other third party, or did you just say, "I'm going to run independent"? There's no wrong answer to that. I just want to know.
Sure. I don't even like the label independent anymore because it just, puts me into a category. It puts me into margins. I'm not any of these things. I am an American citizen. I'm you. We're all the same. I don't care about any of these labels anymore. So I'm running for president. You'll see on the trifold, it doesn't even say independent on there because it doesn't. I talk about unity and peace and prosperity for all. And that's all we should be talking about.
Okay. So what is your, and you have some time left because we're not in 2024 yet. But, when you're running, are you trying to get on the ballot in any state? Are you trying to do write-in? What are you trying to do?
I'm a write-in candidate. It costs $5,000+ for each state that you want to get on the ballot. If you want your name on the ballot, you got to pay, several $1,000s to each state, depending on the state. That would be more money that I would need to raise from you. So I'm not going to do that. So basically, this is an option for an opportunity I'm giving everybody. If we want to take this opportunity, you feel free to write my name in, and we will take this opportunity.
Now, since that, it costs $5,000 in each state to run for president. You have to gather all these signatures depending on what you're doing. Do you think we should open up the door to make it easier for people to run for office? Some kind of public funding, if you're going to run for office, that people can tap into so they don't have to raise all that money, lowering the number of signatures that independents and other third parties need to gather. Yeah?
Yeah, absolutely.
Because, it's ridiculous, and then some states, they have a fixed window for third parties and independents or independents, and then parties can do whatever they want, to gather the signatures. It's really broken.
Yeah. I mean, they do that on purpose. They do it to make it difficult for people like myself to, to come in and make real change. You have to become a part of the establishment just to do anything. And that's exactly what I'm working against, trying to become a part of the system that they've created. So basically, I'm not trying to play the game they want us to play. They've got us all trapped in corporate monopoly, and we want to play the game of life. But we can't switch games by playing the rules of the other game. We just need to change the game.
Do you think that in addition to that, we should have equal opportunity, equal time on media? Some countries require that you give third-party candidates and independents and the major parties equal time on media. Like these national shows, if you're going to have on the Democrat, you also have to have on the Republican, the Libertarian, the Green, the Independent, and whoever else may be running. Do you think that's a good idea?
I mean, it's fair, because this the reach. I mean, there's a monopoly. If they're going to have on you, then they have a monopoly on what people see. If they're able to control, once again, let's put it like this: if we got 220 million eligible voters in the United States, I don't know how many thousands of people have seen mine so far, just a few, but a typical response for people that are open-minded and just fed up with all the nonsense is like 100%. I'm voting for you. So if every person in America were to see my campaign today, I would have, an unprecedented amount of support. But I've been doing this for 2 years, talking about mineral rights, data rights, and the hemp revolution to create the raw material and economic boom. And you don't hear that anywhere else. Hardly nobody's heard of it. So, I mean, it's absolutely fair that they make it clear at the time.
So
the way it is.
in your platform is you're talking about maximizing our health and freedom by incorporating organic gardens and aquaponic farming into infrastructure deals. How does that work, just for everybody? And what is the purpose
So,
of that?
Once again, my campaign or my platform is really broad. And there's a lot of details to all of this stuff. And there's also a lot of directions that we can go with it. So I'm really not trying to pinpoint an exact thing that we're going to do. I'm trying to paint a picture of things that we can be doing differently. Because, look, if I go walk through the national forest where I live, where I've grown up in Southeast Texas, there should be pecan trees and persimmon trees and all kinds of wild berries, and there should be this produce just growing everywhere. There isn't. It's all pine trees. As a matter of fact, this isn't a national forest. It's a pine tree crop. It's not a forest at all. It's a crop of pine trees. So what was the original question? I apologize.
Hydroponics and organic gardens, and how that fits, into the
organic gardening. Yeah, so I'm talking about incorporating. Yeah, so I'm talking about incorporating organic gardening or things into our infrastructure deals, so that when we make these $1 trillion investments, at the end of it, there's some fruit trees and things like that growing that people can eat fresh, free fresh food. If you look at other countries and where they have smaller land and things like that, you'll see them growing like grapefruit trees right on the sidewalk of the main street or whatever. And then they have a little machine that'll come and shake the tree and collect all that fruit. If we had these fruit trees and things like that growing up and down every street in our country, of course, it's going to hurt the supermarkets, but the people are going to be happy because they don't have to pay for as much food. They're going to have more money to spend on other things. So essentially, we're talking about doing that. If you want to see more of it, there's a Native American lady. There's a video I recently posted where she's talking about that the natives in America, it wasn't like they didn't used to follow the buffalo. The buffalo actually used to follow them because they were these permaculture artists that would create, abundance from all the plants and the wildlife. And that's what they actually did. And the buffalo would follow them because they would do these fires that would make the crops grow and all these other things. So essentially, we're just talking about getting rid of these monoculture processes that we use that we know are bad for the environment. Diversity and I lost my word there. But anyway, diversity is what you want in nature. You don't want a monoculture. So we really, if we create the raw material and economic boom with the hemp, then we can almost completely stop the deforestation, and we can restore America's virgin forests and wildlife by employing this permaculture process from coast to coast. And we can get all the building materials and everything that we need from the industrial hemp. So once again, I say that everything's multifaceted, all my plans, and they all tie together. So it's really hard to just sit and talk about, one aspect of it without incorporating all the different facets of the plan.
Okay. Now, you got your campaign for president. Who's working on the campaign right now? How many people? And is it just you? Is it you and your family? Do you have any kind of volunteers?
Okay. So I want everybody to give me a little credit on this, all right? I'm not demanding anything from you. I'm just giving us an option for something different, okay? But at the same time, you yourself look in the mirror and say, hey, what would my friends and family do if I told them that I was going to run for president? And that is what they have done to me, okay? I'm working on this completely alone. Yes, I feel like a madman half the days that I wake up in the morning, like, what am I doing? But I'm sorry, I don't see any other better way or route or anything better going on in our country or the world. And I'm stepping out and just doing whatever I feel in my heart that I can or need to do to bring significant change to the world.
Okay. Now, I want to ask you about an issue that's important to our viewers at KRTD that I believe is as well important to the viewers at Hard Lens, Sabby Sabs, and probably Chicago Corner as well. So one of the that issue is universal health care. How do you feel about universal health care? Do you think it's good? Do you think it's bad? Do you have a different idea? You know, what's your idea? And what do you think?
I'm a type 1 diabetic.
Okay.
I'm a type 1 diabetic. Healthcare for all shouldn't be a debate. Education for all shouldn't be a debate. If we spend trillions of dollars on people who don't really do anything for society or the world except for to contribute to the corruption and the degradation of our environment, well, obviously that money can be spent better. So a part of that, my plan is to redirect all these corporate subsidies to small businesses and startups, and also to healthcare for all and education for all. Now that also ties into the hemp revolution, because hemp, once again, is a completely versatile plant. We can make almost anything from it, including foods, animal feeds, anything you can think of, fuel, medicine, supplies. We can make beds, pillows, blankets, ropes, anything. So if we have an abundance of all these supplies, it's going to drive down the cost in every industry, including the medical industry. But that's all to help everything. If we're really going to get to the nuts and bolts of it, I think it was in 1970 when they made it legal for medical companies to profit off of medical care in America. Before then, profiting from healthcare wasn't legal. So really, we need to go back to things like that. We need to revisit all those and correct those injustices. And then things will actually look better before we even do all these other implementations that I'm talking about, as far as, reducing the cost of living and everything else. So we just do all of these, together, and we'll see this dramatic improvement.
Absolutely. Definitely. So, where are you advertising, your presidential run? I know you're on Twitter. What do you want to tell everybody your Twitter so they can follow you there?
Yeah, I'm at Universal Candid on Twitter. You could probably just search the Blue Cross Movement for Dean 2024, and I'm probably one of the only people that are going to pop up. So it's hard to get support, and I don't have a lot of money. I'm just a small guy like you. I grew up as a carpenter. Right now I'm still a remodeler. I do high efficiency windows and doors. But otherwise, I'm just no guy. I just once again, years of research and about 2 years of trying to plug everything together and get the jigsaw puzzle together to see how it looks. And here we are.
Okay. Now, let's just do a thought experiment. Let's say you won the election, against all odds. What is the first thing you do by executive order? Because the president can do a lot of stuff by executive order. What would be your first executive order?
Not sure if I can do this one by executive order, but the things that I want to focus on getting back to freedom. And there's one thing that I want to see in our Constitution, an amendment, and I probably couldn't do this by executive order, but it's something I'm going to be pushing from just the first minute, and it's for us to have a no harm, no foul clause in our Constitution. That way, if there was no real harm done, then you can't be punished or suffered or delayed in any fashion whatsoever. And if you do, then you can, seek retribution or some type of compensation from the enforcement agency that delayed you or stopped you or tried to prosecute you. So once again, it's going to take some much more intelligent minds to help me articulate and get that into the law books. But I think that's one of the more important things to stop all the just the needless prosecutions and incarceration and things like that, just to help protect our people, just right up front.
Mm-hmm. So, sounds good to me. So
there's a lot I'd like to do. So that's a tough question for me. I've been drawing out my timeline of what my whole 4 years would look like. And it's tough. The first year is just solid packed with things. So it'd be a lot to go.
So we have some requests from the audience. Let's take a look at that. So we have shut down half of foreign military bases. How do you feel about that? I don't know if I call them requests, but ideas.
I think there's going to be a lot of changes on the global front if I'm able to get in there. And of course, I wouldn't walk in on day one and be like, all right, half the bases are shut down. But we would be looking at these things from a diplomatic sense rather than a corporate strategy, resource theft sense.
And then
things would change dramatically. Everything would, but I would want to take our time.
And then we have removing cannabis from the controlled substance list.
Yeah, that'd probably be one of my day one issues. Right now, Biden said that he was going to have the FDA, look at cannabis or marijuana as a Schedule 1 drug. So Schedule 1 drug, it was some street level narcotic that has no medical use. Well, we have doctors all over the country that are prescribing medical marijuana every day. So it's a lie right there, right up front. It's misrepresentation. It's incorrect. It's false. So if our federal government is operating with such a blatant, misrepresentation right up front, it's like, how can we take them seriously? So yeah, marijuana. One of my main plans is to completely legalize marijuana and hemp and pardon all related nonviolent crime.
Okay, so legalizing marijuana and hemp, pardoning all nonviolent crime, and then you also said removing the red tape from hemp growing.
Yeah.
What about marijuana growing? Do you think there should be some kind of red tape on that? Have you thought about that at all? Or do you think that should also be cut, the red tape, on that?
I mean, I'm sure there's nonsense involved in it at every level, but at the same time, we still have to be, safe and everything. So if I know there's been a lot of stuff in Colorado with people growing the marijuana in their yard and not having a proper fence around it to keep kids away from it and this, that, and the other. So, I mean, there certainly should be some, measures that keep it, that keep it contained or keep it disciplined.
Oh yeah.
I'm not saying a free for all, but.
So would you say one of the
our
things...
laws aren't completely...
Yeah.
So go ahead.
I was going to say, would you say one of the things that you're doing, would be interested in doing, since you're talking about taking the red tape off hemp, is looking at some of these federal, procedures and seeing what kinds of nonsense red tape there is and what kinds of red tape makes sense, and making some of these processes, for growing things more feasible.
All of it. We need everything scrubbed. And besides just marijuana, but all the law books. If I was going to get in there, I would also want to start some type of program or whatever where Congress and Senate are actually reviewing and revising all of our old laws and getting rid of the ones that we don't need and rewriting the laws. There's another thing that all our laws need purpose and reason. We need the reason that we're creating this law. It needs to be written with the law, and the purpose of writing the law, what you're trying to prevent or stop. That way, when people are caught in circumstances that fall, close to these margins, but they don't fall under the reasoning and the purpose of why the law was created, these people can't be prosecuted for that. So.
Yeah, and then last question I want to ask you, and I wish we had more time to get into this because we have the next panel starting in 3 minutes, but I want to ask you one more question. I'm sure we'll have you on, again, because I really want to get more into this, but you talk about, growing more stuff, and we need to grow more stuff. There's a lot of farming subsidies that are given to farmers for not growing, for saying, you set this land aside, and you don't grow anything, and we're going to pay you every month to not grow anything. What are your thoughts? And would you remove a lot of that if you were to become, or would you advocate for? I'm not sure if you could definitely.
It's the same reason why we have.
Yeah.
It's like the same thing with we don't have a national forest, we have a pine tree crop. It's like things have been made in a way that you can't sustain yourself. You have to go through the supermarket doors. You have to buy gas to get there. The food has to be transported. It costs fuel. You know what I mean? So everything has been made in a way to spin the gears of all these, these industrial giants. And we shouldn't have built our society around a profit system. We should have always built it for the peace and prosperity of all people. And in doing so, we should find ways to profit. We shouldn't find ways to manipulate the populace to increase our profits. This isn't a nation of money. We're a nation of people.
Okay. Thank you for joining us, on our pre-show today, Michael Dean. Michael Dean for President 2024. Can you tell everyone where they can find you and find out more information about your campaign?
Twitter at Universal Candid, and feel free to come ask me any questions. You can troll me if you want. I don't care. Peace and prosperity for all.
Thank you. And we have our next panel starting now, which is inflation causation.
Well, hello. Everybody's here.
Hello.
Right. Hello. Hi. I'm just going to welcome everybody because this is our, we just came out of another segment. So I'd like to thank everybody for staying tuned with us on our New Year's Eve all-day stream for KRTD Media, Sabby Sabs, Chicago Corner, and Hard Lens Media. Unfortunately, we're not streaming to KRTD Media because YouTube, in their infinite wisdom, decided to give the channel a strike for a 2-year-old video. So if you happen to be watching on one of the other platforms, we'd like to thank KRTD Media for putting this all together. Go ahead and head over to their YouTube channel. It's at KRTD Media, and give them a subscription if you haven't already. Otherwise, thanks for joining us, those of you who were able to make it. I'll dispense with formalities and introductions. When you first speak, you can just give a little introduction about who you are. What we're talking about today is the big issue on everybody's mind in 2022, inflation. And what we're going to cover in this first segment is the causation of inflation. And if we have a little bit of time, you guys can comment on, what some of the solutions are. But we'll be covering solutions in our next MMT panel later on this evening, which will also cover inflation, but we'll be talking about solutions. Now, I wanted to start with Jeff Epstein real quick because we want to talk about what inflation is, what the actual causes and consequences of our current inflation, discuss it from a theoretical background. And as most of you know, because you're fighting this on a daily basis, the misconceptions. Why, we printed a bunch of money. That's why we've got inflation, right? So go ahead, Jeff. You can start. Tell us a little bit about yourself, and then go ahead and jump into the topic.
Cool. Hey, Johnny. Hey, everybody here. I just want to. The conversation over. My name is Jeff Epstein. I host a podcast called Activist MMT. I've been learning from all these three guys for years now. I just want to. The conversation over inflation has gotten completely disconnected from reality, and I just want to describe what inflation is compared to what people actually think it is, just from a theoretical point of view before we get more into this. And that is just that inflation is not a disease. Inflation is not a symptom. It is a measurement. It's a measurement of something in the real world. And an analogy that I like to use is that it's like a thermometer for a sick person. That the thermometer is the measurement, and it is a signal that something is going on with a certain person. We don't know what that is. We don't know why they have a temperature. If the thermometer shows they have a temperature, we don't know why they have a temperature. We have to go to that person and determine why their temperature is high. It could be for any number of reasons. But what we have done in this public conversation about inflation is we are just so paranoid about seeing a temperature at all that we'd rather take that thermometer and just stick it in a cup of ice and be done with it. That's what we have done, and so we ignore the patient, we ignore the real world, and we focus and get paranoid and scared of the measurement itself. And a related analogy is grades for a child. Grades are a very limited measurement of a child. And the child could be having problems completely unrelated to science and math and so on. They could be having, not enough food at home, or an abusive situation at home. And the point is that instead of focusing on the measurements, you should be focusing on the real world. Solve the child's problems in the real world, and their grades will improve. Solve the sickness of that person, and their grades will improve. So I'll just leave it there. Just focus on the real world so that the measurements that we are afraid of will improve. I'll just leave it there. So thanks.
Okay, thanks, Jeff. Warren.
Yes, hi.
Introduce yourself and give us your breakdown of what we're experiencing right now in this economy with inflation. Started back in late 2021. We thought gas prices start going up, and then magically everything else started going up after that. But in this time period, we also see corporations posting record profits. And it seems like the public and the media, with the media's help, doesn't make the correlation between a company raising prices and making big profits along with it. So give us a little bit of your input on what we're experiencing now with inflation.
Okay, so first of all, I'm not totally on board with those analogies, because temperature actually measures like condition, the heat, and the grades are measuring, some performance on a piece of paper or something. When people say inflation, there's usually, like, if you ask them what is it, there is no definition. Nobody can say exactly what it is, and so if we're going to have a discussion on inflation, I think we need to define the term to be able to move on. So let me just so I wrote a paper that I think is definitive on the subject not too long ago, an analysis of the price level and inflation. And there's a couple of things that are not in dispute by any mainstream economists or anybody else. And one is that markets can only determine relative value. They can't determine absolute value. So they can show you the price of apples versus oranges, but they can't. That has to be delivered from outside the model. That has to come externally. So what we have in our economies are markets determining relative value combined with an institutional structure that pitches in to determine relative value. And the only source of absolute value in the case of the currency is the monopolist setting price. The government's a single supplier of the thing we need to pay taxes. It sets the absolute value at the point of expenditure. That's the time it says, okay, you've got to pay in the U.S., I don't know what it is, $4 trillion in taxes. Here's what you have to do to get the money, dollars, to pay those taxes from us and our agents. And it's got agents like the Treasury and the Fed and the banking system and everything. But here's what you have to do to get the money. And then it sets those terms of exchange as it spends. I'll just use the term. So given that, how do you want to define inflation? Or maybe you want to rephrase the question. It's hard for me to get started in a meaningful way without having a starting point here.
Okay, that's a fair point. Joe, we'll jump to you and see if you can help define this in a way that that structures the conversation around what we're experiencing. Let me talk about it from like maybe an activist or like somebody who's an organizer perspective that just hears the layman's talk all the time, right? Is the government pumped a bunch of money into the I want to dispel the myth, and I think maybe that can get us to what actually causes it. The government during the pandemic threw a bunch of money onto the monopoly board, and now the money's not as valuable as it used to be because we printed so much money. Now, you and I, we know that that's not the case, but how do we dispel that myth when that's what's being commonly pushed, and we, like you said, Warren, there's not a solid footing to get the people and the public to understand that's not how it works. And I put it this way, and I don't know if you accept this as a decent analogy, but if we just go to the monopoly board, right? All the properties have a set price on them. And when you start, the banker gives you $1,500, and the player gets $1,500. Now, let's say the banker was generous to the players in one game and decided to start everybody off with $15,000. Well, the number of the price of the properties don't magically change because everybody has more money in their hand. The price of the property doesn't change until certain mechanisms are enforced through the rules, and the owner of the property takes certain steps to then raise the price. And that's how prices get raised, is the ownership, the very owning resource area has to do something to manipulate those. Now, in our economy, our widespread economy, we get a cascading effect where if you raise the price of fuel and everything relies on fuel to operate, then they all have to pay more for fuel, then they have to raise their price to do business, and so on and so forth. So we get that cascading effect if one major resource gets inflated. But the inflation of that resource, that initial, like oil, is being inflated at the hands of the owners. Right? So, Joe, go.
Well, I'm not sure I like the framing of the discussion so far. From my point of view, we experienced a phenomenon. We were paying some prices, a particular level of prices, okay, at one time. And then we saw those prices increase in a way that we see, okay, as abnormal, intolerable, creating problems for people. Inflation, though, okay, I don't think is but simply the measurement. In other words, it's a measurement of something that has changed in the economic and perhaps also in the political system. So the underlying phenomenon, okay, is an adjustment in the economic and the political system, which is causing the price changes. Okay. Generally speaking, when people have spoken of this, they look at a number of things. First of all, the degree of economic concentration in the system over a period of the last 40 years has changed. The economy is much more concentrated now, and the economic the concentration, okay, is high enough that a relatively few actors have the power to change prices under certain conditions. So that's a prerequisite for what has gone on. It's one of the causes. Okay. The second cause, of course, is that we had disruptions in the supply chain. And we had a very fragile sort of system for producing supply. And that system was disrupted by the pandemic. And so the supply was not there. Okay, the pandemic started to end, and also a lot of money was pumped into the economy and various aspects of the economy. So people had the demand. They wanted to spend money, but the supply chains were disrupted, and particularly in China, there was severe changes because of shutdowns, okay, economic shutdowns, and because over the years we had a situation where we relied very much on suppliers in China to produce a lot of the goods, okay, that we wanted.
Now, on that point, and you can continue, when we talk about supply and demand, we understand that supply and demand is not causation. Okay, it's an excuse for, again, the people who own the resource to. I mean, they're the ones who fluctuate the price based on their supply. They don't have to raise the price if the demand goes up. They just know that the market allows them to, because economists teach that the supply and demand curve is inverse. So if the demand goes up, you have every right as a price setter to raise the price. And that goes back to what's actually causing the inflation. The supply chain issue in and of itself is not the root cause of why prices went up, if those companies are still posting record profits above and beyond their day-to-day operations. So continue.
Okay, I don't intend to stop with the supply chain.
Well, right, I understand. I just wanted to make that point.
Perfectly clear. Okay, it's perfectly clear that at some point, the companies decided that they had the freedom to raise their prices and that there would not be consequences for raising their prices. And so, of course, as companies are inclined to do, wanted to raise their prices to get the record profits they gleefully reported to stockholders. Okay, why were they able to do that? In part because the political system had no inclination to control the prices. It was obvious that if they didn't control the prices were going to go up, and that was going to cause what we experience, okay, as inflation in the system. So I would say that the supply chain was a vital cause. I would say the economic concentration is a vital cause. I would say the price gouging, okay, was a vital cause. And another vital cause was the inaction of the political authorities to control prices. They could have put in wage and price controls, as they did in the Second World War, and the inflation would have been largely stopped at that point. But our politicians have an addiction to a so-called free market, which is not a free market at all. Okay? It's a market that is largely controlled by the oligopolies in every industry. And so I would put all these explanatory factors as causes, okay, of inflation. And of course, that implies that we take certain kinds of policies, okay, as the solution to this. But it also may be the case that we're seeing a slowdown, okay, of inflation. Okay, many economists have said that there would be a slowdown, that it would reach a certain point, okay, where the demand was not sufficiently great to drive the inflation anymore.
All right, Joe, we'll get into some of where we're headed with inflation.
Yeah.
Let Steve get in here. And
okay.
If you want to comment, give us your insights, what we've talked about so far, correct anything. You know, I'm a layman. I look to all of you guys for the answers when the conversation starts getting deeper. I always use your guys' videos and stuff to refer to people. So by all means, jump in and give us your assessment of like what we've been talking about. What is causing all of this, all of these high prices to go up at the grocery store and everything else? And what's the truth, right? You know, is it because the government gave everybody a frickin' $1,200 check? That's what the media would have you believe. Oh, and also, here's the most important thing you see in the mainstream media, that there's too many people working. So because unemployment is so low, that's driving up demand, as you said, and then therefore there's not enough supply to feed all the people who now have jobs and have all this money to spend. So we have to raise prices, you know, or inflation happens just automatically in nature because there's too many people working. And of course, we can talk about the job guarantee later and why that's a bunch of hooey. But anyway, please comment.
Okay, well, I'm Professor Steve Keen, and I've been a long-term critic of mainstream economics, as most people are aware, and I'm now helping develop monetary analysis with a software package called Minsky that I'd be delighted to see lots of MMT people use and put their concepts across in a serious modeling framework. Similar sort of thing I think about inflation. I go back to Kolesky's pricing equation, and I think this is important when we're trying to work out these sorts of things to work from first principles. So Kolesky took the basic expression you can divide monetary value of output into price times quantity. Or even there, we're doing an abstraction because we talk about price. We're actually talking about a price, aggregate price level that reflects an index that's developed of all the prices of all the various commodities that we buy. And on that front, I recommend to people to take a look at the work of Blair Fix, who probably does the best disaggregated analysis in non-orthodox economics, and he's taken a look at inflation as a multi-commodity issue. I'm going to stick just looking at the single commodity idea where we bring together an overall price level. So Kolesky started by saying you can define monetary output as price times quantity. And then you can divide the money value of the wage as the money wage times how many workers have a job. And you can then say that is a fraction, the money billed is a fraction of total monetary value of output, which is a markup. One minus a markup, the markup being set by corporations. And then he also related physical output to a number of workers hired terms like output per worker. Put all that together and what you get is an equation for pricing that says that it's 1/1 minus the markup multiplied by the money wage divided by the labour output ratio. Now that gives you three factors that you can say can determine rate of change of prices. Markups can rise, which will cause inflation. Money wages can rise, which will cause inflation, and productivity per worker can fall, which will cause inflation. Now, if you look at what's happening empirically, there's no way the money wage is rising faster than the rate of inflation right now. We're still seeing the money wage rate of rise being of the order of 3 to 5% when inflation is running up to 8 to 10%. So you can't say it's workers that are causing that overall cause in price level. What you can say, the other two factors, it's the output per worker, and that comes down both to supply chain issues, but I think more importantly now, it comes down to the rising cost of energy, simply because it's getting physically harder to get the energy out of the ground. Okay, we are still at least 85% of our output is generated by fossil fuels, and of course, fossil fuel, and this is where Warren was talking a bit earlier about the price pressures that Saudi Arabians can apply as largely monopoly suppliers. When there's a large level of demand relative to the output of the wells, then they can put that price up because it's and Kolesky also spoke about that as being a phenomenon where we're not producing oil, we're mining it, and that's a very, very different thing. You don't have the cost structure of corporations where marginal costs fall for the vast majority of firms. You have extra costs to get that energy out of the ground. You've got to pump more in, or you've got to dig deeper, et cetera, et cetera. And we're, I think, at a historic decline in our capacity to produce output by taking energy and turning it into useful work. This is the limits to growth striking, and particularly peak oil. So that's a cost factor which neither workers nor capitalists have any control over. And that is going to make it more expensive, and it's twofold. It isn't just the energy, it's also the declining quality of minerals. It takes more energy to process the minerals we're getting out, because we've actually mined the minerals down to marginal remaining amounts as well, compared to what was there 100 years ago. So those are two long-term factors. They're going to mean continuing inflation, regardless of what happens at any of the other actors. It is going to be simply harder to produce output. So I think that is a historic change. The other factor, though, and this is, I think it can tie partly the extremely large government deficits, which were completely necessary to stop a complete financial breakdown during COVID. So there's no way I'm criticizing those. And of course, I come from an MMT perspective as well on government deficit as the private surplus. So it's extremely necessary. But that then relates to the markup, because one thing Koleski emphasized in his analysis was to say the markup in each sector depends upon the degree of competition that manufacturers in that sector feel. Now, partly we talked about concentration. That's obviously risen over the last 30 or 40 years. But the degree of competition that producers feel in a particular market depends upon the aggregate level of demand in that markup. And because we had this absolutely vital government stimulus and a whole range of industries people couldn't spend money on, like travel, obviously, and restaurants and so on and so forth, the amount of monetary demand that these firms were experiencing was huge. And so in that situation, their reaction can be, we can put up markups. Okay. So I think there was a role of the deficits of generating the inflation we're seeing now, because it made producers feel they had complete freedom to put their, because they're not feeling pressure. They, as many units they want to sell, they're going out the door, even if the cost of production are rising and so on. So I put all those things together and say that's what's giving us our inflation now. Now the markups, that demand pressure from markups, and then that's where the firms are setting the prices, but the monetary constraints that they would normally feel have not been there during COVID. They're coming back in now in twofold ways. The increasing interest rates, which drive up costs, as Warren has said quite a few times. That's certainly happening, but it's also undermining demand for them. So that's going to reduce their capacity to put markups up. And of course, governments going back into the madness of austerity will also feel that in the industrial level, those firms will feel a degree of competition that they didn't feel beforehand because of the monetary availability of demand has declined. So I think we're going to see a reduction in markups coming our way, which will cause a bit of a reduction in inflation. We're going to see more monetary demands for wages from workers because they simply have to at some point, otherwise they can't pay their electricity and food bills. So it's a mess. We're going to see it continuing for a while, but the fundamental cause I think we're going to face indefinite inflation from is declining productivity coming out of the falling availability of energy and declining quality of minerals that we actually need to turn these physical goods into things you can actually pay a money price for.
That makes complete sense. The misuse of resources and the waste that we all experience around the world. I mean, it's global. It's not just the United States. It's not just Western societies, but the human species in general is very wasteful. Jeff, I'll circle back around to you. Is there anything that you wanted to comment on? And then we'll give it back to Warren and kind of reframe this or bring this framing around to kind of help the audience understand where we're going with the explanation, and that most of the mainstream talking points about inflation are completely wrong, including, as you mentioned, the raising of interest rates from the Fed's perspective. That just makes it more difficult for working people to use their credit, to buy houses, to buy a car. It makes everything more expensive from that end, and it doesn't really have the effect that they say it has. It can slow down the economy, meaning that people don't have as much purchasing power, or that they have to they have to spend more on money that they borrow, but that just make the banks richer. So, Jeff, do you have anything to add right here?
Just a thought that a lot of these things, most of these things, I mean, outside of natural catastrophe, is basically we're choosing these things to happen. We're choosing to remain on fossil fuels. We're choosing to allow companies to have this abusive power. We're choosing to, not do more efforts as far as diplomatic solutions to the Ukraine war. So it's kind of, it's a policy choice to have most or many of these problems. I actually don't want to go farther than that because I think you and I, Johnny, both have quite a lot to learn, and I think I'm going to do a little more listening here.
That's fine. No, that's absolutely fine. Warren, I want to give it back to you. And now that we've gone around, you know, by all means.
So it looks to me like the answer to my question is you're using inflation as synonymous with maybe the consumer price index. Okay, so the question is, why are these specific prices going up or going down? You know, what they're going up in a way we don't approve of, we don't like it. What can we do about it? So is that kind of what we're talking about?
You know what?
I'm not sure what the point. You know, I'm trying to get to a point here.
Okay, well, we're trying to address this from kind of like just a working person's perspective, what they're hearing every day about like what you. Yes, I guess there is some.
Okay, well, I mean, look, one of the things you're hearing is that apparently was started by the Cato Institute in front of the midterm elections, is that the Democrats adopted MMT, you know, did MMT, and it caused the inflation, and so now you should vote for Republicans and get back to some rational, you know, policy. It didn't work. They lost the midterms. So I mean, you know, people are getting hit with all kinds of things. And my Google alerts showed this story spreading like everywhere. Every publication in the world seemed to be carrying this message about how the Democrats were doing MMT. Of course, you know, they wouldn't give us the right time. We all know that. But so if you want to start specifically, we can address some of the things that the average person is seeing and what's right or wrong about it. And there's probably 100 of those, and that's fine. Or we can just kind of build this thing from the bottom up instead of trying to take all the leaves on the trees and, you know, look at them all. We can get right to the root and discuss it. So,
get right to the root.
I mean, you know, you tell me. It's not my
No,
program.
that's what I want to do. I'm one of these root people because I really believe that if you just look at all the leaves all the time, then you get cluttered and confused. And so what is the root of what we're discussing today?
Yeah, you know, and it's kind of, you know, I've been using the term casually and you know, affectionately, I guess, you know, golden calf economics. So, you know, I bring this thing down that shows how it all works, and all of a sudden I look at what everybody's doing. And it's like, I see Joe laughing there. And it's like, okay, what, you know, that's just the way the world works, I guess. And so you're always like, it's always like fighting the Hydra, right? So, you know, I don't see a single MMT proponent starting with the idea that the price level is necessarily a function of prices paid by government when it spends. I just don't see that. Okay, and that's okay, but that's the root where you start from. And the rest is relative value based on maybe supply and demand, institutional structures, probably more of it and whatnot. But to answer specific questions, the deficit spending from the Fed did a study on that. And I think it was showed that something like 0.5% increase of the CPI was excess increase was due to their excess demand from all the government stimulus, they called it. And so there's like an answer to that question. That was worth 0.5. The rest of it was energy related, something like 2.6 or maybe 3.4% or something, but because of the energy prices doubling or tripling, whatever they did. And they used 2% as a base because that's kind of what the CPI was increasing by anyway. Notice I don't say inflation, I say the CPI. Because if we want to bring down the CPI, like you're talking about the doctor, we can lower tobacco taxes and the CPI will come down. All right. So
okay, right. Now, just so everybody knows, the consumer price index is what the CPI is. And that measures what the average price of goods.
That's a political tool to determine the cost of living, to help politicians make their assessments as to what policies they want to do. So if they see the cost of living going up
from general inflation, because
but you got to leave the word of inflation out in this case. Inflation, academically defined, was a continuous increase in the price level. The problem was it was, you know, under a fixed exchange rate policy, it's one thing. Under floating exchange rate policy, it's sort of another thing. Nobody can define the price level. They've got some model. Steve probably knows it's got 8 billion prices that they try to do some kind of weighted average on. There is no such thing. You ask the Federal Reserve, what is the rate of inflation? They can tell you how much the CPI changed last month. They can give you a forecast. But what it is almost a meaningless question. Okay, and so the word inflation is a casual word like the word money. What does money mean? I mean, you can't use that in any kind of serious discussion. You have to use bank deposits or M2 or something. You can't just say money because it's just too casual for it. Well, inflation is too casual for a serious discussion on what's causing price levels to change, what's causing problems. We haven't zeroed in on what the problem is. Okay, and the problem is lower income people being left out, upper income people being rewarded. Okay, how do you address that problem? See what I'm saying? So,
right.
I'm not trying to be part of the problem.
No, I totally agree because this.
So go ahead and rephrase what you'd like me to say to discuss.
Well, no, you're actually clearing it up. That is exactly what we're discussing, is the fact that inflation is not, it's boiled down to what people are calling rising prices. And to Steve's point is that over time, when you use more materials and the cost of labor goes up,
so
things
you have energy inflation, you have wage inflation, you have, football inflation with Brady. I mean, anything expanding and is now called inflation. It's gotten so casual that you just use it in general terms. You don't.
Right, like Democrats are communists.
That's what the media has done. The media has turned it into the thing that just has negative connotations. There's no correlation between the growth and performance of the economy and these measured rates of inflation CPI changes. There's a famous study done a while back that showed rates of inflation up to 40% didn't hurt economic growth, didn't hurt the real wealth of the country. It's just a distributional issue. So changing the price level doesn't affect real wealth, it changes distribution. And that's why it becomes a problem.
If I may, Warren, if I may, I mean, all of what you're saying, seems to, I mean, my original analogy at the beginning, obviously could be improved, but it boils down to real world. Like we're struggling. Struggling is the wrong word, but we're kind of like struggling over the definition of inflation and so on. The core of what we're dealing with here is there are problems in the real world that we need to stop, that we need to deal with, and the core of that is that we're allowing a lot of these things to happen, which at the root of it, from MMT's point of view, is that the government is the monopoly price setter. They're allowing.
Yes, and a lot of it is last year's battle. Like I think Steve said, the CPI has been relatively unchanged for the last 3 or 4 months. So, when oil went up, prices went up, it came down, they went flat. It's over. And so now we're sort of fighting last year's battle, and it's going to disappear if things stay the same, unless something causes energy prices to spike again. I don't think this whole thing's coming back because we have a generally deflationary institutional structure right now, and that it's been that way for a long time, and it's at the expense of a lot of people. And I'm not, it's regressive, but there's a general deflationary background. Now let's look at Japan. Japan's been around 3.5%. Okay, they're living in the same world with the same everything else. They're getting different numbers. Okay. Is the average Japanese person facing the same problems as the American? Maybe. I mean, I don't know. Nobody talks about it. Steve, maybe you know. I'm sure their cost of energy has gone up and their cost of food has gone up, but somehow their reported number is 3.5, right? I don't know. I haven't studied Japan, but so when you talk about inflation, you're talking about U.S., you're talking about Australia. I don't know what the CPI has done in Australia. I don't know what it's done in New Zealand. I don't know what it's done in Europe. I know in Argentina it's 90% or something.
Well, generally speaking, it's risen throughout the Western world. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, in Argentina, it's like 90% or something. Now, and what we've had is underneath all this, we've had a fundamental shift. I was in Argentina in April, I think. And let me give you and this was mentioned, an anecdote. I was in conversation with Paul Krugman when he was having that Bloomberg discussion with Stephanie Kelton, where they were going back and forth about deficit spending. And I said, what's the problem with this deficit spending? He says, well, if you deficit spend to sustain full employment, the public debt can get so large that you can no longer the Fed can no longer raise rates to fight inflation. It loses that as a policy tool because with debt to GDP high enough, that added income to the economy is per se, adds aggregate demand to the economy. And he didn't know exactly what the level was. And of course, my response is you stay with the zero rate policy, which he felt he can't do. But, and I don't want to get into that argument. But every mainstream economist has been warning about what happens if the debt to GDP gets too large. And now all that interest is there. You're going to have to raise taxes or we're going to have a default or an inflationary nightmare from all the interest payments. Okay. And that was when debt to GDP was under 60% in the US. And I think that held by the public was something like 35%. And now it's like 125 and held by the public is 95. So the held by the public part has tripled. Okay. And so now the impact of raising rates on the economy, which is just basic income for people who already have money, right? It's a highly regressive, most regressive form of basic income you can imagine. That impact is pretty much 1-to-1. So now we're at 4%. We've gone from 0 to 4% on a present value basis. I know there's securities and everything else, but we're adding, something approaching 4% of GDP to our deficit spending, which has now been going up for the last 4 or 5 months, 6 months. And you've seen the GDP numbers turn and gone up. And the forecast from the Atlanta Fed this quarter is something like 3.7 or something. So there hasn't been any kind of a slowdown. There have been, again, distributional issues. Housing has slowed down. Other areas have picked up. Corporate earnings have been good, okay, and not so much because of margins, but because they've shifted from high multiple stocks like tech companies to oil companies. And you can say it's price gouging, when the price of oil goes up and an oil company with oil in the ground sells at the market price, they make more money. Fine. I mean, that's like saying if you buy your house for $200,000 and 5 years later, the price is $500,000 and you sell it, you're price gouging. Okay, whatever. It's just semantics. So, but the point is the payments of interest cause, they add to deficit spending, so it supports aggregate demand. It keeps unemployment low, which we've seen. Jobless claims are almost nothing. I know there's problems with the measurements, but there's a good chance that debt to GDP is high enough now. This is the alarm I'm sounding. So that rate increases are now causing a fiscal expansion, causing, in that sense, net financial asset expansion, which is, we could say in MMT, of a monetary expansion, right? It's a nominal expansion. And that's what happened in Argentina. I was there in April. They had interest rates of like 40%. Inflation was 35%. And when they raise rates, their peso interest expense was something like 20% of GDP. So they're just flooding the market with new pesos of deficit spending. And nobody wants to hold them. Their savings is saturated. And they just sell them in the foreign exchange markets. The currency goes down, imported prices go up. And so their reported inflation goes up. And so they raise rates again. And the IMF wants them to keep a real rate, keep that interest rate above the inflation rate. So they pay out more pesos, causes the exchange rate to go down, inflation goes up. It was 40% then. I've seen it every month. I've been watching this slow motion.
You made
train wreck. You're at 90% now, and they haven't figured it out.
You made an interesting point about the interest. When the Fed raises interest rates, doesn't that raise the return on bonds?
Okay, look. So in the economy without government, for every dollar borrowed, there's a dollar saved. Banks have loans, loans and deposits. They equal, when you include the net worth of the bank, but they're basically equal to the penny that the accountant has to go find his arithmetic mistake. So whenever you change interest rates, you're just shifting interest between borrowers and savers. And the theory is that borrowers are more sensitive to these changes than savers are. And maybe they are. Now, I used to talk to a guy at the Fed named Steve Ollender, and that was his job. And I posed that question to him. He said, well, we believe that, when we raise rates, it hurts borrowers more than it helps savers. They cut back more than savers increase, he said. And vice versa. When we lower rates, borrowers will expand more than savers will cut back. He said, but, I've been doing the econometrics for 10 years now. He said, I haven't been able to detect it. So they believe it, that it's close. So maybe there's a difference. But then on top of that, the government's a net payer of interest. Okay? Because of the bonds or whatever you want to call them, cash plus reserves plus securities are the net financial assets in the system. Okay, and so the gross all adds to zero. The net is the government's net payer of interest, and that is just they got the fire hose on. They're just flooding the system. It's going to be like $1 trillion of interest expense.
So it's another way of deficit spending, like you said. It's another way of deficit. Only the people who
it's decided by the Fed,
right? The financial
without Congress.
And the people who can buy, bonds and that can, you can buy $1,000 bond.
The Fed on its own has decided to increase the federal deficit by 4% of GDP and rising, okay, with a forecast to do it more, giving all that money only to people who already have money in proportion to how much they have. With the idea,
I didn't look at it that way, Warren.
With the idea that fights inflation.
Yeah.
Right.
Joe,
and so
let me get you back in here.
They're not even testing for that. And what do we see in the data? Now, the data will tell you whether the negative effects of, a slowdown in housing or something. But don't forget, housing under construction is at a record high. What's gone down is transactions. So what? That's not GDP. I mean, the real estate commissions and things, but that's not GDP. And remodeling and everything is way up. Okay, so we've seen since the policy of raising rates, since the policy of increasing deficit spending, which was also didn't go to zero after the COVID collapse in spending. It was a big collapse, the biggest we ever had, and we saw a big retreat in the economy. Okay, we had 2 negative quarters. I know it was inventory adjustment, but it was still down there. And then the actual operational deficit, or whatever you want to call it, without interest, the primary deficits turned around and started going up, from 3, 4, 5% of GDP. And then on top of that, the Fed started increasing the deficit with interest payments. And it's being criticized for engineering a recession. And as it raises rates, it's engineering a stronger and stronger expansion. And when it sees the strong expansion, it raises rates some more because it thinks that it hasn't done it enough. I used to talk about the carpenter with his piece of wood. No matter how much I cut off, it's still too short. So look, if the Fed does have this backwards, if everybody had, the hairdresser, no matter how much I cut off, it's still too short. If they've got this backwards, and I'm not saying they do, Steve's got the Minsky model, maybe he can tell us. If they've got it backwards, if we have crossed the tipping point, they use the tipping point for workers and non-workers. Let's look at it for debt to GDP and whether you've lost the ability to slow the economy down with rate hikes. Instead, you're throwing gasoline on the fire, right? If that's the case, how does this thing end? Okay, they go to 5%, so inflation goes, to 6 or something. So they go to 8, and it goes to 9, and so they just keep chasing their tail all the way up. I was with the Central Bank of Argentina, with the head of the central bank. When I first walked in, he said, "Look, you don't have to introduce yourself. We've been reading your stuff for 10 years, and we agree with you. But this is what we're doing. We've got the IMF. This is what we have to do." And they cited a couple of mainstream models showing the exact same thing I'm saying, which is what I pointed out. I said, "Look, this is not MMT. This is pure mainstream cash flow models, whatever you want to call it." So if we've got a situation now that's that backwards, this is worse than when you don't see this coming. I don't know. I'll stop now. I'll stop venting now. I'll let you guys talk for a while.
No, it's great because it really is helping, answer some of the questions that people have. One of the things.
Let's check in with Steve on if his model is showing that there is this point where that happens.
We can. Joe, I'll let you hop in here and then we'll check back in with Steve on what he thinks about this.
I think I'd like to check back in with Steve at this point.
Okay, well, that's fine. Defer to Steve. Let's see what Steve has to say about this. What does your model say about where this whole raising interest rates and, because we do understand the ridiculousness of it. What it does seem like, and I'll say this from an on the ground perspective, the workers' perspective, is that the owner class, let's just take it from this, activist mentality. The owner class knew during the pandemic, all this money got pumped into the working class, and they said, "Hey, we got to put the brakes on." And then it's like, now we got to get our money out of the working class, and they're doing everything they can to suck it from one section to the other, whether it's raising prices, raising interest rates, making it harder for people to borrow, making it harder for people to buy homes, whatever it is. They're doing everything they can to suck the money from the people who need it the most. Continue.
Well, in fact, that's probably a good perspective to start on the impact of the rising interest rates, because as Warren says, when the government raises interest rates on bonds, it's actually paying more money into the economy, because it's, the government creates money when it runs a deficit, and it creates money when it pays interest on existing bonds. Now, of course, the question is, where does that money go? And I have actually bought, Warren bought far more than I have, obviously, but I actually bought government bonds once when my wife wanted me to buy into a property bubble, and I refused. One of my big mistakes. I'd never ridden bubbles. But the vast majority of people who buy bonds are actually traders like Warren, or they're the non-bank financial institutions, which I think were set up by the banks to evade the controls the government puts on banks as what they can buy in forms of assets. So if you're putting up interest rates, you're putting more money into the financial sector. You're not putting it into the real economy. And that is not exactly productive. We've got far too much money going to the finance sector, far too little going to workers. As you say, because the workers had an increase in the amount of money in their bank accounts caused by the stimulus during COVID, then those higher prices are gouging that money out of the workers, and their accounts are going down, and the accounts of the corporations are going up. So yes, the working class is getting screwed well and truly here. And that's one reason why inflation is actually more of an issue for the working class this time around than it was back in the 70s, because they actually did get a cash injection, and the cash is being taken out of their hands by increasing markups by corporations, reducing the amount of money that the workers have. So the higher interest rates are benefiting the financial sector. That's the last mob we should be trying to help out. And I think also Warren's made the very good point that as the monopoly issuer of bonds, the Federal Reserve has complete control over the prices that those bonds are sold for. So they'd be quite feasible to have much lower interest rates by the Federal Reserve than they're doing right now. What they're following is neoclassical economic theory, and that is if you want to be deluded, follow neoclassical theory. Okay. That's what's actually happening. What the rates are really doing is causing deflation in asset prices. And that's going to be fun. That's what I've always been waiting to watch and see what the overall impacts are. Because as the Fed puts up the interest rates, the banks put up the mortgage rates. And those mortgage rates are now so high that people who've got mortgage debt, and that's more the middle class than it is the upper class or the working class, they can't afford to service their debts anymore. So you're seeing a huge plunge in real estate prices. You're seeing it in share prices as well. And my feeling is at some point that's going to cause the Fed to change direction and start dropping rates rather than putting them up. Now, that's yet another complicated feedback through the economy as to how that impacts on consumer prices ultimately. But I do see us getting serious asset price deflation, and that will put a lot of financial corporations in a difficult situation with their assets versus liabilities, assets falling, liabilities remaining the same. So I'm expecting a bit of a financial crisis in 2023 just to make us all more cheerful.
And unfortunately, that's what I've been hearing too. I follow an apolitical stock guy, zip trader guy, Charlie, and he's pretty apolitical, and he just follows different stocks, and he looks at the market from a stock perspective, and we know that those are just that's a whole nother Ponzi scheme there. But we see this year what has happened with the interest rates going up is the people with all the money holding most of the stocks have been pulling out. The prices of those stocks been going down. They've been putting them into bonds or into savings accounts or whatever, where the interest rate is higher. Now, for somebody who puts $1,000, buys $1,000 bond, the interest rates aren't going to be anything to me. I mean, I'm making a difference between $1 or $2. But somebody who has $100 million in bonds or in, some sort of savings where interest rates are affected, that makes a huge difference in the kind of return that they end up getting. And it just seems like all things, banks and everything are pointing, doom and gloom. We got recession coming, and they're preparing the public for even more austerity. They're preaching austerity. They want everybody to get ready for it because it's coming. You're going to have to tighten. Oh, and don't forget the war in Ukraine is you have to spend more because we have to give money to Ukraine because hey, we don't know where money comes from. and we can't spend it on you, but we can spend it over there. So it's really frustrating, because even though I don't know all of this from the level that you three gentlemen do, of course, Jeff and I are, he knows more than I do. He's going for his doctorate. I know enough about how the system works to get the gist that we're getting screwed regularly.
Well, it actually, there was a great cartoon about it. I've forgotten one of the racist appointees that Bush made, where he talked about being on a committee where he had two gays and a cripple, and it had him shooting both his feet off. And I think there's a certain amount of that going on, what's happening right now with interest rate rises, because of the interest rate rise, of course, bond prices have fallen. So if you hold bonds, you've lost capital on bonds. At the same time, the share market has plunged of the order of 25-30%. And this is the first time in data that we've seen both the risk on and risk off assets falling in value. Now, what that's meaning is financial institutions who hold both bonds and shares have made losses on both types of assets that they're holding. So I think there's a bit of excitement in hand even next year, because they will be the ones who make the first scream about being unable to cope with declining asset values. And then, of course, the Federal Reserve, which I think is really beholden to the finance sector these days, is dominated by keeping the finance sector alive. They'll be in the position where the only thing they can do is reduce rates. So I've got a feeling we're going to see a fall in rates next year, regardless of economic theory, the delusional mainstream stuff, or what we're talking about from post-Keynesian, because they keep interest rates rising, they're going to cause a lot of those financial corporations to go bankrupt. And they won't let it happen, and they'll reverse direction.
Joe, do you have anything? We're getting, we got about 5 minutes before
yes, I do.
comes up.
I do have a few things. First, of course, okay, I wanted to mention that the rise in the debt to GDP ratio is very easily handled. And the way it can be handled is that when you deficit spend, you pay for the deficit spending with platinum coins, okay, in the U.S. system, because the president and the secretary of the Treasury have the authority to issue platinum coins. What that does is to freeze the debt at a particular place, but as you deficit spend, you're adding to GDP. So the GDP on the bottom of the GDP ratio goes up compared to the debt, which is frozen, for that particular period of time.
Yeah, Joe, excuse me.
If you do things that way, there's no more problem with the debt to GDP ratio. Now, it may create other problems, but the debt to GDP ratio,
but
false problem.
Hey, Joe, that doesn't change the interest expense of the government when it deficit spends. It's still, the spending still adds to reserves. They just don't get shifted to securities accounts. So right now the Fed's paying interest on $8 trillion in reserves. And if you eliminate bonds, which you can do one way or another, you're still going to have all those reserves, and they're still going to be paying the interest. So my point is that when you raise rates, the government has to pay out interest on the net financial assets, the total public debt, now defined as the difference between taxing and spending.
Oh, but that's a separate problem. The Fed doesn't have to keep on raising rates.
That's right. No, it never does. But it's raised. But the problem is that policy choice is based on the belief that raising rates fights inflation.
Right. Which gets to my second point. Okay, gets to my second point. The historical case, of Volcker, in the inflation, of the 80s, that the rising interest rates by Volcker at that time, I think, fed inflation at first and kept on feeding inflation. But then at some point, rates got so high that they did cripple the economic activity.
No.
What you're going to do now, is you're going to say that it was the changes in supply that were instituted by Jimmy Carter. No, you're not going to say that.
No, I'm not going to say that. What I'm going to say is the real public debt dropped. It was like running a budget surplus. We had something like a 6% annual deficit with maybe a 12% inflation rate, CPI, however they calculated it back then. And so in real terms, the public debt dropped by 6%, which is kind of like we had in the late 1990s, where we had a budget surplus. So for all practical purposes, we were running a budget surplus because of the inflation under those years. The first thing that happens when the price level goes up is you get a drop in the real value of the net financial assets. Let's call it a drop in the money supply. So inflation in the first instance causes what you could casually say a money supply shortage. And that's what happened in spades with Volcker. And that caused this huge collapse in 1979. If you look at charts in real terms of the public debt deficits, you can see a total collapse in the real net financial assets of the private sector, savings.
That sounds like a great debate, guys. We're getting down to a couple minutes. So, Joe, I hope you and Warren, maybe you can reach out to each other and maybe have it.
Yeah, let's say, look, here's where we don't necessarily agree, which is Steve is saying the propensity to spend interest income among the people receiving this, bondholders or interest on reserves at the Fed, is basically zero. It doesn't go into the real economy.
Yeah.
And I don't have a narrative on that, but I look at the data and I can see the data is telling me, I think maybe it does.
I go to the BIP. Yeah, it's more slowly. The rich spend more slowly than the poor because they've got more money.
Right. So if you pump enough money into the rich, it does. There is trickle down. You might not like it.
Yeah.
It's not 100%.
You've got to pronounce it properly, Warren. It's actually called trickle down.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. That's
you feed it into the horse and it comes out the other end. I understand.
That's right.
But it does come out. Okay.
Yeah.
And so we are pumping massive amounts into the high end. 4% of GDP is staggering. And it is showing up in aggregate demand, as shown by the GDP numbers, defying all forecasts and going up instead of down. And it's because the forecasts are ignoring interest income as income. When you look at the numbers for Argentina, that reported by the IMF and the World Bank, they show primary deficit. They don't show the total deficit, including the interest payments. But that total deficit is what's driving the currency down. It's like 20% of GDP, where the primary deficit's 1%. And they just ignore it. It's not even in there. It doesn't show up on their documentation. And we're doing the same thing. We're not recognizing the effect of pumping that much, $1 trillion a year annual rate now, which will go up to $2 trillion the way the Fed's going.
Yeah, we've got to wind up, guys.
Yeah. We got to wind it up, guys.
Okay.
I appreciate it.
Thank you
Everybody, Joe, Warren, Steve, Jeff, I appreciate you guys coming. Please like and subscribe to the channels that you're tuned into. And we're going to have a further discussion on inflation and the solutions that we've touched on a little bit here later tonight. So check the schedule and we'll see you guys later. Thanks again for all your time, guys.
Okay.
It was a great discussion.
Bye.
Okay, bye, everybody.
Bye.
It was a pleasure.
Yeah. So you still there?
Hello.
Hello. And I had an intro I was going to play. So let me get that out of the way, because it seems that my my setup here instantly transitions us in. So, ladies and gentlemen, forget what you're seeing right now.
It's 106 miles to Chicago. We got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses. Hit it.
And good morning, good morning, good morning, all of you wonderful people out in New York, Chicago, and all across the country. I'm Jerry Vassilatos. I'm joined by That's your
joined by. Oh, that's our cue. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, it's so weird to not be able to like chit chat before we go on, right? And I knew that was going to be the case coming in, like, oh, we don't have time to like prepare and sort of last minute notes and all of that. So lost my cue there. I'm Kira McCown. What up? Also joined by.
Hi, I'm Jimmy. I threw everybody on because I hate Dead Space and it freaks me out. And
I'm Uncle Warren. I'm Uncle Warren, and the liquor store's closed. I'm here.
Boo!
Well, we are Chicago Corner out of Chicago, Kira and I, and of course Warren and Jimmy are out of KRTD Media in New York and Extra Bulla. And this is our, for those of you who don't know us at Chicago Corner in our little windy city, which represents all the hot air being blown around by our politicians. We're an indie news broadcast show in Chicago where we analyze and comment on news and also showcase goings on around Chicago, whether it's political news or cultural, and all the interesting people that live here we like to feature on our show. A little bit about myself. I am one of the hosts of Chicago Corner along with Kira. I'm also a filmmaker and director. And Kira, why don't we all quickly just introduce ourselves for those who might be joining us from other channels so they know who they're paying attention to here.
Certainly. Hi, everybody. My name is Kira McCown. I have been a business owner in Chicago for 15 years. My specialization is helping people move with freedom. So basically, I help people who are suffering from chronic pain or past injuries to help them move more freely. That's what I do for a living, for my money. Outside of that, I am a wife, a mom. I live in Oak Park, right outside of Chicago, and I like to party.
And she does. Jimmy.
Hi, you guys. I am Jimmy. I am a mother, wife. I work at KRTD. I have a show called What? That shows Monday through Friday, early in the morning for me because I am West Coast. And I think that's about it about me. I don't know too much. I don't know myself, so it works.
I'm Uncle Warren, the host of Extra Bulla and the co-host with this knucklehead over here of The Secret Show. I'm neither a wife nor a mother, but I play one on TV. So I was in television news down south for a while, got out of it because it got crazy, and now I'm more in the entertainment realm of things, and I'm here with you lovely people this morning. Good morning.
Warren, I welcome you.
You son of a bitch. Welcome to the party, pal.
That always gets me.
That's what we
do. Son of a bitch.
That's what we do in Chicago Corner. We use a lot of drop-ins to punctuate things for humor, or we'd go crazy. And that's kind of what this first panel is about. It's an icebreaker. It's an irreverent look at viral videos that we have, that mostly I have found this past year, along with Kira, that I figured it'd be kind of fun to share with my friends, Jimmy and Warren and Kira, and laugh and comment about before we go into some more serious stories. So I don't know if you've all had the opportunity to see this one.
Good morning, Sunday morning.
And it is early in the morning here. I'm sitting here much earlier than I'm used to.
She's disappointed the liquor store's closed too.
She is the drinker of the house, stepping down now. And it's funny because people think that we used to, it's not fair to call Nancy the drinker of the house, but I used to call John Boner the drinker of the house also because he was a lush too. I mean, with Nancy, it's either she's drinking, she's had a stroke we don't know about, or she didn't stock up on her Polident because her dentures are loose all the time. Am I being unkind?
I was always under the impression that Boner was dabbing and everything, right? Like he was definitely drunk pretty frequently. He was working for the tobacco industry, as we all know, considering, handing out checks right before a vote on behalf of the tobacco industry. And then he goes to lobby for the marijuana industry directly after his tenure, serving. So I think Boner is all over the place on that spectrum, which I have nothing against. I have nothing against, unless you're legislating directly against.
Right, but he's making money off the fact that he's cashing in now after so many other people were put in jail for marijuana possessions. It's like now that they've legalized
Exactly.
it and all the rich white guys can make money off of it, you know, I guess that the lemonade or the lemons is that people aren't going to be thrown in jail, even though scumbags like him are going to be making bank on it. Speaking of politicians, and you guys know that I love my transitions. Have you guys seen this one? Whoa. This was a, let me bring this one up. This was a Halloween display from this year that I just think is absolutely hilarious. Here we go. And speaking of sniffing,
Your money is not investment in the global security.
I really love this one. This was
Yeah,
like
this is
my
good.
favorite. Like, it's too good.
Yeah. Does anybody know what was going on here when
told us at a town hall, I think it was in July, that this was just near-term inflation. The Wall Street Journal recently talked to like 67 financial expert about that, with just in terms of inflation, because you had told us at the town hall, I think it was in July.
What is he doing with his hands?
Why?
Near-term inflation.
That wasn't staged. He was on stage with Anderson Cooper.
Oh, he's holding.
Look at his
He's
hair.
holding. Those. Why am I blanking on what those are called? Because it's. I'm
the
very
jumper
tired.
tables. Look at
Jumper
his hair.
table.
Too. The hair's like.
Yeah, let me start from the beginning again, because I mean, it's been edited, you know, after taking the original footage. But I can only say, and I don't mean. I'm going to sound horrible saying this. The way he's like this, he's so stiffed up. I really have to wonder if he needed a bathroom break. And he just was like, I gotta go. Here it is again.
Reminds me of like Talladega Nights, where the guy's like getting interviewed and he's like, I don't know what to do with my hands, and they just keep going up.
Here we go.
Told us at the town hall, I think it was in July, that this was just near-term inflation.
So pensive about it.
Like 67
Yeah, I don't know.
financial expert about that, with just in terms of inflation, because
the
town hall, I think it was in July, that it's just near-term inflation. The Wall Street Journal recently, 67 financial expert about that, with just in terms of inflation. Because you had told us.
Yes. Yes. Hi.
What?
You know, when politicians give us those opportunities, we just need to let the creatives take advantage of it for our entertainment value, like this wonderful clip of Kamala Harris.
I think we should. Yes. I mean, look, I'm going to be honest. It's really difficult to when if you don't gulp it down immediately, it starts to bend. Yes. And then, you know, the little thing catches it. And then, you know, so we got to kind of perfect that one a little bit.
What the fuck?
So you did put rely on. I mean, we got it. Yeah. It's a process, right? You don't just do it. It's a process.
You just take that video and you change the banner and you beep her out. And it's completely different context.
I mean, I approve of that message.
I mean, I think men could give head to get ahead too. I don't see anything wrong with that either.
I don't either. All right. So interesting that is a manipulated video, right? So
yeah. Well, for you know, just to be clear for our audience, yes, that video is obviously.
Which leads to this has been the year of. Oh, go ahead, Warren.
I was gonna say that looked too real though. That looked that's somebody at home is watching that going, holy shit, they really did that.
Well, somebody knows Kamala Harris a little too well too.
Yeah, and I think it also gives context to how she rose through the ranks in California politics. Who was she having an affair with?
Our governor. What's
The
his
governor.
name?
Yeah, I forgot his name though. But suddenly, she kind of emerged on the political scene. I don't know if she was in an open marriage or what was going on, but it's kind of an open secret. She was having an affair with the governor of California when she, you know, first started her what do we call this, reign in politics. But I love that this has been the year of deep fakes. And speaking of deep fakes, we've got this one.
Come here, I want to sniff you. Let me sniff you. Cat, let me sniff you.
Oh God.
Are you lost, sweetheart?
Yikes.
Why don't you come with me? Oh, I'll sing you a song till your mom comes back. God is in His holy temple. Earthly fall, be silent now.
I don't know how much more of that I want to run. It's just it's creeping me out.
Slightly traumatic.
And how?
Yeah,
I
this
wonder
isn't
how,
Halloween, Jerry.
how hard he's squeezing her hands. Ugh.
I know. Well, yeah, it's actually pretty representative of like what we see actually in the media with him.
Oh man. I mean, yeah, it's a little too close for comfort, I guess.
Right. Well, he faked it. That's what she said. There we go. Whoever deep faked that, was definitely capitalizing on the zeitgeist of Sniffy Joe. All right, so we're equal opportunity offenders to both parties. Speaking of deep fakes, this is one I came across that I absolutely love.
Today is my wedding day, and I cannot wait. Last night, Christmas and I got into a huge fight in front of both people. I do feel bad, but him and I talked about it, and we're not going away. We had an argument or two. Plus, I'm flying back to the U.S. It's time to get your butt out of bed. Get up.
I still want to marry Lisa because I love her so very much.
This is from 90 Day Fiance, that train wreck of the reality
That's
show.
what I figured, yes.
With her, I'm very, very happy at this moment. And I'm just imagining how my life is going to be in America.
When we walk, there is more people than I expected. And I have no clue what's going on at this time.
Last night, Lisa had a big blow up in front of my brother. Okay.
To be my lovely wedded wife, do take you.
Do take you.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Amen.
They look so happy.
Okay.
That's love. That's real love.
Then we'll go for the reception, eating, celebration.
I'm just really grateful that they didn't deep fake the honeymoon.
Oh dear.
This is so good. I mean, like, okay, so I've seen the one where it's the like love scene between AOC and Elon Musk. I wish somebody would do something like that with that story. That would be freaking hilarious.
Give it time, Jimmy. I think all we need to do is like pay attention to TikTok or Twitter. And someone will, or maybe someone watching this show who's got talents in deep faking will take that as under advisement.
Well, your request just went out into the ether, so
That's right.
Please, everyone,
Keep watching.
somebody make AOC and Elon get it on, please. That's all I want in this world.
That's all I want.
There's definitely like a what are they? Can you imagine with all their fighting on Twitter? The makeup sex would be incredible.
Finally, unity, some rage fucking. We can really all get behind.
That's right.
That would be the craziest Pornhub video ever. That's for sure.
Viral. They make so much money. Oh my gosh.
Now, speaking of Donald Trump, this one.
That's a good face for Trump. Nice makeup job.
I know you're a sophisticated guy.
Better than his normal makeup job.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes. Well, you think this is going to cause a little more anger? The world is an angry place.
The world is an angry place. You know, the only thing I miss Trump for is all of the comedy opportunities that we had while he was in office.
Funniest president we've ever had.
Yeah,
for certain.
What do you guys think? You think he's going to come back? You think he's got a shot?
He's got a shot, but I don't know if he's going to win. Though.
I don't think. Yeah, I don't think he's going to win.
That ship may have sailed, but
I think things are looking bleak for Trump.
Yeah, he's got to get his name in the spotlight. He's got to keep it in the spotlight, and that's the only way to do it, is say he's going to run, and then he'll lose, and he'll be back to doing his usual bullshit.
Wait, usual bullshit being
this is a figure of President Donald Trump. There are 17 individual actual recordings of the president.
They say, is Donald Trump an intellectual? Trust me, I'm like a smart person.
I'm like a smart person.
Two old regulations must be eliminated.
This is really cool. You can get yours at trumptalking.com. It is an amazing likeness of our 45th and 47th president. And if you went to Amazon right now to buy this, you'd pay north of $35. But by using promo code and coupon STONE, you get a huge price break.
Huge.
To go
huge.
A number of other great products. Check out this Christmas card. I can do that with
I missed the boat. Damn it.
You know who I would have sent one? Well, no, actually, he would have appreciated, Kira, if I'd sent it to our friend Constitutional Conservative.
Constitutional Conservative, yeah, definitely.
What's frightening about this video is it's not a parody. They're really selling this shit, and oh my God.
Of course they are. Any way to make a buck. I mean, come on.
We can still get these to you folks.
I do kind of want a talking Trump, though. As he was displaying that, I was like, God, I really wish I had one of those.
Talking.com. And again, please use promo code STONE when you do.
Stone or Stone?
Stone. Great boost to what we are doing.
Because you got to be stoned to buy that shit.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it is Roger Stone, so makes sense.
Roger Stone to me looks like one of those old claymation characters from the holidays stuff, like Island of Misfit Toys and stuff, the way his eyes go.
Oh, yeah.
I've always thought when you look at him in profile, he's got a very weird shaped head. He looks like he's got the silhouette of one of those pinheads from the old
from Freaks.
Yeah, from Freaks. Yeah, he's got that weird
I don't know the reference.
Oh yeah,
one of us. We accept you. Yeah.
Syphilid. I'm not sure what the name of that particular neurological disorder. I mean, not to make fun of people with this disorder, but it's a physical abnormality, and like the way that the skull is sloped backwards, and it almost kind of like comes to a point in the back. And if you look at him in silhouette, he's got that silhouette, so it just leads you to wonder.
Interesting. Well, Heartlands Media just posted in the chat Elon and AOC and a Twitter.
Someone's on top of it, Jimmy.
No,
that's what she said.
But I'm ching.
I'm gonna go look for it now.
Yeah, if you find it to me, share it in the live chat so we can share. So, have you guys been wondering what Melania Trump's been up to since leaving?
Every night, it's what's been keeping me up. You know, that insomnia I've been telling you about.
Oh no!
Oh God!
He's so horny. Oh my God, we're going to hell.
I'm being bad.
I mean, we were going to hell way before that clip. Come on.
Yeah. Well, no, we just got upgraded to first class. We were riding coach to hell. Now we're getting drinks at least, though.
Good. Well, because I heard that once you ride first class, you never go back. So I'm kind of excited because it'll be the only time. It'll be the only time in my life, or rather death, that I'll get to ride first class. I have a feeling. to
a fiery eternity. At least you got some champagne and some actual food and
some foot space,
Kira, the time codes you gave me in the chat, are those for the first video, the workout video?
No, not the workout video.
Okay, so the second set of numbers is for the workout video.
No, it's actually the workout video we can play and pause
entirely. Okay.
It's all for the second video. And as I was actually going through putting together those time codes, I was like, oh man, we should definitely do a content warning for this because this is
Well,
okay. So
I've got the workout video queued first, so go ahead and introduce it.
Okay, so I do reaction videos on this channel on YouTube called Chicago Reacts. And one of the YouTube content creators that I react to fairly frequently, his name is Brandon Herrera, and he is a gun expert. And
I don't have that video. I've got the workout video queued up first.
Oh, you have that one queued up first?
Yeah,
that was one that I made 12 years ago that I rediscovered this year.
I'm sorry, I would queue up the gun one, but okay. So let's go. All right, I didn't have it in the queue, but let me get the gun one up so you can continue with that introduction. Sorry.
So yeah, apologies. Yeah, no, the other one was one that I rediscovered this year that I had completely forgotten that I made 12 years ago. Okay. So Brandon Herrera is a gun expert, and he does these videos called the Darwin Awards. And basically, as everybody knows, like this whole idea of Darwinism is you release yourself from the gene pool by doing something idiotic, right? And so he specifically shows videos, people interacting with guns and doing idiotic things with guns. And this was one of the more recent ones that I watched that kind of like lit my hair on fire, but at the same time, like you can't help but laugh, I guess, if you have a twisted sense of humor. And to be totally clear, if anybody watches the Brandon Herrera videos, he and I actually like disagree very much on like the whole, gun legislation, gun conversation. But I do enjoy his videos because they're entertaining, A, but B, he does do a lot of like gun safety, kind of tips and stuff like that. So they're actually worthwhile as far as watching. But this is the latest Darwin Awards that he put out that is it'll bring up a variety of emotion. And so a little bit of a content warning if guns are not your flavor, you may not enjoy this part of our stream.
I appreciate the extended intro. All right. So to the video.
So let's take a look. Flexing with a gun for social media. That never goes wrong. So it starts with her racking the slide of the gun, chambering around, holding it against her head.
Oh no.
And then,
Ooh. Whoa.
And then that.
Whoa, was she lucky? Oh my God.
Holy crap.
Oh my
Four
God.
rules of basic gun safety really early this episode. Delance, if you could put that up on screen, please. There are 4 major rules of gun safety, and she violated 3 of them.
Whew.
You don't point your gun at anything you're not willing to destroy. You keep your finger off the trigger until you're ready to shoot, and you treat every gun as if it's loaded. And of course, the 4th rule is, be sure of your target and what's behind it. See, the neat part about those rules is that you usually have to violate more than one to have a bad accident. Wait, holy shit, I never watched this far. I just realized there's a little girl at the bottom of the frame. What the fuck? Why are you trying to be a gangster on social media waving a loaded gun around next to what I'm assuming is your daughter or little sister or something?
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Did she luck out or what? I haven't watched this yet, so I didn't know what to expect. I literally had to
lucked
catch
out
my breath there.
and fucked her hair up. I tell you what.
Yeah.
Yeah, her hair's shot now.
All right, going on to the next one.
Sorry. Too soon?
You got 2 wannabe gangsters flexing their shit-tier budget guns, acting hard like they know what to do with them. They don't. But let's see what happens when this genius decides to draw his shitty AR pistol using, wait for it, the fucking trigger. And bang. Yeah. Keep your finger off the trigger.
That's what he said.
Homeboy got super lucky there, by the way. This was almost 2 different kinds of Darwin Awards. 1, he almost blew off the twig and berries, which removes you from the gene pool for obvious reasons. 2, that was So close to being the thigh shot.
Whoa.
If homie wasn't so good at skipping leg day, that could have easily been a life-threatening.
Which is one of my
Which, by the
favorite
way,
lines,
is
actually,
right,
of the
stupid to
stream.
hear people say, "Oh, you don't have to kill him, just shoot him in the legs." Guess what? Your upper legs are densely packed with a bunch of shit that likes to spew out life juice much faster than most people can stop it. You get a good hit to the femoral artery, and you probably have less than a minute to stop that bleed before you pass out. Probably less than 3 before you fucking die.
So we've been screaming about gun control on Chicago Corner forever, and it's not. You know, I've said often I'm not adverse to people owning a shotgun or a handgun for home defense, properly licensed, properly background checked, and properly trained. Nobody needs these semi-automatic weapons that are designed to spray down crowds. And when you've got gangsters like this, or wannabe gangsters, well, and maybe they can clean out their own gene pool with this kind of nonsense.
with this kind of behavior.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you want idiocracy, this is how you get idiocracy. Well before 500 years.
Pretty much. All right, let's jump ahead to 451, the next time code stamp. All right.
Now, is it even a Darwin Awards video if we don't see one celebration in the Middle East gone wrong? I mean, it's kind of a staple of the show at this point. But here in this clip, we have a guy who has a, frankly, pretty dope milled AK. And he's going to be shooting it full auto in the air one-handed because culturally, that's just what you do, I guess. Now, of course, shooting up in the air isn't really safe because, you know, those bullets have to land somewhere. But this guy's bullets are going to land a little closer than you think. Oh, almost gives the crowd a fucking haircut there.
And then it's like, hey!
Or just like, oh, okay, we didn't get shot. This is dope. And of course, he finishes out the ice. No. Yeah, shooting guns up in the air, bad idea. Now, if that clip made your asshole pucker, go ahead and subscribe. This is actually the 10th Darwin Awards video we've done here on the channel. So if you guys want to check out the rest of them, go ahead and click the link down in the description. I'll go ahead and put the playlist
They're
up.
worth watching, everybody.
Oh,
I really enjoy these Darwin Awards.
Assuming we don't get a strike. Not impossible. Anyway.
Kira, do you want me to run the other two or share the link? I guess we've got time for all these. Let me jump ahead to the next now. 7:50.
Yeah. I tried to keep them to a minute to 2 minutes.
Yeah.
This one is maybe a little longer because the reaction is really funny.
Yeah. Let me scroll ahead. 7:50. Okay.
Now I'm going to warn you, this one is going to look graphic as fuck. It's not as bad as it looks, and I'll explain that in a second. But he's on the Darwin Awards, so it still is bad. So let's take a look. So this guy over here on the right is passing over what looks to be a handgun to the gentleman in the yellow shirt.
Yeah.
What do you do when a stranger hands you a gun? Well, he immediately racks the slide, points it at his head, and yeah. Still managing to violate all of the rules of gun safety at once. Didn't treat the gun like it was loaded, didn't keep his finger off the trigger, pointed it at something he probably wasn't willing to destroy, and did not give a fuck about his target or what was behind it. However, as bad as it looks, our guy is okay. I mean, he's clearly distraught and, not having a good fucking time, that's for sure. But he just took a handgun to the brain basket. What's going on here? So based on what little background I have on this video here, this was most likely a blank firing gun. Either that or some sort of traumatic pistol that only shoots like a rubber projectile, something that's made to be non-lethal. If I had to put my money on it, I'd say a blank just because of the confidence at which he chambered it and, doinked. What people don't understand about blanks is that while you don't have the projectile, the literal bullet that goes out the barrel and hits the target, what you do have is the gunpowder, which is made to propel a projectile. When there's no projectile and you press it against something, guess what? That thing becomes the projectile. Which is why even though there's no bullet, blanks and blank firing guns are still not toys. Just ask Alec Baldwin. Luckily, from what I've seen, the guy's totally okay and survived this with nothing more than a banger of a fucking headache. But these non-lethal or blank firing guns, weapons, whatever, are pretty common in a lot of parts of the world. For example, our next clip, which looks to be a Russian.
This one's not that exciting. Let's skip
Then
this
doing
one.
it. Skip that one or go into it.
Yeah, skip that one. Go
Okay,
to
so
the
we got
next
one more at
I feel
13:41.
so bad for those guys at work. Like, you did not wake up that morning and get ready for work to know that some guy wants to pretend to buy a gun off you to blow his brains out right in front of you at the store. Like, holy crap.
It's just an idiotic move. Like, what's going through your head to do that? I mean, like he said in the video, like, obviously the guy was confident in some way that it was a blank, or maybe he thought the safety was on. Thankfully, dude's okay, but like that obviously could have ended pretty badly. And I mean, I'm sure that he probably has some hearing issues as a result of that, possibly as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, not good. Don't do that.
Here's
Don't hold a gun to your head
Right.
or anybody else's. Come on.
Going on in Phoenix, Arizona. So already from the first frame, we have a man on the left who, for the record, is legally carrying a firearm, being harassed and challenged to a fight by the gentleman on the right. Let's see what happens.
Get down! Put your fucking hands up, pussy. Put your fucking hands up, pussy. Get down. Put your fucking hands up, pussy. Put the fucking gun down and scrap like a man, bitch.
So this is about 5 o'clock in the morning, and the guy who wants a bout of fisticuffs is yelling at the gentleman who has the gun to put the gun down. If you're ever in this situation, never put the gun down. If someone's trying to assault you, remember, you're the one who brought the gun. This guy's acting super tough, calling him a pussy and a bitch. He even took his hoodie off to show that he means business. But even though the gentleman with the gun keeps backing away and instructing him to get down and clearly trying to leave the confrontation by backing up, Muhammad Ali decides that he wants to try his luck.
Put your fuck on the things.
Oh, don't do it. Ah!
Now, it's hard to tell exactly where he was shot, but it only took one shot. He sweeps the muzzle down as he's...
Are we going to get like YouTube strikes for these?
I don't know.
It was blurred out. I think we're okay.
Okay.
Did he shoot him in the twig and berries?
He might have.
So it's really kind of hard to tell. Could have been that one.
The scream sounds like it. That scream was like, twig and berries! Ah! That's twig and berries!
Or a mass shot or a pelvic bowl shot, all of which are capable of potentially dropping somebody in one shot. Of course, it doesn't always, but it definitely can. But all of a sudden, our instigator doesn't sound so tough.
Yeah, I bet that hurts.
Now, in case you're curious, here's a little background that I found on the incident that appears to be correct. So the attacker and our gun-carrying defense dispenser here apparently knew each other. Long story short, they used to be neighbors. The attacker went to rehab, started accusing the other guy of stealing shit, was throwing rocks through his windows, whole 9 yards. The defensive shooter here moved away and got a restraining order. But the attacker started stalking him, and during this altercation, supposedly he had a knife sticking out of his waistband. Now, our gun-carrying American here was not having any of that bullshit. And when the crazy dude refused to back away and started to attack, that's when our boy here did what he had to do, which was to dispense a single 115-grain Darwin Award at approximately 1,200 feet per second. The Darwin Award here should be pretty obvious. If you have two brain cells to rub together, don't attack a guy with a gun. Especially don't bring fists to a gunfight. In fact, just don't get into any unnecessary fights, period. But especially just don't fucking attack a guy with a gun. De-escalate the situation, let cooler heads prevail, and you might just walk away without being the recipient of a Darwin Award. Anyhow, guys,
that's a rough one.
Yeah, that's why I said when I was going through this video earlier this morning, I was like, oh, this might be a lot to watch early in the morning.
I didn't have Kira, I didn't have the time to like look at it or break it down, so I didn't know what to expect. I just loaded it into the video folder. But that's all right. I mean, look, as we're always commenting on the need for gun control and education and stuff, he pretty much puts it all in perspective, what this crisis is all about.
Yep. I mean, we have a lot of conversation going on in the chat right now in regards to Second Amendment, and I think that we just have some we have differing ideas among our chatters. Like this one, it honestly doesn't matter anymore what the original intention of the second were. We need it now.
It's interesting how they never read the Declaration of Independence, then try to explain that the Second Amendment was for hunters and protection against random burglars. Wow.
Well, I think that a lot of the reasons that I hear the Second Amendment intentions are and were for was tyranny against the government, and then someone else in the chat talked about it. It was basically to keep slaves in line.
Well, good luck with we know we've got a tyrannical government, and they will drone strike you out of existence if they see you with your handguns, shotguns, or automatic weapons, AR-15. So there really is no. The whole point of the Second Amendment. It also relies on maintaining a well-regulated militia. I don't see gun owners doing that to rise up against a tyrannical government, which you can't do. So, as you mentioned also, Kira, in regarding of keeping slaves in control. It was written in a different time. And, I also think for everybody that wants to keep their guns, great, let's regulate ammunition. That's not covered by the Second Amendment. And people think I'm joking and I'm crazy when I say that. But if we can regulate cold medication so that people can't make meth at home in the hundreds of thousands of people who need to buy cold medication, don't tell me you can't regulate ammunition and say, you need ammunition, you're going to the target range. Great. You get this amount to go to the range. You get this amount for home protection. And that's all you really need. You don't need, whatever cartons of ammunition with your automatic weapon to go out and mow down a crowd, as we saw in Chicago with the July 4th shooting. I think we need to cleanse the palate, though, from that video. Okay, so this is one of my favorites.
Well, and Sakuodo, or however you say that person's name, apologies that I butchered it. You can rise up against our government. You're just gonna get your ass blown up.
Yeah. Good luck with it.
Good luck.
All right. Who doesn't love Chewbacca?
Yeah.
Aww.
That is very cute.
Warms the heart.
Baby laughing is the best,
isn't
it? It really is. It's like a drug, man. You just get addicted to that. You just hear the baby. Well, look at that! What the kitty?
There it is.
Jesus.
That
kitty's too close.
Wow. That's very close.
All right, here's a fun one.
Oh my God, that was crazy.
One more time. Here we go.
Yes, please.
All right. And for all those retail traders still waiting for our meme stocks to blow up.
I love that cat.
How about that Johnny Depp trial?
Gentlemen, you will always remember this as the day that you almost caught Captain Jack Sparrow.
Did you guys all see Marvel's Spider-Man No Way Home?
Yeah.
No.
You didn't see it?
No.
Kira,
I don't
Jimmy.
see a lot of things, Jared.
I am a true 100% loyal Tobey Maguire Spider-Man fan.
All right. Well, Toby did show up in No Way Home, Jimmy.
I did see that scene, and it made me cry.
Well, did you know about this? This is a deleted scene from Spider-Man No Way Home that they cut of Chinese or Japanese Spider-Man. Didn't make it into the movie.
Okay.
Peter Parker. Great, it's just some random guy.
Oh my God.
Rope.
Spider-Man.
Spider-Man.
Music too. The 70s. Oh, that was delicious.
Did you guys see Zack Snyder's Justice League? No one saw Zack Snyder's Justice League?
No, I told you I don't watch anything.
All right. Well, there's when they introduced Wonder Woman's in it, and every time Wonder Woman was on screen, she had a specific musical theme that they'd always play. And someone caught Wonder Woman at home in regular everyday situations where the theme suddenly pops in.
Just want to get my laundry done, guys.
Who doesn't love Gal Gadot? All right, let me clear up the screen.
Hilarious.
Yeah, these are all like little bite-sized. I called these videos like little Hershey's Kisses that we can throw into the show. What else?
Jerry, your producer, is like, look, I am not getting enough airtime.
Yeah, Oreo's here.
This is a Wendy's.
Oh, this is a great one. This is a great one. Okay, so who doesn't love the Kardashians? Well, actually, I don't, but somebody
I don't pay enough attention to the Kardashians. I do know people that enjoy them, though.
Well, Kim was on television moaning about people who didn't work hard because, you know, how hard she worked when her mom, you know, released that sex video that they pretended that they had nothing to do with. So
I
here's
love a
Kim.
good sense of irony, though, you know?
Yeah.
It seems like nobody wants to work these days. You have to surround yourself with people.
Oh, God.
That's terrifying. That's just terrifying. I don't understand it, but this is terrifying.
It seems like nobody wants to work these days. You have to surround yourself with people that want to work.
They want to work.
That's like the Stepford Wives on bath salts. That's what that looks like to me.
Yeah.
It's just some
Terrifying.
really messed up, too much glue sniffing or gas.
I mean, to be fair, I do think it's got to be a pain in the ass to be that famous. Like, I don't know.
Yeah,
I
that's
don't know if
nice.
I'd want that much attention all of the time. That does feel like a lot of work.
Yeah.
I mean, if I'm, you know, really looking at all perspectives as much as possible, that seems like a lot of stress.
I've seen a lot of drive-up takeout window videos in the past year. This one took the burger.
Holy shit! I'm just making McNuggets in my hand. I don't want to hear it. It's 10:30 a.m. We don't serve chicken McNuggets at this time. Yes, you do. No, we don't. Why not? Because we do. You know what? Did you just hiss at me? Oh, the world's just fucking hissing you. You just give me this out of the car.
Wow.
Don't you fucking run away from me, you fat meat.
You fat meatbag, I will end you.
Oh, shit.
Wow.
Don't make me assume my ultimate form. I will fuck you up.
Oh my goodness.
Girl, Nuggies is life. Nuggies is life.
Wow.
Okay, shit.
I'm going to eat your effing face. And I'm going to throw it in the gutter.
Oh my god.
I want my fucking nuggets.
She's on bath salts. That's no doubt.
Oh,
That's definitely right.
Wow.
You know, where I come from down south, we call that Thursday. So
She was drunk. She did get arrested.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, that makes a little more sense. I don't know. I see a video like that and I just feel really bad for
I would fight my kids
everybody.
over some Nuggies like that. Shit.
I don't know. I've been drunk on many occasions. I never wanted to eat anybody's face. I mean, not even for hate's sake. You know, it just didn't seem right. I mean, I want.
So you've never been hangry before, and you really, really wanted something so fucking bad, and that specific item you just couldn't get, so you fucking threw a temper tantrum. I'm so I've had fits like that. I'm like, I want some fucking Nuggies.
I'm more of a sweet than a savory guy, though. You know,
I don't get hangry, but I do get angry drunk. And so I get like, that's why I was like, oh, she was drunk. I guess that makes.
I want to see angry drunk Kira. That's my Christmas wish for 2023.
All right, so
style.
Let's get political. This came through Chicago regarding our very own reviled Mayor Lori Lightfoot and the way she pretty much treats our media all the time.
And the nonsense that you're spewing, that tourists are coming to our city. All you have to do is walk up and down Michigan. No, sir. No, sir. No, sir. You will stop speaking. You will stop speaking. You're full of crap. And that's the nicest thing that I can say. I will not let you spoil this moment. And I will not let you, if you do not stop, you are out of order. You are out of order. And you are a liar. You are a liar, sir. And you are out of order. I sit here and I will not tolerate you besmirching the hard work of so many people.
By the way, she's screaming at one of our best and most progressive aldermen in Chicago because he's daring to stand up to her and challenge her.
That's all she knows how to do. That's how she knows how to do. Whenever she's challenged, she just gets angry and starts yelling.
Thin-skinned and will just scream at people because she does not. Our criticisms are irrelevant.
People who have worked in this. You may not agree. You may not agree, then vote no. But I will not sit here silently while you besmirch my reputation and the people that work for me from your pettiness of the things that you're trying to do that expose this city to liability, sir. You are out of order.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Sir, this is a Wendy's. It's all right.
I heard this is a Wendy's. Yeah, I saw that comment. Hilarious.
A bit of a taste of what we're dealing with here. So, Kira, the fitness video, am I playing that whole thing? Or is there a time?
I mean, if you want to, I think it's like 5 minutes long. It's so I brought this in just because it's something that I rediscovered that I made 12 years ago. Back when my business didn't really have a lot of business and we had a lot of time on our hands. So my business partner and I used to make spoof fitness videos. And this one in particular is one that spoofs anime. So
here we go.
Here we go.
Strap in, everybody.
All right, Jim, that sounds good. Let's plan to meet on Monday, go over the reports, and I'll see you then. Bye-bye. Hey, what's up?
Hey, Bob. I just got a new shipment of the DB4s, and I need an SO1 in AFIL 212 packaging by the end of the day. I'm real sorry to put this
That's what I always thought that people in corporate America sounded like. That's.
I just don't know what I'm going to do.
I have no experience in corporate America.
Don't let a pile of work and no time be a reason to neglect your health. There are plenty of opportunities at the office. Physical activity, even if you have to work late, you can still move.
The out of sync is hilarious. The out of sync audio.
Well, we were just going to do superheroes, but we didn't memorize the script. And so coming in, I was like, what if we did anime instead and just like flapped our mouth and then we do the voiceover later and then it just looks like we're dubbed anime.
Your breath should coincide with the tightening and releasing of your stomach. Exhale, pull in. Inhale, relax. 15 of these should get your core nice and warm.
I thought you stopped talking, but the mouth kept moving for like another 10, 15 seconds. It was beautiful.
Desk and pull your body away. Stretch out your back. Now sit up tall and bring your arms out to the side. Hold them back with your shoulder blades.
I mean, as much as this is comedy, I would imagine it's actually like helpful, like to do these kind of.
Yeah, well, we tried to make it helpful. Yeah.
Yes.
Forward.
Yeah.
Team control.
So yeah, we did a few of these. We did spoofs with we did a porn spoof. We did this one. We did infomercial one.
Now bring your hands to your head.
We did several at the time.
Looking over your shoulder.
But this was back in,
So
I
your
said
belly
12
button
years ago. So
tightly
yeah,
tucked back.
whenever that was.
Do 10
Math.
to each side. And then do side bends in the same way.
I want to quickly address something in the chat. This is supposed to be an irreverent, fun panel. That's how it was introduced. Viral videos are normally funny. And we're trying to like liven up the morning, get everybody into a funny, happy mood with these videos. We're not trying to offend anybody. I understand that some people think that the Japanese Spider-Man thing was like picking on diversity, and it's not. I mean, we're just trying to have fun here, guys. We're not politically correct. So to those in the chat who are, I guess, offended by some of this stuff, we're going to be going into more serious panels after this. We're just trying to like break up the morning by having a little bit of fun. So I just want to like put out that disclaimer. That's kind of what we're about with this irreverent panel. And by the way, Kira, this little video that you just shared with us, kind of, I can't help but reminds me of this one.
When you get fit for Jesus. Yes. There's so many good fitness videos out there.
Those outfits. Wow.
So I would have totally been in
Well,
one
for
of these
everybody that was
videos.
offended by the anime video because it may have been poking fun at Japanese culture with anime, now we're taking a shot at Christians. So, I mean, we're equal opportunity offenders.
Oh, were people upset about the anime spoofs? Do people get upset by spoofs now? Okay.
Sing your praise to the Lord. Everybody sing. I can hear you now. Sing,
Look at her face.
Now let me see
She's
those
full of the spirit.
now. Come on. I'll tell you what the secret of love is. It's Jesus.
It's for dating Jesus. Jesus demands you stay fit.
Jesus does demand you stay fit. Yeah. You know, I had a conversation with I think it was my brother over the holiday, and we were talking about how easily people get offended these days. Do you know how many people come up to me when I tell them I'm Greek and they say, "Oh, does your family own a restaurant?" I'm like, "No, we're the few that didn't," but I'm not offended by that archetype or that stereotype. Why can't people just maybe laugh at themselves a little, learn to laugh at themselves a little bit and not get as offended? Yeah, there are horrible people out there that are making racist and misogynistic comments. There are a lot of people who lack sensitivity, but not everybody that's poking fun at things, that's not everybody's intent. So, now we got.
I mean, and it does start to get hard to navigate because, you know, for me, it didn't dawn on me that might be an offensive thing, especially 12 years ago when I made that video, but let alone like showing it, you know, and you know, that's certainly not my intention.
Of course it's
of
not.
like
I know
sharing
that too.
something silly that I did when I was 28 years old, you know, so.
Yeah, and we just want to make that clear to everybody in the live chat that doesn't have a sense of humor about things. You know, I will. Hang on a second, guys. You know, I'm gonna give you know, to those in the live chat that we're giving the last word. We hear you. We hear you with your concerns in giving you the last word. As Sean Connery opines
an
on.
interview in which you said, it's not the worst thing to slap a woman now and then. As I remember, you said you don't do it with a clenched fist. It's better to do it with an open hand. Yeah. Remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah. I love that.
Rest in peace, Barbara Walters.
Yeah, rest in peace. Right. Yeah, exactly.
No, I don't think it's good.
You don't think it's bad?
I don't think it's that bad. I think that it depends entirely on the circumstances and if it merits it. Yeah.
What would merit it?
Well, if you have tried everything else, and women are pretty good at this, they can't leave it alone. They don't want to have the last word, and you give them the last word, but they're not happy with the last word. They want to say it again and get into a really provocative situation. Then I think it's absolutely right.
What would...
R.I.P. Barbara Walters. You know, it's funny. I had that clip queued up, and Barbara Walters passed away. I think she passed away last night or yesterday.
Yesterday. Wasn't it yesterday? Yeah.
Rest in peace, Barbara. She did some good interviews.
Yeah. I thought of a joke that is very offensive, so I'm not going to tell it.
Oh,
on the street. Regarding this.
You're afraid of getting canceled, Kira?
No, I'm totally gonna get canceled, especially if people got mad at me about that Japanese anime spoof. I'm gonna
Nothing to get mad about. Nothing to get mad about.
You know, it's a domestic violence joke, and there's nothing funny about domestic violence.
No,
I'm not going to tell it.
Santa Claus had a little bit of trouble getting where he was getting to this past last week.
dear.
Wow. Wow.
America.
Oh,
Oh,
no.
that sucks.
I
Really
saw that
impressed.
tree.
Oh no. Oh shit.
I saw that tree and I was like, oh yeah, that he's beelining it right to that tree.
We got another angle too.
Why did he fire the reindeer? Silly, just to save a buck.
What the fuck? There goes Santa. I mean, it's pretty impressive that it lifts off like that, but yeah, that's not good.
Yeah.
Did you see the sparks? It was like, it looked like something out of a Wile E. Coyote cartoon. It was just like, bleh, bleh, bleh.
There goes Santa. Oh shit. Listen, we're going to move into our next panel. We got 2 minutes left. I want to thank all of you for joining us for this little irreverent poke at viral videos this year. It was, as I said, it was meant to like get people a little bit warmed up and entertained before we go into the more serious stuff.
And angry. It was, yep, that's
Yeah.
when I gave this idea for this stream, I was like, I want to get people real pissed off early in the morning.
Yeah, right? Because that's what it was about.
You done good.
That's who I am, right?
The world is an
angry
place.
place.
The world is as angry as it gets. Well, you think this is going to cause a little more anger? The world is an angry place.
And here we go.
There you go.
Oh,
So tell us where you guys are going to be tonight, Warren and Jimmy. I believe you've got a show later on this evening.
Yeah, midnight Eastern. The secret show as usual, but our New Year's Eve special edition. And I believe at 1 a.m. Eastern, we're going to be dipping back in with the dumbest, weirdest stories of 2022 for an hour. So that's going to be 1 a.m. Eastern. Stay up, drink your coffee or whatever keeps you awake, because it'll be a fun time.
Whatever.
With this lady right here over in the square. Ah, my arm, it's gone.
I would be amazed if an arm came through into Jimmy's frame. That would have been hilarious.
Cool. Just
now,
like
next time. Say you try it, Jimmy. You try it.
Wait. I gotta figure it out.
Now, Jimmy did share the AOC and Elon clip in the private chat. I do have it. I'm waiting for Twitter to queue it up. So we will ride this out. That's what she said into the next panel.
I live for this video. Like
Okay.
I
I
live
can't
and breathe for this video.
It's queuing up. I want to bring the screen up as soon as it's okay, here we go. And this came from, here we go. Bring it up full screen here. Oh, I can't wait. I haven't seen this one, so I'm looking forward to this. Does it have sound? Wait, okay, here we go.
Okay, here we go.
Here we go.
Oh my God.
I apologize.
It was perfect.
I'm breaking all the rules.
Well, I guess we might make some mistakes. Who knows?
I think one of the biggest problems we have in DC is that everyone's egos are too big.
I actually just prefer to have no titles at all.
You're opening yourself up.
I'm just being me.
Fake out.
Absolutely.
The power of editing.
Is it me or is it hot in here? It's so hot in here, man. Whew.
I got the vapors.
That was so good.
I know.
So
Delicious.
good.
There you go.
Exactly. They need to fuck already.
Thank you for
Thank
taking
you.
our panel within the irreverent nature it's intended, Taquato. I appreciate it. I hope I pronounced your name correctly.
Hey, they fucked us. They might as well fuck each other, right? Hey, bada bing, bada boom, zim zam, zim
Yeah. Some good live chat. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move into our next panel, and it is called "Don't Look Up: Life Imitates Art, or Art Imitates Life." One or the other. Same difference, same intention.
Well, I mean, I think there's actually a debate that goes on around whether or not life is imitating art or art is imitating life. So that could also be, I mean, I don't know the answer and I'm part of the panel, so nobody should listen to me, but it is a debate that I've heard before.
Definitely. So Jimmy's going to stay with us for this panel. Warren, thank you for joining us. We will be watching you tonight. Thanks for everybody who's tuned into the chat, and we will be bringing on our next panelist, and hope that you all keep watching. Warren, thanks a lot. Happy New Year, buddy. And into the show now, we are bringing in our new friend, Mr. Case Study QB.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? How you doing?
We're good, man. How you doing?
Excellent. Happy soon to be New Year.
Yeah, it's coming up. Case, why don't you share? We wanted to do intros as a big part of today's live stream is for our live streamers to discover you and our audience to discover you and your audience to discover us. So for the Chicago Corner audience that might not already be familiar with you, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself and your channel and what you cover?
Yeah, so basically I am Case Study QB. I have a channel on YouTube, but my main social media is Twitter, where I post clips that I believe progressives and leftists can use. And it does thankfully get picked up by a lot of lefty independent media, such as Harlan's Media, Sabby Sabs, and Brianna Joy Gray use a lot, all the way to Breaking Points. A lot of different lefties use clips that I put up, and I consider myself part of the left ecosystem, where I am like a unofficial producer, and then I rely on people like Harlan's Media to post the clips so that we are in like a revolving, help each other out in that way. Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Okay, so I have a question for you. I know this is not an interview right now, but I'm just so curious. How many hours of media do you have to watch to capture the clips that you do?
Yeah, so I think a lot of people might be surprised that I do get tired of watching mainstream media. Like a lot of people say, I don't know how you do it, and it's like, hey, I need to take a break every so often myself. But I do watch a lot of hours of. I just enjoy independent media as well. I'm a big political junkie, so I watch a lot of everything, and I enjoy watching, all the way from Fox Business to CNBC to Bloomberg to MSNBC to CNN to Harlan's Media, Sabby Sabs to TYT to Jimmy Dore. Everybody I watch, there's literally like almost nobody that I wouldn't watch, because I consider myself a critical thinker, so I know also how to differentiate what I like from what I don't like, or I can take a take that I say, oh, I don't agree with even maybe Kid. I don't agree with Kid on that one, but I do agree with this other person over here. So yeah.
Yeah, because I was gonna also, I know, like, I'm the worst. This is my first time actually like getting to meet you, and I've watched so much of your stuff. So, I was going to ask, like, does it ever just fuck with you, like watching that much? Because I don't watch any mainstream media, and I feel like I get away unscathed. But I'm a gullible person, if I'm being honest, and I know myself fairly well. I feel like I get really manipulated really easily. And so, you said that you're probably a much better critical thinker than me, but like, are you, do you ever get fucked with around that stuff?
No, I'm a proud critical thinker, in the sense that even like one thing that I'm proud of, especially hindsight 2020, as a black man, I never voted for Obama. A lot of people say, oh, you're black, so you voted for Obama. Like, no, I kind of got into politics later in my life after college, and I'm mainly from I got into becoming a Ron Paul fan, not because he was a Republican, but because of his libertarian mindedness. But then I was brought over to the left by Tom Hartman, and by that point, I started looking to Obama. But then when he didn't vote for the Telecommunications Act, right, which is giving the telecom companies immunity, they were funneling all of our information straight to the CIA and straight to intelligence agency. He voted to allow them to get immunity for that. I'm like, isn't this guy a professional constitutional law professor? And that's a direct violation of the First Amendment. How could he vote for that? So I was like, no, this guy has zero principles. And in addition to other things, I was like, no, I'm not voting for him. So with that same mindset of critical thinking, I use that for when I'm watching CNN to MSNBC to all the different channels that I like. And that's something that I also like. You know, I heard about a negativity towards like debate me bros. Like I love watching debates because that's how I came to the left. I was watching Tom Hartman used to love debating Republicans on his show. And it wasn't like he was getting people who are inferior. These are people that were intelligent, but he just knew how to dismantle their arguments. So I said, you know what, this guy over here, Tom Hartman, is making more sense. So I look at CNN, I look at MSNBC, and I look at how they cover something versus how Harlan's Media covers that same topic. I'm learning a lot more information that from Harlan's Media than from CNN or MSNBC. Wow, it's interesting how they left that out. You know, that's how I'm thinking in my mind.
Yeah. I'm very grateful to a lot of our viewers at Chicago Corner because we kind of incorporate the same kind of lens on hyper-local Chicago politics. I've had some of our viewers in the live chat say, mainstream media mainstream news here in Chicago isn't talking about or covering things the way you guys are. Because it's like, we're based. We're not like tribal. We're not Democrat or Republican. It's like although Chicago is mostly a Democratic city, we're just calling out the shit for what it is and how we see it in ways that I guess the more mainstream news stations here in Chicago can't because of, I don't know, they don't want to limit their access or there are some that are pissing off the mayor here, even though they're asking very fair questions. She just doesn't want to field any criticisms. And I think that local media needs to be a little bit harder on her, but it's all kid gloves here. It seems it's that way everywhere, Case. Everybody's worried about their access, so they don't want to ruffle feathers. The whole point of media, especially indie news media, is to ruffle feathers, to like share the side of the story that you're getting, that is being filtered by mainstream media because of the corporate overlords and the deep state that's basically dictating to them, as we've seen what was going on Twitter. This past couple months after Elon took over, the fact that they, especially in relation to the pandemic, everything was filtered. We were hearing things on Twitter. People were getting censored because of what the government wanted to approve people saying or not. And that had to do with collusion with the pharmaceutical companies. And, I'm not anti-vax, but pushing the vaccines, because people were making money off of this horrible public health crisis. Anyway, and isn't it nice that it wasn't until he bamboozled us the first time, Obama, that he shared with us after he was in office that he was a Reagan Democrat? Had people known that, before they voted for him, he wouldn't have won.
I kind of saw it coming. That's why I didn't vote for him.
Yeah. I voted for the first time, and when he couldn't find his comfortable walking shoes to walk with protesters in Wisconsin, union protesters, I'm like, I'm done. I'm not this guy. He was a liar, and maybe giving people benefit of the doubt, Case. I wonder if he had some good intentions going in, but they sat him down, showed him the Zapruder film, and said, "Here's the list from Goldman Sachs. This is going to be your cabinet members," And he just was like, "You got to go along and play along because of just the way that the system is built now. The system is rigged and governed."
I think that you start going along to get along earlier than the presidential run, though, too.
Okay.
So I think that a lot of times you got to, even these people that rise up to Congress people and senator, they've already started saying yes to things that are maybe outside of the scope of what they say their values are. And so there was, I heard a lot of really healthy skepticism from outsiders of like the Democratic Party before Obama became president in the first term as well. And like I said, I'm very like convinciable. So, and that doesn't mean that, I'm a vote blue no matter who. That means no matter who talks to me, I'm just like, yeah, that's a good point too. So.
No, I'm definitely like that. So, but that's why I like to have both sides because I think you can always find the truth to a certain extent when you hear this person and then you hear the other side. And I want to get the best quality of each side. I don't want to get somebody that knows a little bit. I want to give me your best argument on this side. Okay, the opposition, give me your best argument on that side. And then I can decipher what I believe is the best decision between the two.
Well, this all really does relate and go to the point of our panel, as we wanted to examine and dissect the movie Don't Look Up, which is a biting, scathing satire on a lot of things. I mean, it's a metaphor for how the media and our elected representatives have ignored I'm sorry. my mouth is marbles right now. The oncoming devastation of climate change that we can't avoid anymore, and the way that mainstream media just tends to spin things and lighten everything up because they don't want people to think and realize what real dire situations we're in. I have a clip from Don't Look Up that is the scene where Leo DiCaprio and what's the actress's name? Why am I suddenly Jennifer?
Don't ask me. I don't know anybody's name.
Jennifer Lawrence.
Jennifer Lawrence. And I should know Jennifer Lawrence because it's like I'm actually a fan of her movies. I'm just like having a brain fart here. Where they go on a news show to share the fact that there is an asteroid that they've discovered coming for Earth, and just look at how the news people, react to this for their audience.
That's your girl? Yeah. You're not bad.
An absolute
Oh, sorry.
lifetime discovery.
I had no idea that Subaru made telescopes.
Incredible.
Yeah, so this has to be really exciting. So tell us what you found this time.
I was monitoring exploding stars to help measure the expansion of the universe. And for your PhD, right?
Yeah.
I saw something I didn't recognize. It was a comet. It's headed directly at Earth, and it really likely will hit.
This sounds very, very exciting. Exploding stars, like stars actually explode. So how big is this thing? Could it like destroy someone's house? Is that possible?
Well, Comet Dibiasky, which is what it will officially be named, is
After
somewhere.
her.
Yeah.
After her.
After her.
What an honor.
Congratulations.
Yeah, right. Congratulations.
It's somewhere between 6 and 9 kilometers across. So
it's big.
It would damage the entire planet, not just a house.
The entire planet. Okay, well, as it's damaging, will it hit this one house in particular that's right on the coast of New Jersey? It's my ex-wife's house. I needed to be hit. Can we make that happen?
You and Shelly have a great relationship. No, you stop.
Listen, in all
You
fairness,
need to stop.
I will, but in all fairness,
Whether it's whistleblowers or scientists or people with him, the reaction on Jennifer Lawrence's face here, it's like that's the reaction I think reflected in the audience that watches these news shows sometimes with what they're hearing and how things are sugar-coated.
I actually paid for the house.
I'm sorry. Are we not being clear?
Right. There you go.
We're trying to tell you that the entire planet is about to be destroyed.
Okay.
Well, it's there's something we do around here. We just keep the bad news light.
Right, it helps the medicine go down.
Helps the medicine go down.
And speaking of medicine, tomorrow we've got a
Well, maybe the destruction of the entire planet isn't supposed to be fun. Maybe it's supposed to be terrifying and unsettling.
Please don't do that.
And you should stay up all night, every night, crying when we're all 100% for sure gonna fucking die.
All right, so Case, you can really speak to this with all of the news media that you consume. Your observations of are there really? I don't sense there are any mainstream news outlets at all we can pay attention to, let alone trust. I get all my news from indie media on YouTube. I'm basically, going through channels like yours and other podcasters to find out what is really going on because of the way that mainstream news sugarcoats or filters what's happening.
Yeah, I think, Bernie talked about a political revolution. We need a mainstream media, or not even mainstream. We need a media revolution, right, in this country where we open up the eyes of the masses to independent media. And because as we saw twice in 2016 and in 2020, the mainstream media was a big factor in crushing Bernie Sanders' campaign. So if we could get used to, I don't know how. I was talking to Sabby Sabs. I love calling, by the way. I don't know if you all are familiar with calling, how you can call in and you could talk to your favorite independent media hosts, so Brianna Joy Gray and Sabby Sabs. Usually I go on Sabby Sabs, but basically I was asking her, I wonder if there's other ways outside of just the algorithm, being discovered. Should independent media look into the traditional ways of advertising? Maybe Harlan's Media could get a billboard, or maybe even have your audience members who are passionate and big Heartlands Media fans give out. You could have a flyer that they can print out in their office. Use office resources. Don't use your own, or even if you want to use your own printer, print out like flyers and give it to their neighbors and say, hey, check out Heartlands Media. Hey, check out Sabby Sabs. Check out Revolutionary Blackout Network. Like outside of just being discovered by the algorithm. So I think we got to be that creative to bring on the independent news revolution.
Yeah, right on. I mean, we've actually been, locally here, as we've been wanting for people to discover our channel, Chicago Corner. We've actually been discussing how we can possibly afford billboards ourselves, because when we talk about stuff here in Chicago, the only way anybody knows about us on YouTube is like through word of mouth and people stumbling upon our channel. Now, Heartlands has got a lot more followers than we do. They've been around a lot longer. We've been, kind of in operation for the past 2 years, growing our audience. But that is the challenge we find. How do we get the word out? Because it's expensive to advertise. It's expensive to promote. It's expensive to get a publicist. Kira?
And then once you start getting people to help fund those things, then you feel like beholden to those funders as well. And that therein lies like one of the big issues, right?
Well, funders,
mention,
funders is one thing. Sponsorships and raising money from our viewers is a different thing. I'm not talking.
Exactly.
I mean, we saw that happen with Young Turks, what you're talking about. Absolutely.
But it's like a snake eating its own tail, though, right? Because it's like, to get people to actually fund what you're doing, you have to get enough eyes on you. What percentage of people actually give to to Patreons and give to the outlets that they're reading their news from? Like, not much. I mean, I give about $60 some odd a month to news outlets, and I don't give to nearly half of the news outlets that I actually, listen to and read. And I wish that I could. I just don't have the budget for that, and so therein lies like a really huge issue, right? And so then you go out and you get your sponsorships from local businesses, right? And then you start to talk about things like how the mayor is a dictator, but the mayor is actually friends with that business owner. So now you're kind of fucked, right? Because now you've either lost a sponsorship or you have to start talking nice or talking maybe a little nicer, and so, and that's really like what we see with mainstream media and their advertisers as well. Also, we have an advantage at Chicago Corner inside of the conversation for getting billboards, because we do something kind of original, which is we focus on a local area on the internet. So, a lot of independent media is national news. So you get a billboard in your local metropolitan area, and then you've got those hundreds of thousands of eyes on you maybe, but it doesn't actually cover the scope of what you're covering as a show either. So I think that there is a lot of hardship in doing independent news and media. And so, the majority of the eyes are getting onto mainstream media, and then they do this thing where they make light of everything, but then that's what people are used to, right? I would love a guest to go onto a mainstream media show and flip out like Jennifer Lawrence did there. But nobody even does that. The guests aren't getting to that level of pitch.
They're managed. They're managed. Go ahead.
If it happens like once, and then they never invited on again. Like, I remember Russell Brand was on, and that show was mimicking Morning Joe, right? I remember when Russell Brand went on Morning Joe, and he was like, he had all of them shocked and speechless. And then he never went back on there again. So that's the problem.
Well, remember what also happens to Jennifer Lawrence's character in this movie. After her freak out, she becomes a meme. She's the meme girl with her we're all going to die. We're all going to fucking die. They marginalize and make fun of her so that nobody takes her seriously, even though she's announced to the world that we're doomed. There was another program used to be on HBO called The Newsroom. I really loved it in its first season. Kind of went off the rails, I think, by the third season, but they did a really, I'm going to share this clip, something similar where the news anchor is interviewing a guest. And again, this guest is talking about climate change and how they're very uncomfortable wanting to present the truth of what's being shared on the news broadcast that, should freak everybody out into some kind of action that if news had covered this stuff 10 years ago, honestly, maybe we wouldn't be on the precipice with climate change. I'll share this clip.
Hard questions. I'm just going to ask you to expand on the report. Pretend you're an expert witness, and I'm your lawyer.
Sounds
With a growing consensus among
Stand by, camera
environmental experts
one.
that the 450 parts per million will soon be crossed, the question remains, how will we respond?
And joining us now in studio is Richard Westbrook, Deputy Assistant Administrator of the EPA. Welcome.
Thank you.
Mr. Westbrook, you've spent most of your professional career as a climate scientist in the public sector.
Yes, 10 years as a supervisory management analyst in the Office of Environmental Information. And before that, I was a program specialist in the EPA's Resource Management Division.
And you have a PhD in climate science from Stanford.
Yes, and another in chemistry with a master's in biology.
Okay. Tell us about the findings in the report that was just released.
The latest measurements taken at Mauna Loa in Hawaii indicate a CO2 level of 400 parts per million.
Just so we know what we're talking about, if you were a doctor and we were the patient, what's your prognosis? 1,000 years, 2,000 years?
A person has already been born who will die due to catastrophic failure of the planet.
What did he just say?
Okay, can you expand on that?
Sure. The last time there was this much CO2 in the air, the oceans were 80 feet higher than they are now. Two things you should know. Half the world's population lives within 120 miles of an ocean.
And the other?
Humans can't breathe underwater.
You're saying the situation's dire.
Not exactly. Your house is burning to the ground. The situation's dire. Your house has already burned to the ground. Situation's over.
So what can we do to reverse this?
Well, there's a lot we could do.
Good.
From 20 years ago or even 10 years ago.
I like what Juliet says here. Shut up, Toby.
You make an analogy that might help us understand.
Sure. It's as if you're sitting in your car, in your garage, with the engine running and the door closed, and you've slipped into unconsciousness, and that's it.
What if someone comes and opens the door?
You're already dead.
What if the person got there in time?
You'd be saved.
Okay. So now what's the CO2 equivalent of the getting there on time?
Shutting off the car 20 years ago.
I mean, this is what news people do. I've seen this, and it takes a fictional program to dramatize the absurdity of how news tries to sugarcoat and cover up the bad news, because we're far beyond being able to solve it, because they weren't willing to cover it before and scream from the rooftops and hold people accountable, hold the powers that be accountable.
You sound like you're saying it's hopeless.
Yeah.
Is that the administration's position or yours?
There isn't a position.
There's no position on this. It doesn't be political.
Which water boils.
The administration, your administration.
And don't forget, I need you to
Wind and
stretch
solar,
40.
clean coal, nuclear power, raising fuel economy standards, and building a more efficient electrical grid.
Yes.
And?
That would have been great.
Let's see if we can't find a better spin. People are starting.
Spin.
The report says we can release 565 more gigatons of CO2 without the effects being calamitous.
It says we can only release 565 gigatons.
So what if we only release 564?
Well, then we would have a reasonable shot at some form of dystopian post-apocalyptic life. But the carbon dioxide in the oil that we've already leased is 2,795 gigatons. So
what would all this look like?
Well, mass migrations, food and water shortages, spread of deadly disease, endless wildfires, way too many to keep under control. Storms that have the power to level cities, blacken out the sky, and create permanent darkness.
Are you going to get in trouble for saying this publicly?
Who cares?
Mr. Westbrook, we want to inform people, but we don't want to alarm them. Can you give us the reason to be optimistic?
Well, that's the thing, Will. Americans are optimistic by nature. And if we face this problem head on, if we listen to our best scientists and act decisively and passionately, I still don't see any way we can survive.
Okay. Richard Westbrook, Deputy Assistant Administrator of the EPA. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks for.
Okay, so it's my understanding that when this show was produced, this was like maybe 8 or 10 years old, this episode, they were going off of climate data at the time. That wasn't made up. Everything, and that's what freaked people. Now, I don't know if any of you have seen that clip or remember it, but if you're, Kira, you're reacting to it now, you weren't familiar with it, were you? You hadn't seen it before.
I actually shockingly did start watching that show. I just don't watch a lot of things, but I did start that show and I remember that clip. I just, just seeing it again is, it's just eye-opening all over again. It's always alarming, right? So
someone in the live chat says our stream just got pulled. Are we still on? Stream suspended for policy violations for fair use.
Uh-oh. Let me watch. Oh, stream unavailable. I'm on it right now.
If you give it about a minute without playing anything, it should come back on. They just do that with movies and certain things.
Well, we did talk about before the show the use of clips since we're going to be commenting on them in a panel. And, we quite routinely, I will have to go to YouTube and address copyright strikes and appeal them under fair use since we're commenting on stuff and they get lifted. So
I'm going to use this moment to run to the restroom in that case.
Who is Zenger Gazette?
I don't know.
Stream suspended, too much truth.
I'm going to mute myself whilst I do that.
I just want to give a quick shout out to Good Cookies, who I think is Bad Cookies, E. Heller, Angela, Thankster. Who else do I see that?
So I don't know where all the live chat's coming from if we're not on the air.
No, the stream is still on the air. It's just what it's showing is a black. It's showing a black stream. It's the stream unavailable, but the chat is still going.
Okay. Well, so will they restore us?
Yeah, usually if they do this to me, like they did it once when I watched a video on PBS, an interview of Janet Yellen. They did this to me, and I turned it off, talked for a minute. There we go. We're back on now. We're back.
All right, we're back. So apparently we got copyright struck because we dared to share the clip from the newsroom. I guess someone in the live chat said Aaron Sorkin doesn't fuck around. You know what? We don't fuck around either. That's known as fair use. We're commenting on something. We're not monetizing or taking advantage of someone else's copyrighted work. And we've got some asshole in the chat. I'm just going to say it, Zenger Gazette. Stop mooching and figure your shit out. People need to take responsibility. Why are you against progress and personal responsibility in regards to the fact that we're using clips to comment on? I would say to Zenger Gazette, if you don't like it, leave. We're trying to comment on stuff here and use these clips as a point of reference. And if you don't like it, there's no reason to come into our chat and disrupt it and be an a-hole about it. So Jimmy, what are some of your thoughts on this? And especially with what just happened, it kind of relates to indie media trying to survive. This live stream today, as sponsored by KRTD Media, you can't monetize because of a 2-year-old clip that you guys had on your channel in support of Julian Assange. There was no misinformation whatsoever in it. Why don't you speak a little bit to the challenges of what indie media deals with? And, Zenger Gazette, you're out of here. Yeah, freedom of speech. Goodbye.
Yeah, no, it was actually really shocking. It was 2 days ago. I was getting ready to live stream. I started my live stream and people were telling me that I wasn't on. So I went to go check, and you're right. It was a 2-year-old video on Assange. But the thing is the weird thing about it is that they striked us on the same video about a month ago. And so I appealed that. It went through the appeal and I privatized it. I didn't get rid of it. I didn't keep it public. I put it on private. So them striking us the other day for it was really actually quite shocking because it was private. Nobody could even see the video at all. And so when I went to appeal the video, this little pop-up came up and said, here are your options for this video. And one of the options was to delete the video. And so I filed the appeal and I went to delete the video. And as soon as I deleted the video, it says you can't file an appeal if you delete the video. So they actually tricked me.
I have a theory on what happened, Jimmy. It's very coincidental. To me, it's too much of a coincidence that a day before your live stream, YouTube decides to strike something from 2 years ago. I think that if there are any enemies of the show or KRTD, like this dickhole that I just banned a little moment ago, could have gone through your videos, known that Assange was a very, very sensitive topic, and reported that video to YouTube to basically derail what you guys are doing today.
Right.
That's my suspicion. As a conspiracy analyst, not theorist, the most logical conclusion to me is that somebody decided to gun for you guys drop a dime to YouTube on a sensitive topic, and their algorithms automatically basically set these wheels in motion that have caused this very unfortunate situation with you guys being able to monetize all the work that you put together today. That's why we've got that thing at the bottom of the screen, our banner. You can support KRTD Media on Patreon. Please go to their Patreon page and donate and support them, because YouTube is not allowing any super chats or any kind of monetization for all the work that went in today that Jimmy and Shane and the great crew over at KRTD Media have helped provide, and giving us a platform to share Chicago Corner and Case Study QB to a wider audience to try to draw viewers to our channels for what we do. I don't want to
miss some drama.
Well, apparently we were off, as you noticed, we were off the air, and we were talking about the fact that it's very difficult for indie news, Oreo, get down, baby, to survive when you've got YouTube striking you for use of fair use clips. We're here commenting on something. We're not making money off of the newsroom. This is fair use commentary. Movie shows do it. Review shows do it. So when you arbitrarily suddenly get your stream cut because you shared something that you're commenting on that's newsworthy, it just speaks to all the problems that we all have with YouTube's copyright strikes against indie media and content providers. I'm constantly curious. Just last night, Ed dropped in a like less than 10-second clip of Lori Lightfoot that had some musician's music in. I don't even know who the musician was. I guarantee you Lori Lightfoot did not pay the musician for the clip that we shared, right? But we shared it. We had a 2.5-hour broadcast for that 10 seconds of drop-in clip to make fun of. We got copyright struck, and we can't monetize last night's show because of a fair use clip that's used for comedic purposes. So, their algorithms just make it very, very difficult for any of us to know if our content's going to get out there, or even, be able to monetize so we can promote ourselves in ways we were talking about earlier, whether it's billboards or publicists or social media coordinators. But,
wow, I didn't know that swearing in the first 20 seconds will get you demonetized. I got to watch that. I bet I've fucked a lot of people with that. Whoops.
Case, do you have anything to share
I agree with you. I think that is definitely unfortunate that the algorithm definitely just catches so much, and they also, as we learned from the Twitter files, they put people in certain tiers, right? It's almost like net neutrality, but it's the opposite, where they call them like the mainstream media, what's that word that they use, like legitimate news or whatever, and they put them over here. And then everyone else is on this tier that as soon as they probably got like a stronger algorithm for independent media, that as soon as any kind of sound comes in, boom, you get hit. Like the best example is with Jordan Sheridan and Status Quo. They had that clip of January 6th that it was their clip. They can't play it on their own channel, but they licensed it out to mainstream media, and they're able to have it on their channel, but not on his own. It's crazy.
Now, I'm not sure if it's Kid or Daniel posting from Hardlands Media, but they are sharing. They're reading up on the new rules, and this has already hit larger channels. Apparently, some new rules got dropped last night, is what Hardlands is sharing. They say everyone needs to watch out in any way right now. Edward Cortez shares corporate media is trying to convince the people that indie media is spewing conspiracy theories when it is corporate that are telling the lies. It is straight out of a 1984 novel. Absolutely.
Totally.
Absolutely. Well, getting back to our topic, I find it very fascinating that thankfully we have some very talented filmmakers to kind of shed light on what people can't normally disseminate through the news themselves. We're referencing Don't Look Up. We're referencing The Newsroom. There was a fantastic movie that came out, I want to say 2 years ago, on Netflix called The Laundromat. And it starred Meryl Streep, Antonio Banderas, Gary Oldman, and it was about the Panama Papers. It was basically it wasn't fictionalized. It was inspired by what happened with the Panama Papers conspiracy and money laundering by corporations and banks. And I don't ever remember that whole scandal being explained in a way that I could understand through mainstream news, as much as it took a movie created by a director that, it was loosely inspired by the events and presented in an entertaining way, but it completely explained to me what the whole Panama Papers scandal was about. Another film that I think performed magnificently in a similar way was The Big Short, that covered what happened behind the scenes before the 2008 housing breakdown crisis. And who was it? Christian Bale was playing Michael Burry. And again, it's a fictionalized account of things inspired by real events, but I could never, ever, ever wrap my head around derivatives and basically how the 2008 housing scandal happened, right? Well, leave it to Margot Robbie in The Big Short to explain it to us in a way that was very understandable that mainstream news couldn't. So I'll let Margot explain what was behind the. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe I shouldn't. Maybe
I was just about to say, do you think that this is going to get us struck again?
You know what? Probably. So I can't. Damn, they screwed up the clips that I wanted to share here. So no, yeah, let's not share it. But I would recommend everybody check out The Big Short, check out The Laundromat, check out Don't Look Up. It really, I think, is an indictment of how badly our mainstream news is performing and why we need to rely more on independent news content creators like all of us here.
The biggest thing that I remember from The Big Short, it was an entertaining movie, but at the end, I don't know if you read the subtitles at the end where the Christian Bale character that predicted everything that was going to happen.
Yeah.
It talked about how he is investing in water, drinking water, like that, anticipating that water is going to be the next valuable commodity.
Well, Nestle in California, they have droughts in California. Meanwhile, Nestle has, I guess, full access to the water supply there so that they can bottle it and sell it. It's like that's a public commodity water, falls from the air. It comes out of the ground.
What I understand, they've been stealing water from the Michigan lakes as well. Like just straight up taking the water for like pennies on the dollar, or if not free. So that's been, and I don't know how old The Big Short is, but that's a very scary thing because we see the Flint crisis. We see that water is becoming more and more valuable, especially as we try to go away from oil and these the traditional fuel. They need something to control the earth, and they need the next commodity, which clearly is going to be water.
It's hard to wrap my mind around because we consider the fact we've got a planet with oceans all around us. I know that Nestle's more reliant on fresh water though, because oceans are salt water. And I'm going to completely show my ignorance here. I'm assuming that salt and ocean water can be filtered of salt for, and maybe I'm wrong. And if it isn't, someone might want to get on that. They'll get rich because of the abundance of water globally. If Nestle and companies like that are only relying on the freshwater supply, I guess I can understand how there's a concern for that water supply being diminished quicker.
Well, it's called desalination or desalination, and it's very, very, very expensive. But as what you were saying too, Case, out here in California, Nestle is doing the same exact thing, not only in Northern California, but what's really crazy to me, because I especially live here in Southern California, is that Nestle steals water from Lake Arrowhead right here, and they bottle it up and call it Lake Arrowhead water. And then they bring it back up to our mountains up here and resell it to us. So they're not only stealing our water from Lake Arrowhead for 0.00001% per gallon with an expired license since 1986, but they're bottling it down at the bottling company at the bottom of the mountain and then driving it back up here and reselling us our own water.
You know what, Jimmy? I'm seeing a lot of comments in the chat. It's called desalination, as you mentioned, and it's apparently a very expensive process. So why isn't Nestle forced to undergo the costs for desalination as opposed to just taking all the freshwater supply that everybody should have access to? If Nestle wants to monetize water, then they should invest in actually desalinizing the water from ocean water supply. I mean, businesses
why?
We know why.
It's capitalism.
For everybody in the live chat who's saying, well, it's really expensive. It's like, well, that's an expensive corporation is supposed to take on. And if they're not, then they're robbing the rest of us, and we know why.
Exactly. I agree.
Nobody wants to get ahead of the game, though. No one wants to make that investment. Nobody. No. It's all about the bottom line. Like 3 months from now is all they can see into the future.
I believe in we have the public comments because the commons is something that we all share. So roads, electricity, water, and that should be a public good. So like Nestle should stick to chocolates if that's
Right.
that's and they
Stuff they
should
have to manufacture and actually put some work
yeah,
into.
and we should nationalize the water side of things and have a very cheap and affordable and clean water. You know, that's what I think.
One of the things I love about doing Chicago Corner with Kira is we love integrating our viewers' comments from the chat into the show, because it's very, very important stuff that they're sharing as well. Tracy G shares desalination is expensive, so that would eat into their profits. They would rather steal the fresh water. Desalination would be a lot less expensive if we invested more into the technology.
Mm-hmm.
Jeremy Shellman, we will own nothing and be happy. Sakwoto, I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Please forgive me if I mispronounce it. They charge us for water, but then take it for free and sell it to us. Nadia Yvette Chambers, the capitalist class has been trying to privatize water everywhere, and most of the world has already lost. Yep. To my esteemed panelists, can you share some, I guess, films that maybe are favorites of yours based on your viewing habits that kind of reflect what we're talking about here? The whole life imitates art, art imitates life, as far as exposing things that mainstream media just seems to be a little bit lacking in covering.
I'll say this. I might think of a better example, but one thing that just came to my mind is how much of a laughingstock the United States must be to the rest of the world. Because if you remember, like Breaking Bad, the whole point of this show was a chemistry professor who didn't have healthcare.
Yep.
So he had to become like a drug lord.
Yeah.
Every other country is like, they can't even fathom that concept. Like, what you mean this guy had to sell drugs just because he had to get cancer treatment and all this other stuff? Like, I can't imagine being coming from that perspective. You know, that would be interesting.
Case, and I've heard people in comments and chats and just on discussion boards from the UK, they cannot believe that we don't have healthcare for all here. If the UK took away the healthcare system or privatized from their citizens, there'd be a revolution over there. And they don't understand why we're not rising up and revolting over here. It's like, well, you know, with the drone bombing and, you know, how militarized even our own police force is.
80 billion to Ukraine. Like,
80 billion to Ukraine and nothing to healthcare here. And that, you know, or so here in Chicago, we saw this the other day. There was a report that, that Governor Abbott is busing migrants to Chicago to pander to the xenophobes, you know, in Texas, that he's going to get rid of all these illegal aliens. So he buses them to Chicago. Lori Lightfoot doesn't know what to do with them. She ships them to hotels in Burr Ridge. Now there's a school on the South Side that they've spent, I want to say like 1.5 or 2.5 million to renovate so they can provide housing for the migrants. I'm all for that. But at the same time, I'm like, okay, you've got money for the migrants. Why don't you have money for all the people sleeping in tents or under bridges or in the parks across the rest of the city? Now that the migrants are on your doorstep, Lori Lightfoot, and the optics look really, really bad, you need to do something when, homeless people and their plight and their vulnerability is completely out of sight. So, it's interesting what we have money for when it's politically advantageous and we don't have money for. And this whole Ukraine thing, or even funding the what is it called in Israel? The Iron Dome?
Iron Dome, yep.
The Iron Dome and all the aid we give to Israel. Hey, I love the Jewish people. Their government is like fucking out of control, genocidal maniacs. But you know what? The money we give to Israel, they have healthcare that we don't.
They have healthcare. Yeah.
No,
Absolutely.
sir. No, sir. No, sir. You will stop speaking. You will stop speaking. You're full of crap, and that's the nicest thing that I can say.
But you hit the nail on the head, Jerry. It's the optics, right?
No.
So, it's like it's a national story and all eyes are on us when we have a bunch of immigrants that are shipped to us. I mean, and by surprise too, which not to sound like a petulant child, is not fair. Like, I think, distributing, our migration issue would be totally a good idea if people were given heads up about it,
Sure.
So by surprise, so there was that, but then also, the optics, right? So, and especially because we do know now for sure that Lightfoot has her gaze set on a higher office, right? So it's like, oh shit, everybody's watching. I got to do something about this, and she did a shit job of doing something about it and doing something fast at that. But
Yeah,
still,
it's very
at
sloppy.
least
And
there
that's
was action taken.
And that's what the aldermen in that neighborhood are saying. There was no input. That neighborhood is not against doing it, but they want to do it right. And they also want to address the fact that that community is already spread thin with just the people who live there, let alone all the homeless people that are, living in the cold in the streets.
Yeah. And not to sound too like curt about it, but like, unfortunately, the homeless issue is like, I don't know. I don't know if it's that people like don't care about it, or they're not paying attention to it, or it's just something that's just always been, so we've become desensitized to it or whatever. But yeah, because there was this, this wound basically of like, oh my God, this is an emergency, these migrants are here, and that it's the same thing we see with like people, the gun violence in Chicago versus mass shootings, right? And we bring this up on the show all the time on Chicago Corner, right? When there's a mass shooting, there's all this hoopla about it because it's horrible and it's crazy and it's awful, but then we have every single weekend 30 some odd people getting shot in Chicago, and it's just like, it's like news like normal, and all this funding isn't getting flooded to these neighborhoods the way that we saw with the Highland Park shooting.
The Highland
Where
Park
all of
shooting
a sudden all this money, all this attention, all the,
And
started-
why? Because it's a rich, affluent white community.
Yeah. Well,
What happened in Highland Park was horrifying, but it's happening like every day, every week on the south and west sides of Chicago, in neighborhoods that are not that are not funded, that there's no infrastructure put into, that the mental health clinics have been shut down in, that they've shut down schools in, that there are no opportunities for the kids in these communities. It's obscene, is what it is. But it's the optics. It's like, well, it happened in Highland Park, rich, affluent community. We have to pay attention to it now because it's not as important if it's a black kid on the south side who gets shot, right? Because it happens all the time there. We've been numbed to. I'm not numb to it, but the majority of people are just, oh, that's just another day in Chicago.
Right. And I think that the migrant issue is the same thing. So when you say like, why now we're suddenly able to do this, but we were never able to do it before? No, we were always able to do it. It's just like nobody was paying attention. And somebody said like, this is just the byproduct of the current system, and it's like we've accepted it or something.
And this is why you all have to listen to and watch and support indie news on YouTube, whether it's Case Study QB or Jimmy or me and Kira on Chicago Corner. We want to grow our audience. We want to have these conversations. We want to involve our viewers in the live chat as we talk about and analyze. Look, we're not tribal. We're not partisan. We hold both sides accountable. And we're not necessarily interested in shutting down people who might have an alternative opinion, because we learn from that also, right? But you need
I prefer it.
You need to base your opinions on facts, not state facts from your opinions. And unfortunately, that's what a lot of people, because of a more tribal sensibility or mentality, because that's basically how we've all been raised, to like look at ourselves as the good team and someone else as the bad team, form our alliances, and not realize that's how they divide us, and that's why we have all these problems. We need to get past the tribal mentality and realize that we're being pitted against each other for the interests and goals of, sorry if it's going to sound, cliched, but the elite, the deep state, the rich, that are benefiting from all of us fighting with each other while, they're sitting high and mighty on their fat asses with all their money, laughing at the rest of us. No health care for you. No, fair minimum wage. No, they've just decimated unions.
Yeah. Yippee X had a question, or Yip X had a question for me.
I'm sorry. Let me go back.
You
to
have
the live chat?
a free RSS news feed. I don't have a free RSS news feed, and I'm semi-familiar with it. If you could email me how I can do that at kstudyqb gmail.com. If it's easy enough, I'll look into it.
I want to speak to a comment in the chat here by Edward Cortez. There is a correlation between low income and crime. Most of the crime occurs in low income neighborhoods. Yes, but those low income neighborhoods are devastated. There's no investment in those communities. We also talk a lot on Chicago. So our former mayor, Rahm Fuckface Emanuel, as I like to call him, shut down most of the mental health clinics in Chicago. And there's a great movement now with the mayoral candidates who are running this term, and hopefully we'll get rid of Lightfoot, that speaks to treatment, not trauma, reopening those mental health clinics. Because if you provide mental health for people, services, that is a preventative measure to get people treatment that might need it to prevent them from deciding or choosing or making a bad choice of crime. By the way, in regards to Mayor Emanuel,
I would like to thank the great mayor of the city of Chicago, Mayor Emanuel, for help making this happen today.
even get cheered at a Blackhawks rally. That's how
love
reviled
that.
he was. He left a lot of damage, and we got Lori Lightfoot. She ran as a progressive reformer, like Obama. She bamboozled all of us. And we like to call her here at Chicago Corner, we call Lori Lightfoot Rahm 2.0, 2 inches shorter.
I'm curious. Remember, it came down to a runoff. It was her and another lady.
Tony Preckwinkle.
Yeah, I forgot her name. Do you think the other person would have been better? I'm just curious.
No, I think
I have my doubts.
Sadly,
about that,
you know what it was, Case? It was the difference between eating shit or a shit sandwich. And unfortunately, you will choke on both. Tony Preckwinkle, she lost because she had introduced what we called the sugar tax. She was taxing beverages that had sugar in them, which was like elevating everybody's bills when they went to the grocery store. Not just like soft drinks, it was like energy drinks. And people are like, you can't legislate a morality that she was claiming that it was to help people's health. It wasn't. It was a tax because she knew that they could make bank on it. And people didn't forget that when she ran, and it was a regressive tax. And a lot of people assumed that if she were to win, she would introduce more regressive taxes. So she shot herself in the foot with that.
She pulled the Mike Bloomberg, basically.
Yeah, I mean, we've got a better slate of candidates here. The problem is, as we go into our last 5 minutes, there are a lot of good candidates that came out early, and then suddenly Congressman Chuy Garcia, who ran and won again in his election and re-won his seat, decided at the last minute he's going to jump in the race. Now, we know that Chuy is a Democratic operative. We know that Lori Lightfoot is a Democrat. They're Democratic darlings, right? We're speculating here with Lightfoot that maybe the Democratic Party smells blood in the water with her because she's so reviled, but they don't want to lose control of the city, right? So they tell Chuy to run. And if Lightfoot loses, the Democratic elite still have an operative here in Chicago, or Chuy has the ability to completely dilute and break up the vote of the other good candidates who actually emerged earlier and have good ideas. So if win or lose, the Democratic elite is still going to have their tentacles all over Chicago. And it's sad because there's some really strong candidates here. We've got this remarkable young man from the South Side, Jamal Green, who's an activist. I mean, he's my pick. We've got Brandon Johnson, who the Chicago Teachers Union endorsed, Roderick Sawyer.
Sawyer did great in the debate.
Yeah.
I didn't know anything about him until the debate, and I was like, hey, this guy should get highlighted as well. Mm-hmm.
But the problem is Lightfoot and Garcia have got all the money, and you know what? Mainstream media is focusing on Garcia and mostly on not focusing on all the other candidates who I think present much stronger platforms and solutions, especially in light of the fact that they're all focusing on the mental health crisis here. That is completely contributory to our crime stats. So Lightfoot threw 70% of our federal COVID relief funds to police overtime in 2021. Meanwhile, taxpayers paid out, I might have the figure wrong, I'm going to spitball here. I think it was like over 40 million for police settlements. Why aren't the police paying for their own settlements? Why don't the police carry liability insurance? Is all the money going to police stopping crime? No. So don't defund the police. That's a horrible, horrible phrase that was introduced. Reallocate the funds to go into these communities that need help, because throwing money at the police and militarizing them more is not solving the problem. Looks like we got a super chat, $2 from Mahmoud Mirhadi. Thank you so much. I hope I pronounced your name correctly. Thank you. Provide Medicare for all before taxing sugar. Yeah.
Giving the police killer robots is not.
Oh my God, that's crazy.
Yeah.
We're going into RoboCop. We're literally all these like crazy dystopian movies that we laughed at. They're coming to life. They're coming.
They are.
Can I shout out an initiative that
Sure.
I'm working on and I'm hoping to launch early next year? It's called the Mutual Aid Political Party, and people can go to mutualaidparty.org to sign up. We have a splash page with some information, and you can add your email so that you can get updates, or when we do launch, you'll get that email when we launch. And if you want to know more, we had a whole hour workshop when RBN their last when they had their summit. If you want to know more information about that, but I want to wrap it up this topic about basically a pillar of the Mutual Aid Political Party is political education, and part of that political education is going to be introducing communities to independent media. Right now, the strategy of how we do that, we could talk about that later. But basically, the idea is you pull communities together with mutual aid, and then once you pull the communities together, now we organize, and part of that is the political education, and that is part of it is going to be introducing them to independent media so that they can supplement. Either they might not have been already watching mainstream media and now they're watching some sort of news through independent media, or if they were watching mainstream media, we can say, hey, here's an alternative.
I appreciate you sharing that, Case. And I also want
That's
to thank you so much. This is our first opportunity to share a panel together, and I hope it's not the last. And I really do enjoy
Anytime
work
I'm
you do, Case.
available, I will come on.
Thank
and
you
that's
so
for
much.
any show.
Well, we'll have to like get you in on Chicago Corner then. And where can everybody find you, Case Study?
I gotta come to Chicago. Get me on the Chicago.
Oh, Chicago, do it live.
I need
We'll
some
do it
Chicago
live.
pizza. Yeah.
We'll do it live.
I'll
do
let
it
you know.
live.
But yeah, you can find me. You can email me at kstudyqb@gmail.com. You can find me at Twitter, kstudyqb. I also have a YouTube channel that I think I'm going to be taking a break from. I used to do a show every Monday, but I'm going to focus on this Mutual Aid Political Party initiative in the new year. And where else? I think that's basically. I do have a what's the other channel that we always talk about? Why I'm blanking
Heartlands
out.
Media.
No, the other YouTube alternative. Man,
We got, of course, there's Sabby. There's Sabby Sabs. There's Revolutionary. There's
He's saying the
Revolutionary Blackout
YouTube-
Network.
YouTube
Oh,
Yeah, YouTube. So
alternative.
it's not Rumble, but it's the other.
Rockfin.
Rockfin. We're talking about
Okay.
platforms, right?
I'm also on Odyssey, but I haven't posted there in a while. But anyway, thank you for having me on. I see a lot of familiar faces. I saw Johnny Axam. I always see you retweeting my stuff on Twitter. Appreciate you. I saw Roger Maddowes earlier. Much love to you. Much love to
Yeah,
Sabby. Much love
Roger.
to Kit. All my Harlan's. It's nice meeting you, Jimmy. Nice, Kara. I've seen you often on Harlan's Media. And Jerry, nice to meet you all.
We
Much love.
we have a special thank you for all of the initiatives that you are introducing, Case.
Yes!
All right, let's do it.
Thanks, man. Happy New Year to you, Jimmy. I know you got to take a break. We're going to get it set up for our next panel. I'll take Jimmy off. We will bring you back on when you return, my dear. And Case, thanks again for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
All right, Kira, why
Just
don't
you and me, Jerry. What's
Just
going
us.
on?
Getting kind of intimate here.
I know. I don't know. Oh, I don't know what to do with myself.
Ooh.
Ooh.
I know that we're waiting on some guests in the chat, and why don't you share with our audience until all of our guests are in the chat? I'm sorry, backstage. I know that Jimmy needs to take a quick break over there.
Which makes sense. I caught my opportunity when the stream was taken off. I was like, I gotta go to the bathroom because if I'm gonna be on for a couple more hours, I gotta go. But yeah, I did my due diligence though, Jerry, because for those of you who don't know out there, I am with child. Not
She is. Congratulations. New
You
baby.
know, we got one past the goalie there, and yeah, and so I brought all my snacks ahead of time. So when you guys see me like munching on screen, it's because I'm starving. Okay. So please,
We're doing a 4-hour
please,
stream here today, so there's a lot to not easy to like break away from the board if you're producing the segments and hosting at the same time as we are.
No. I don't know. I mean, Jerry, kudos to you because you're running the board for all 4 of these hours, which is kind of a big deal. You know, I'm just here, you know, giving opinions and, you know, letting my hair down. Look at that. I can't believe it hasn't gone up yet.
Yes!
Indeed.
You know, I love
yes.
it. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, no, go ahead, Jerry, because I was going to go into what you requested of me.
Yeah. Well, I loaded up.
Yeah.
I loaded up all of our bells and whistles from Chicago Corner, most of which we're probably not going to use, but they're there in case there's an opportunity to drop them in. But I'm not going to drop them in for your panel because this is a serious subject, and you're going to be covering some serious topics. So why don't you share with our audience what's going to be covered, and we'll wait until Jimmy returns. I see one of your panelists is in the chat, but is there one other panelist we're waiting on?
Yeah, there's going to be Teresa, Carrie, and Jimmy are going to be joining me for this discussion.
So Carrie's not here yet, just so you know. Teresa and Jimmy are backstage.
All right, let me make sure
her?
that she's not trying to text me.
Yeah.
I'm like, hey, what's going on? And also there's always the hoopla around like Central Time, Eastern Time, you know. So
You text her. I want to respond to the chat. Thank you, Sakwoto. I felt like we got off on a bad foot, and I'm glad we're friends now. I really do appreciate that. Your comment. Thank you for pushing back on the copyright bullshit. People don't understand fair use, and it allows these corporations to abuse us. Absolutely. It happens too much. I'm going through copyright strikes and appealing them on YouTube all the time, and it takes 30 days for the appeal to go through, and it usually gets dropped because whoever's on the other end of the copyright strike either knows it's bullshit or they're not paying attention because it was an algorithm-driven copyright strike to begin with.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it sucks. I can't. Yay! Thank you. I know. I see all the and then of course I do have to highlight. I think it's Log 66 or Laugh 66 without the H. Miss Kira from HLM, is there a hotter woman on the planet? I don't think so.
No, there's not. Not in Chicago. Kira's got a lot of groupies.
I'll take it.
You know what, until Carrie shows up. Carrie is who we're waiting on?
Yeah.
Why don't you tell people about your other secret identity as a mud queen?
Oh yeah. So definitely check out there's stuff online if you want to see Mud Queens of Chicago. Little plug for that organization that I've been a part of since 2009. We are an all-female mud wrestling crew, and we wrestle for charity. We give most of our funding goes to the Chicago Women's Health Center, although we have helped other nonprofits and other organizations raise money as well. We always have an open ear, but it's rock and roll and mud wrestling. And so if you're ever in Chicago and you have an opportunity to see the Mud Queens of Chicago, you don't want to miss it. I am the champion of 2016 and 2017. So I actually own those championship belts. And we're pretty hardcore. You don't like,
and
it's pretty hilarious.
And your superhero identity is? Your super mud wrestler identity is?
I'm Brownie Bruiser, so I'm a Girl Scout. I'm a little girl. Not sure how the mud wrestling thing will go while pregnant. Yeah, that'll be a little tough, but I'll probably abstain from wrestling for this year, for 2023, unfortunately. Although I'll still be part of the show because there's a lot that goes into putting on those shows. But
you bet your sweet Bippy.
There's a lot that goes into putting on those shows, and so yeah. We had some really great success this past month. Chicago Corner for the first time was able to do some field producing. What that means, we leave our living rooms and actually go out in the field. We went and covered the first mayoral forum at the Copernicus Center here in Chicago. Lori Lightfoot did not attend. I was out there with Kit from Hardlands Media, and we did some interviews with the candidates before the forum. We were the only media organization. I mean, I don't want to call us a news station because we're mostly commentary, but we were the only ones. We are a media organization.
But we're media. Yeah. I'd never call myself a journalist. I'm a commentator. I'm a big mouth with a platform here. But it was really cool to be able to be there beforehand to set up, and you can find our interviews with the candidates for mayor of Chicago over on our Chicago Corner channel on YouTube. Please check it out. We interviewed, I think, 6 of the 8 or 9 candidates. Again, Lightfoot didn't show up. Kit was there with me, but we were the only new media organization that was there before the forum to like ask specific questions to the candidates. Last Friday night, before Christmas, we had our first canned food and toy drive at a local movie theater called The Patio. We had fans of the show, viewers of the show come out, donate canned food, and we were live streaming from there. So it's been really fun to be able to get out from behind the camera in our living rooms and go out into the field and do stuff live where we can interact with the candidates or, our viewers. But it does cost a little bit to support. So as much as we're also asking everybody to please contribute to KRTD Media's Patreon, you can also support Chicago Corner at Patreon/Chicago Corner, patreon.com/Chicago Corner. Please make sure to like and subscribe to Chicago Corner. One of the reasons we're here is to hopefully find some new viewers to join our channel, to follow us and subscribe so we can build our audience, as well as share other YouTubers with our audience so that you can find people like Case Study QB or Jimmy or Warren, or in our next panel after mental health here, Fair and Balanced. So I don't want to take any more time away from your panel, Kara. I see Carrie's not yet in the chat. Should we start without her?
Yeah, I guess I don't want to wait too much longer.
Okay.
So I'll introduce our stream and kind of why I wanted to talk about it. I mean, other than obviously it's a really important topic, and that is the topic of trauma and mental health.
I'll bring your panelists in. Just tell me when.
Sure. So, it certainly occurred to me, last year and this year that there's just like, I don't know, I guess a lack of clarity in regards to what constitutes trauma, what constitutes mental health, and how we can all go about seeking the help that we need without re-traumatizing ourselves. And also in an environment, if you live in the United States, that doesn't necessarily provide that kind of coverage for us unless you have some sort of health care that you're paying out the nose for to do so. And being that I work with physical trauma, that often actually, things start to unravel inside of my job that, we start to discover emotional and psychological trauma that's creating pain in our bodies. I just thought, hey, if I have an opportunity to talk about whatever it is I want to talk about on a stream, I would really like to talk about trauma and really start to unfold and unravel the mystery that is trauma, and also, what we can do as individuals and as community to, help each other and help ourselves. Not to mention get a deeper understanding of why we are in the position we're in right now, where we have so much sickness, so much like medication, so many more issues than it ever seemed like we did. And there are answers to that. And I think with those answers come a certain level of compassion, understanding, a slowing down of, sort of maybe this preconceived notions that we have around mental illness or mental health and trauma. And so I'm really excited to have this conversation today because it is a really deep one, and it can be a really surprising one. Like Johnny said, yes, emotional trauma is always present after physical trauma. And what I found, like I said, inside of my line of work is that people come in with like mystery chronic pain. I'm the person people often come to if they're having physical pain when they've tried everything, right? And we start to unravel physical tension that is being caused by a massive variety of emotional, psychological issues, as well as past physical traumas. And so I'm super excited to have this conversation.
Let me introduce our guests, Miss Teresa Saunders. Welcome to the show. And returning again is Jimmy Sunderland. And I guess we're waiting on Carrie, and I'll bring her in when I see her pop up backstage here.
Yeah, she may be tied up too, because I know that she's also taking care of her her mother right now, who is not well.
I hope she didn't get maybe the times wrong, because we're doing the Eastern CST EST as we listed.
Oh, she just texted me. She said, "Oh, the schedule said 1," so I thought, but yeah, it's 1.
Okay.
It's 1 Eastern noon.
That's
So I was going to say the
times
whole time change thing. It can sometimes be a bit of a thing. So I'll just be in communication with Carrie over here as we get started, and stop filibustering, which is, I've gotten really good at doing. So I just want to get us started out, with our guests, by having y'all, briefly introduce yourselves and talk about, what your interest is in this topic, whether it's personal, professional, or otherwise, and where you, like, what context you come from inside of the topic of trauma and mental health. So Teresa, I'd love to start with you.
Okay, that's great. I am an Indigenous elder. I am Blackfoot, Potawatomi, and Wajaji, which is Osage. The English took the French spelling of Wajaji, and we became known as the Osage. I've had my foot in 2 different cultures, and just to give you just a real quick basic difference of how we look at things, religion is very much a part, I think, of all cultures in some way or another. At least they have permeated and have lent some sort of structures and taboos and whatever. So, like in the predominant global culture we have right now, which is a Roman remnant of might makes right. Rome ate the papacy, and then it ate the European monarchies, and from there spread out to colonize the entire earth. Well, indigenous voices really aren't heard because of the maximum victors write the history. Well, in indigenous cultures, we're taught that we're born sacred, we're matriarchal, we're taught that we're the least. Every other creature on the planet can survive without help except humans. So it's our responsibility, to be grateful to the gifts from the mother, and it's our responsibility to help foster life. Now, the Western Abrahamic religion viewpoint is you're born in sin. You have to be saved by this intermediary to God. You don't have a direct access to God through Jesus. And then once you do that, it is your manifest destiny to dominate everything around you, whether it's other people. I mean, if you can, it's the whole, might makes right. So you're born in sin, but once you accept Jesus, then you have the manifest destiny to dominate the world. So you can see there is a completely different modus operandi from those from the indigenous to the Western. And unfortunately, we are so permeated in the Western view of things, people don't have another lens into other paradigms or societies until just recently. And there's a wonderful new book out called The Dawn of Everything by anthropologist and archaeologist David Graeber and David Wingrove, which I think goes hand in hand, because I don't really feel like you can separate the physical from the mental or the spiritual from the emotion. It has to be holistic. So I'm probably going on too much there, but
No, I think that was perfect, actually. And welcome, Carrie. Basically what I've asked everybody on the panel to do is introduce themselves and let us know what the context that they're coming from inside of this conversation in regards to trauma and mental wellness. So thank you, Teresa. I thought that was wonderfully, perfectly concise, but thorough. Thank you. How about Jimmy? Go ahead and let us know who you are in this conversation as well.
Okay, I'm Jimmy. I'm a content creator, so I guess my stick in the game for this today is that I was pretty much raised in I wouldn't say complete poverty, but definitely low income family, single mother, was raised with emotional and physical abuse, which led to dealing with work abuse in the sex/entertainment industry, I guess you would call it, which led to lots of domestic abuse in my lifetime, which has led me to really kind of delve deep into myself, do a lot of shadow work, get into not technically religion, but get into the spirituality of practicing Wicca, and just being raised with the very conservative mom, very patriarchal religious ways. I had to find something that was complete different, a more female leaning deity hierarchy that could give me more of what I felt like I needed and what I lacked in, with the whole patriarchal ideology stuff. So that's pretty much what's helped me, is practicing Wicca, diving really, really deep into shadow work, and moving out into the nature really definitely helped a lot too. So, and that's my stick.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks, Jimmy, for being on this panel with us.
Yeah.
And then I'm super excited to introduce Miss Carrie Drapack, who I have owned a company with for 15 years. It's called Comfy Fitness. And I definitely wanted her take on this panel because I find her to be one of the smartest, most insightful people on this topic. Not to oversell you, Carrie, but I think you do a fine job. So you're like, great, thanks.
Yeah, that's a lot of pressure, especially my brain is not quite functioning. I'm at the end of a pretty nasty cold, so it's operating at like
yeah.
probably about half speed as usual.
Yeah.
But yeah, as Kira said, I'm Carrie Drapack, co-founder of Comfy Fitness, along with Kira. And yeah, the work that I do in the world is I'm a practitioner of embodiment and nervous system regulation, as well as energy medicine. And I came to those things really through my own journey of healing, of both healing physical trauma, of a sort of very profound injury that I had at about 12 years old, that plagued me my whole life, and in the journey of continually seeking out practices that would make a real difference in that, I kind of stumbled into energy medicine, and that's when it's like the whole paradigm shifted, and I was like, whoa, what is this thing that is so easy to access and tap into that I've gone this long in my life not knowing was even a thing? So sort of as Teresa said, like the West is so caught in its own worldview, and I was lucky enough to just have an incredibly just formative experience that changed the lens, that like took that off and said, hey, here's another way of looking at things. And because it was so easy to access for me, and such a profound eye-opening experience, it threw into question everything that I thought I knew, or everything that I was taught reality is, essentially.
Yeah. Thank you all for joining. Jerry, did you want to speak to, anything in regards to, your own context inside of this conversation?
This guy's in the room. No, you know me, Kira. As you've said many times, I clearly have a lot of trauma that I've managed to recover from, but this panel is for you ladies. You have more insight than I do, but I know that I'm going to learn a lot from this also. So I'm looking forward to the conversation. Although I do also want to remind everybody, in case you didn't see the private chat, we do have to end at 1:05. There's so much to cover in this topic, so I'll leave it to you ladies to discuss.
Sounds great. So, I want to get flat, on definitions, right? Kind of like start with what comes first, just getting clear on like what we're talking about when we talk about the world of trauma. I had kind of a funny experience when, putting this panel together, because when I came up with the idea of this panel, it came off as like, hey, I'd like to do a panel regarding trauma. And and then the folks that were putting together this entire stream labeled it as a mental wellness panel. And I was like, well, that's interesting, because I don't know that I personally know all that much about mental wellness. I do know a lot about, trauma, because I work in the world of the body. And so it got me really curious about, like, this is inside of my own ignorance, and I'll totally admit it. Like, is there a difference between the world of like trauma resolution, for example, and mental wellness or mental health? And how would y'all, and how whoever wants to jump in, right, certainly can, how would y'all differentiate that? Or is there a differentiation between the two topics of mental health versus trauma resolution or trauma?
It seems to me that trauma is the result of the injury itself, and mental health is trying to get to that point to where you can handle it, rationally, in a functional manner. That to me would be the definition, because I've really gotten into Dr. Gabor Mate, and I agree with, he's also an indigenous advocate. And, he talks about how we want to separate mental illness from physical illness, but the brain is a physical organ. And just like you can't separate the emotions from it, we have glands that get triggered by our various emotions, and a lot of stress emotions. The leading disease in our world is hypertension, and his thesis, and I really agree with it, is that the very basis of what we're seeing, this dramatic rise in society, is that it's caused by the toxic society itself. We have an yes.
Can I just interject one thing really quickly? Gabor Mate, is that how his name is pronounced?
As far as I understand,
okay.
Yes.
I watched some of his videos after you talked about him in our Slack conversations before this panel, and I got to thank you, because I learned so much from those videos, and I would really recommend everybody who's listening. Rick Solis, Gabor Mate is a must read and watch after today's live stream. Make sure to check out Gabor on YouTube. You will learn and feel so much better with a lot of stuff that he shares. Didn't mean to interrupt you, but I did want to emphasize that's a great resource for people.
No, that's fine, and really that's just about all I had to say about trauma.
Awesome. Thanks, Teresa. Anybody else have anything to add on the differentiation of that?
Yeah, I think when it comes to actual professionalism and when it comes to trauma and mental well-being, I think that there's no difference. I think it's the stigma in people's minds, just the way that we've been raised and brought up to think that you can go to you go to a therapist when you need help, but when you're actually dealing with your trauma, it just seems to be something more quiet and dealt with in a dark room by yourself. And I think that's where the differentiation is just in people's heads. But when you look at the professionalism and what therapists and psychologists actually and socialists actually do is dig into that and try to help with that kind of stuff. Just people don't understand or know yet. And with the, it's 2022, I think this year especially, and the last couple of years have really brought out that to people to where they're more open about it. And it is becoming a little bit more accepting. So hopefully maybe the mindset of the people will change in the future.
Right on. And Carrie, did you want to add anything to any of that?
Yeah, I mean, for me, the difference between those words of like trauma resolution and mental wellness, it's like, of course they go, hand in hand. It's like you'll come more into full system wellness when you are doing work around trauma resolution. But unfortunately, in our culture, there is a lot of mental wellness or mental health activity that is going on that oftentimes is not actually addressing trauma. So to me, trauma resolution is more of the root that if you're addressing, if you're sort of in this umbrella and out in the canopy of mental wellness, which is a little bit more spread out, eventually, like if you go down to the roots, like that's going to be, it will be rooted, health is rooted in trauma of various kinds, or movement away from health is rooted in traumas of various kinds. And yeah, I would hope that as a society, we move closer and closer to fully understanding that, and also admitting to and copying to a lot of the things that qualify as trauma that a lot of times we don't want to believe are that way, because it implicates the very society that is offering wellness.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. And I see a lot of people already like in our chat talking about like systemic trauma and basically how our society is inflicting trauma upon us collectively. And I couldn't agree more. In fact, I had heard somebody say not too long ago, trauma begins and ends with the state. And I was like, it took me aback a little bit. And then I was like, when I really thought about it, I was like, well, I think that there's probably some level of truth to that. And so, I guess, one of the things that I wanted to do inside of this panel is talk a little about those systems, the patriarchal systems, white supremacy, capitalism, and how they've contributed to our individual trauma and mental health issues, like I said, on an individual level, and then even as a species. And then, are we in the United States more traumatized than perhaps our European brothers and sisters? So what are your and even personal accounts of how you've been traumatized by these systems? I think people would love to hear, because I think that the more people can relate how the fishbowl that we're swimming in is creating what their experience is, the more compassion we can start to have for ourselves inside of how we're feeling and why we're feeling, and for each other. And I know this is a big bite, so whatever direction you want to come at this is totally helpful.
Well, I think personally that everything is connected. Natives have we say we are all relatives, and really the sacred hoop has 4 colors: black, white, yellow, and red. And this was created before colonization happened, as our spiritual people actually saw on the inside all the different colors of humanity, and these colors represent other things too. So they weren't surprised, despite the stories you hear about, it's shocking to see a person that's white, but they had the knowledge, and they knew that all of us were just one human race. And we've become dominated with a society that wants to elevate a skin color that's determined by latitude and longitude, as we evolved, as being a superior skin color. And there's so much mythology written about it. It was embedded in the scientific journals. They have took Africans and people and stuffed them, or had them in displays in museums. And there was, I don't know, there were a real disconnect in the West between not just themselves and nature, but themselves and different colored peoples. It just is astonishing to me. I'm just gonna stop right there. Let somebody else pick up on that.
Sorry, I lost my earpiece. All right.
Can I mention there's some really fantastic insight and comments from the chat that I'm sharing at the bottom of the screen. So thank you all for participating and sharing some of your thoughts.
And then Carrie, were you about to speak to that?
Yeah, Yeah, I guess a little bit. Yeah, it was a very broad
It's a big question. Yeah.
question, I guess, necessarily. I mean, I guess I'll just speak to the part of like, are Americans any more traumatized than this country or that country or the other country? And I'd say, every area, every geographic area, every culture has its own traumas that it has gone through, has its own abuses, has the different, I guess, the various histories that are still kind of living through the collective nervous system of that culture. And I would say, it's not a question of more or less, but what I do see a lot of European countries doing that I don't see as much in America, or that it's just starting here, is actually like owning their actions and creating art, creating narratives that are a part of owning that history so that it's visible, right? Because that's one of the things with trauma. It's like until it's made visible, until it comes up to a certain level, it will stay unaddressed. And so that's really what I see in the United States is a very big like a refusal. And and we see this in social media, we see it in mass media. Certain people that are just kicking and screaming all that they can to shove everything back in the closet so that they don't have to look at any of those skeletons. Whereas, and I can't speak for every European nation, but I've had the privilege to do a fair amount of travel, and I just see a lot more ownership of what has happened in the past, and that allows people to basically to move forward and to create something new.
Yeah, the first step is acknowledgement, right? And I think that goes, that's a part of a 12-step program, but I think that goes with pretty much everything. Until we acknowledge the past and what happened, we can't move on. There needs to be a level of completion. It makes total sense. And I think that we do have a hard time in the United States with that acknowledgement. And you can see it by the way that we legislate. Jimmy, do you have anything to add in that realm?
Yeah, I 100% agree with what Carrie says. I could sit here and speak on my own trauma, my own personal experiences, but that's my own anecdotal experience. So I agree with what Carrie says. It's in my head. It's like I don't feel like any other country who even is better off than us or worse off than us has any different trauma, because everybody's trauma is valid no matter where it is or what it is or how it is. So I could never compare the trauma that goes on in America with the trauma that goes on in another country, because who's to say whose is better? Everybody's is equally valid. So.
But I feel like a lot of our institutions tend to support, like you were talking about, capitalism, white supremacy, our lack of democracy. That's shown in just the gender bias and the fact that there's not true democracy between the sexes. And basically men are in control of just about of the narrative, and we see a huge superficialization and sexualization of women, and we don't have a lot of healthy role models on how we should be. Look, all our shows are about crime and violence or sex, and even the ones that are so supposed to be like super healthy family, you go into them and those homes are super nice homes. I would say probably 80% of the people don't have homes that look like the homes that you see on TV. So we're constantly getting lies, abuses, and hypocrisy that are coming from all our institutions, whether they're political or religious. When you have all these supposedly religious people following a politician who's known for mistreating women, of cheating as contractors, of just the corruption is so pervasive, and the tolerance for it is so pervasive, and the lack of democracy goes from how we treat each other gender-wise in our homes to how we treat each other in the workplaces. It's
Yeah. You know, some of the stuff that I did, I wanted to also highlight in this conversation is uh, a little bit of what you're speaking to here, Teresa. So thank you again for reminding me. Is just like all the little ways in which we are conditioned to believe we ought to be or life should be, and I do see it a lot in the capitalistic conditioning. For example, from my own life, and I do like personal examples just because I think that they're relatable, because sometimes we use these words like trauma and people think you have to have gone to war to have any sort of trauma, right? And when that's just not necessarily true. Just living in the context of capitalism, sexism, all of that can create a certain level of trauma, like little t trauma, that creates a lack of well-being in our minds, emotionally, in our bodies. So just a personal example for me is looking, since this is a New Year's stream, right? Looking into the year ahead, one of the things that I've committed to doing is living from the context of just being content, right? And understanding that, like, I have everything I need. I have this amazing, incredible life that that I've gotten to create. And even though I haven't gotten to professionally where I want to go, there's never been this opportunity for me. Well, I never saw one for myself, right? That just said, you could just be satisfied. And what would it be like to just be satisfied instead of constantly going for that next goal and going for that next goal? Just to give you all a little bit of context about me, I went to 4 different workshops at the end of last year to plan for 2022. And I was like, I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that. And this is going to be, how I do that. And this year, I've gone to none, and I don't plan on going to any. And what I will be taking on in the new year, instead of setting all of these goals, I'll still have goals, right? But and I don't know how. I literally don't know how to come from a context of being satisfied. Like, does that mean that I won't strive anymore? And then who am I? Like, what is my identity if I'm not striving? And then actually I listened to Gabor Mate, Teresa, after you shared his name with us while we were all deciding on like who's going to be on the panel and stuff. And he said some really interesting things about identity. And I was like, oh my goodness, this is all earth shattering stuff to me. To have an identity is to close yourself off from other possibilities. And so all of this time, I've been so proud of this like survivor mentality, identity, this striving, this achieving identity, that in all the while I'd been closing myself off to so many other possibilities. And my discovery in being satisfied, and that was never possible for me before, even though, and I mean, I have an amazing life, is now possible. So, do any of you have anything to speak to in regards to your own personal, like, prison around what our conditioning has done to us?
I absolutely feel what you're saying. Like I'm pretty much in the same kind of boat that you are in right now, where I'm not like I've always been a yes person. I always want to make people happy. I'm such a people pleaser. Like I don't want to let anybody down. So I'll work myself till the death just to make everybody happy all at once. If I'm last minute, I'm panicking and I'm freaking out. And this year, I called it my villain year this year, but it was just putting up boundaries, just saying no to things, even if it was a joke like, hey, do you want to do this for me? No, not at all. But that still gives that other person the idea of, okay, of who else can I do it? So I'm just not overloading myself. I think that I think this next year, if I was to have a New Year's resolution for this next year, other than being the foul-mouthed, sarcastic delight that you've all come to love, is to learn to say more no often.
Can I also add to what Jimmy said there? Because in your bio that you sent us before the panel, you referenced being an empath. And I am too. And being an empath is a blessing and a curse. And you spoke specifically and directly to, you do need to figure out boundaries to like keep yourself sane. I love my friends, but I've had a handful that have had enormous mental health issues of their own, that I always go into problem solving mode to try to help. And I realize, as much as, you care about your friends, at a certain point, you can't save the world. Although I know you do, Jimmy.
That's why my name is Jimmy Saves the World.
You didn't realize it as I was going in that direction. But truthfully, you can be there for people, but you have to, like, at a certain point, set your boundaries before you become consumed with the crisis at hand, because empaths have, unfortunately, kind of go there. So if you recognize that, you're overwhelmed as much as you want to be there for the people you love and care about, for your own well-being, you got to kind of step back and assess and say, I'll always be there for them, but I can't do as much as I want, because obviously they're not open to it, and I can't solve all their problems. And that, I think, speaks to what you're talking about with setting boundaries.
I would also like to point out something that, we're talking about mental health. What really the source of it, I think, in contemporary society is the fact that we do have a toxic society. We have mistakenly equated having an advanced civilization with advanced technology, and all we've created is Romans with assault rifles. Instead of, what we need is a value change for survival. In a mere 500 years, this toxic colonizer culture has nearly tanked the planet. And what we've built our lives around industry instead of building industry around people's needs and lives and the planet's needs. And it's got all of us hurrying like little mice on wheels. How much more can I get done? And, we're working. They took 3 or 4 jobs. They're working 12 hours. Aren't they hard workers? And then all the time, since the beginning of Industrial Revolution, they've talked about how it's going to save workers time and we're going to have more time with our families, while they just try to exploit more and more out of us. And I just think people need to start gathering together and take our power back, because at the root of this is, again, corporate control, power in the hands of the few. And I'm going to get off my soapbox now.
I want to quickly acknowledge and thank and also share their comment from Log 66. Thank you for the super chat. We really appreciate that. KRTD appreciates that. We all know a percentage of ostensibly religious people who are not moral at all. I notice some conservative more moral than their parents' generation. Trauma is real. The most important thing in life is empathy. Thank you for that.
I agree. Spirituality and religion are 2 different things.
Yes. Oh, that's a really important topic that I think speaks to a lot of what we're talking about with mental health also, because we all want to be moral. We all want to do the right thing. But then organized religions have kind of co-opted that to consolidate their influence and their power over things, when, I think that the heart of morality and having a moral compass is more about spirituality than identifying yourself as being a member of a specific tribe. The tribal mentality, this religion's better than that one. Hey, all religions are espousing to doing the right thing, so why is one right and one wrong? It's just different names for the same thing. And if you want to believe it's a deity, great. You don't have to believe in a deity. You don't have to believe in the literal interpretations of religion. You just be spiritual and be in tune with other people. And really focus on doing that is going to help improve everybody's mental health, right? Take care of each other the way you want to be taken care of.
Yeah, I mean, and actually, all of you have looked to spirituality. It's funny in your bios, you've all mentioned spirituality and looked to spirituality for healing, and so that is actually something I did want to touch on in this panel. So it was a perfect segue, that might come off as confusing for some, knowing that religion has had a particularly large role in creating trauma over several centuries. So, how did you all use spirituality, and how would you suggest someone steps into that realm without traumatizing or re-traumatizing themselves in the way that we do know religion and organized religion as we know it has and does? That's up for grabs for anybody.
Well, obviously, religion's become a tool of empire.
Yeah, some of our viewers are commenting on that. Yeah, the control aspect of religion, organized religion.
But I mean, that's what's so great about the youth of today is that a lot of millennials and the Gen Zers are really starting to realize what this going to church on Sundays and this moral standing of what it means. Like, I went to church, and when I was growing up as a kid, and we were supposed to be known as super moral and stuff. But my mom would smoke a cigarette outside of church really quick in her car and then spray herself down so she didn't smell like cigarettes. Like, in Christianity, like that's super unmoral, but I've been homeless before, and I've sat and talked to, there's this man out in Venice Beach, or out in Santa Monica Beach, before he passed away, was named the Bubble Man, and he was a homeless dude, and he would just have this huge bubble machine and just spray out free bubbles for kids that came onto the beach. Like, that's moral to me. Like, that's somebody who cares, not somebody like my mom who would make sure she had to hide her cigarettes so that the rest of the church congregation didn't know that she was a smoker. Like, and judge her. Exactly. So that's where I kind of like, I still at a younger age, I still wanted to believe in some kind of higher being, something that, all these things that were so coincidental and so strange, there was something in charge of that. So that's why I changed to more of the Wiccan side, because I needed more of a female thing than a male thing, because I felt like the male patriarchy type of religion was very, very judgmental, very strict. Women had to be trophy wives, you had to stay a virgin until you were married. Like, it was just a lot of really bad things that you don't really cope well when you're thrown out into the real world. So I needed something, so that's why I changed to Wicca. But like now I kind of like delved into psychology and found out that actually your mind is a really powerful thing. And so now I'm more of an atheist who believes that like mind over matter can pretty much create anything. Mm-hmm. And that's where I feel like morals could probably be as well. Like, as long as, you're in your head and you can tell yourself that you can be a moral person and you can be a well person, who is this like invisible sky daddy to sit there and tell you that what you're doing is good or bad?
I like Sky Daddy. I'm gonna call him that from now on. And then Carrie, I know that you had something to say on this topic.
Yeah, I mean, I think, anytime anyone is stepping into a discovery or an exploration of anything, right? Whether that's an exploration of their body, of their trauma, of different spiritualities, of different beliefs in different cultures, even just going to a new class to explore something different. There's always in every moment we encounter, even every like conversation we have with another person, there is always the ability to just kind of give your power away and give away your own, or not claim the responsibility that you have to yourself for yourself. And I see this a lot as a practitioner. I see people, coming into sessions and they just want, I don't even like using the word healer. Right? Because it's like, no, I'm not doing the healing. I'm not healing you. I am sitting here holding space for and facilitating your process and your own body's unfurling of its wisdom and its innate ability to heal. And so I think a lot of times people turn to these outside systems, these outside beliefs, outside practices, And they do it in such a way where they're just like ready to hand over their responsibility for themselves. And one thing that that a facilitator once said in a class that I was attending, just like to very clearly set up, like, these are the rules of engagement for this, like, the whole cohort of people. She said, do not give me your power, because if you give me your power, I will abuse it. Right? Like, period. Not because she's a bad person, not because she's an abuser, but because that's how it works. You are the only one who can know what is right and best for you. And if you sort of outsource that onto somebody else and expect them to just magically take care of you, like, you're going to end up being abused, because what else will you, like, right? You gave up something that was never somebody else's to hold. And so, yeah, that's just kind of where I stand, is this, just like a hard line of everybody taking a certain level, well, not even a certain level, just taking full responsibility and ownership for themselves and what is theirs. And, as Jimmy was talking earlier about boundaries, right? As soon as something in a practice, in a person, a practitioner, a belief doesn't suit you and you get that no, you listen to your no. And you just don't stay engaged with the thing until you feel like, yeah, either you don't stay engaged with it and you never go back to it, or you go back to it in a way in which you have more ability to stay centered in yourself when engaging it. So you know that there isn't that chance of abandoning self that leads to abuse and self-abuse, right? Because in the whole conversation that we have around consent and whatnot and all of these sort of violations, at the end of the day, most of the time when I look at my own actions, when I've wanted to make somebody else, the abuser, I have to look at it and say, oh my gosh, like, I violated my own consent there. I was like, my body, my being, my soul was telling me no. And something in my brain or something in my conditioning, again, the conditioning, that we've all grown up in from our families, from our institutions, from the culture at large, that was running and that was stronger. And it was saying, yes, keep doing this thing, or allow this thing to happen, or go along with this thing, even though every part of my being was saying no. And so for me, yeah, when you're engaging in or stepping into that realm of seeking help from anything outside of oneself, it's just about staying, truly centered in who you are and listening to those cues for what is best for you. And each individual is really the only person that can know that.
Yeah. Jimmy, it seemed like you had something to add, and I'd love to hear Teresa's take on this topic as well, of exploring spirituality.
Go ahead, Teresa. I was going to say, tell that to my 15-year-old daughter, please. I got an unruly teenager.
Well, I was just being reminded about how we need a paradigm change and a different vision. And again, I recommend everybody read or listen to the audio book. That's what I did from my library, The Dawn of Everything. There's actually societies that have had true democracy. And Native Americans, the women had separate but equal power and separate but equal jobs. The head clanswomen actually chose the future leaders to be voted on. And then if they didn't fulfill, if they didn't do what they said they were going to do, they had the power to dethrone them, so to speak. I just kept thinking of how Gabor Mate says that the West is anti-child. And, you look at the traditions in England where the aristocracy sent their children away, almost sort of like the Germans, with their training, their perfect people. And then here, we're the richest nation in history, and we're number one in childhood poverty. And then we separate these immigrant children and stick them in cages, and they're going to have trauma from that for the rest of their lives. We're anti-child, we're anti-weakness. You can't be vulnerable. You hear all the time, oh, I don't want any bleeding hearts or basket cases. And instead of recognizing that people need help, we really stigmatize them and put them down. We seem to prefer harsher, more authoritarian figures. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. And they're beginning to find out now that really successful societies were actually societies that helped each other, not that they just didn't compete. It wasn't the fittest person won. It was the societies that cooperated and worked together. So anyway, am I making any sense here?
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense to me. And there were so many things to touch on this topic, because one of the things I was thinking about stepping into, and actually some people in the chat were pointing to it, is like how technology has traumatized us and separated us largely. And this idea of community and being together is
Yes,
thank you.
Thank you
right?
for saying that. I mean, isn't that another thing corporations have done? First of all, they broke up families. They forced us to move all over, so we lost that support group. They broke up communities. They broke up towns. I mean, look at what they've done to rural cities and interurban cities. They're just desolate wastelands, Anyway, I'm sorry.
No, you're great.
I have a grasshopper brain, and it just tends to go all over the place.
Yeah, well, and even inside of taking on this topic, I just, and that's why I sent, sort of some ideas of what we might cover beforehand, because I just knew that this topic is so big. I mean, it's bigger than we can, really do in an hour. Though I think we did an okay job.
Very comprehensive.
We're gonna be wrapping up here soon. So grasshopper brain is actually perfect at this moment, because what my request now is that if y'all had just a thing to leave our listening audience with, like that they can like put in their pocket and walk out of here with, what would that be? What would you in this world of self-healing, healing, trauma, mental wellness, what would, whether it's advice or just a thought or something that you've learned, it can be anything. What would you want people to walk out of here knowing, like, for sure?
My one thing would be is that the mind is a very, very powerful thing. Very powerful. So that's just it. That's all I got.
Mm-hmm. Like Danny's comment here, knock on your neighbor's door just to introduce yourself as a start. Yeah, that's a strong start in building community and then building wellness, because the loss of community and this isolationist way of being, this fierce independence that we have as a collective, is killing us, everybody. It's killing us. And this need to be right all of the time. Also, what Teresa pointed to, the lack of vulnerability, I think is also really making us all very sick. And that wasn't my one thing, but I'm going to make that my one thing.
It's a very, very powerful statement to share at the end here.
Yeah. How about for you?
Yeah.
Well, for me, it's always truth. Make truth your guiding light. My spiritual teacher once said, the truth will set you free, but it'll hurt like hell first.
Yeah, it sure does. And then for you, Carrie?
Yeah, I guess it would be to kind of look at, Yeah, look at what is resourcing you, right? Like, where are your true resources coming from? As you were speaking, Kira, about that idea of satisfaction, right? There are things that I have, as my worldview has shifted, I've shifted where I resource from. And I don't necessarily expect it just to come from other people or just to come from, oh, I made enough money to do yada, yada, yada. But there are much larger networks of resource, with people, it's community, but larger than that, it's like even just resourcing from Earth herself and seeing that as this benevolent spirit being that is always, that like always has my back, is always ready and welcome to receive me, and is there for me. Resourcing from my ancestors, all of these, these various larger than myself, larger than individual people sources. And that at the end of the day brings me a lot of satisfaction that makes it easier and easier to step out of or be in, to not be as entrapped in these larger systems of capitalism, of patriot. Like, sure, they're going to exist. I still live in them, but it's easier and easier to just step outside of and find happiness and satisfaction out of them, because what I'm being resourced from is so much larger and benevolent than any of these things could ever be.
Yeah. Beautiful. All right. Well, I want to thank you all for joining me on this panel and making my dreams come true for a panel regarding wellness and trauma and self-healing. Because I think right now, and especially with the world we live in the United States context, right, where we are, everyone for himself, I think it's really important to have these kinds of conversations so that people can find resource for themselves and find ways of taking care of themselves and of each other. So I appreciate you all very much, and thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Thanks, ladies.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks for hosting.
Thank you. Bye.
All right, Kira, that was that was better than I even expected.
Jerry, come on.
No, seriously, I knew it was going to be good. I knew it was going to be good, but it was better than I expected. So, great job.
Yeah,
great topic,
it kept me up. That panel, like putting together that panel, kept me up at night because I knew it was just such an important topic and such a big topic that again, identity, right? Like I wanted to get it right, and like the stress that comes along with like being who I am and being conditioned to who I am. But beyond that, like just to really have people be in a conversation that is meaningful and that can be helpful in a real way. It was important to me.
Very powerful. Now, moving into our next panel, we are for our viewers who are watching across the country. As if you haven't already surmised by that little bug in the corner, we are Chicago Corner. So we tend to focus our coverage on hyper-local stuff that happens in Chicago. But I think that our next panel, our next discussion is of interest to viewers all across the country, because Chicago is one of the major metropolitan areas in the U.S. And a lot of stuff that's going on here, I don't know that it has as much influence on what's happening across the rest of the country, but I certainly think a lot of the issues we're dealing with here are reflected in other cities as well. So before we go on, our next panel is going to be the top 10 news stories that we feel really were of importance here in Chicago. And to that end, I'm going to introduce one of our co-hosts. I do need to announce, sadly, Fair and Balanced will not be joining us. She does have an unexpected emergency that she needs to deal with. We totally miss her. I was looking so forward to having her on. We had a great conversation on the phone last night. Hopefully we'll be able to bring her on to Chicago Corner in the future, because she is originally from Chicago, even though she's now working in Washington, D.C. But in the meantime, someone else who's very focused on what happens here in Chicago is our venerable colleague from Hardlands Media, Mr. Kit Cabello.
Cheers and salutations. Happy New Year's Eve to all you wonderful people. We got the wonderful and outstanding, incredible, legendary Kira, who's in the house. There you go. And we got.
Can you turn your microphone down just a little bit? You're overmodulating. I don't know if you can do that, but you're coming through really loud.
Oh, really? Hold on.
You're coming in hot, Kit, as
Coming in
always.
hot, as always.
All right, better now?
That's much better. Oh, by the way, Kit.
No, sir. No, sir. No, sir. You will stop speaking. You will stop speaking. You're full of crap, and that's the nicest thing that I can say.
I knew it. I always knew that Lightfoot was going to say that to me, and I was just trying to tell her, hey, look, you look like a leprechaun. Where are my Lucky Charms at? That's all I want to know. I mean, come on, Lightfoot. What's wrong with you?
I'm already here.
Anyways,
yeah, no, we've got a lot. When we're decided we got an hour to talk about the top 10 Chicago stories, that literally gives us 5 minutes to quickly share as briefly as we can what's happened, and I guess some of our comments on it. So just kind of keep track of the time. We've got to keep our comments short regarding the stories that we are sharing. But one of the major ones that came up that was astounding to me was the fact that the UK Guardian reported on the shocking levels of toxic lead in Chicago's tap water. This story was reported on by the UK Guardian. I didn't see any major news outlets in Chicago carrying this story. And really quickly, tests performed for thousands of Chicago residents found lead, a neurotoxic metal in amounts far exceeding the federal standards. 1 in 20 tap water tests performed for thousands of Chicago residents found lead, a neurotoxic metal, at or above U.S. governmental limits, according to a Guardian analysis of a City of Chicago data trove. And 1/3 had more lead than is permitted in bottled water. Could that be Lori Lightfoot's newly introduced Chicago, which is bottled? Chicago. Oh, I'm sorry. You know what? I don't want to block Kit there. I had our executive producer of the show, Oreo, down the corner. Let me get rid of that. Sorry, Kit. I didn't realize.
I finally became Kit Kat, the real
Kit Kat. Yeah, you did. Kit Kat for real. So your thoughts? I mean, these are the stories that we've covered this past year on Chicago Corner, which I hope everybody who hasn't already done so will subscribe to on YouTube and also like our videos and learn everything you could ever want to know about Chicago in the coverage we do Tuesdays and Fridays on YouTube and Rockfin.
Well, here's the thing I want to share with the audience. Look, we have been covering lead in our drinking water since Hard Lens Media got started on the radio, when Kira was with us at the very beginning, Lainey as well. Jerry, we even let you in on this as well. And the thing is, just earlier later this year, sometime like around October, myself, Daniel Lupker, Connor Dorr, we did a short documentary video about the pollution that's happening in Lake Michigan. It comes no surprise to me that there's also an ongoing lead crisis in Chicago. So the issues that impacting Flint, Michigan are also impacting us predominantly, not just only on the south and west side, but it's also on the north side. So to my fellow Chicagoans, Rahm Emanuel turned a blind eye to this. Lightfoot has turned a blind eye to this. And what I want to say to the future mayoral candidates, potentially one of them could be the new mayor, what are you prepared to do, and what are you going to do to finally bring in safe, clean drinking water for the constituents and people that have been living in this city for generations? I recently found out that my city is, in my city here, like my great grandfather was born here in 1890. I've been here for generations. My family's been here for generations. Do the families that have been living here for generations have every right to be exposed to lead? No, we don't. No. We need real leadership. And sadly, we're not seeing that from the media, but only independent media is going to be talking about lead in our drinking water. So,
and of course, Rahm Emanuel, for all of his failure, for all of his disasters here, failed upward and was rewarded with the ambassadorship of Japan. We can only hope and pray that Kaiju takes care of him.
I take responsibility for what happened because it happened on my watch.
Yeah.
Thank you, Godzilla. Thank you.
And I mean, and we've seen this movie before, right? So like saying, are you going to step up? Are you going to step up? There's no political will to step up. There's no reason for politicians to do so. I just want to highlight what Nadia said in the chat, the water being poisoned is a deliberate strategy for water privatization and bottled water sales. So you just got to look at where the money is coming from. And we know that the money comes from the corporations. And so if there's no money inside of providing people with healthy water, and it would actually, cost money, then there's no political will.
Absolutely. Great. Let's move on to our next one. The Chicago Housing Authority in Chicago, they basically shut down public housing on Cabrini Green. They got rid of a lot of public housing. There's a lot of vacant land. A lot of the people that relied on public housing were relocated with an expectation that the Chicago Housing Authority would provide new public housing, more affordable housing. Well, they haven't. What the Chicago Housing Authority has been doing here in Chicago is giving up valuable land while the HUD rubber stamps the deals. Despite being years behind on obligations to build more homes, the city's public housing agency gets permission to sell, lease, and swap its property in gentrifying neighborhoods. One of the major recipients of this great giveaway was the Chicago soccer team, the Chicago Fire, that got all of this CHA land to build a training facility instead of like putting up houses. Meanwhile, we have seen reported in the news as of 2020, we have 65,000 people homeless in Chicago, while the housing authority is giving away land to corporate interests and cronies that are probably also, laundering that money with donations to a lot of our elected representatives or civic leaders that are making these kind of sweetheart deals available.
Well, again, housing is once again further out of reach of working class citizens. It should come as no surprise that we are witnessing large real estate developers continuing to gentrify all the neighborhoods all across Chicago. And what was happening under Rahm Emanuel is still happening under Lightfoot. I'll never forget reading that Red Eye newspaper in 2018, See Pilsen Before It's Gone. And I thought they were going to talk about the Casa Aslan as well as other historical sites being demolished. But all it was, here, check out these bars before it gets too cold to go out to these bars and restaurants and everything else. Yeah. I remember. Daniel.
What a misleading headline.
I know. Because at first I was like, see Pilsen before it's too late. I'm like,
I didn't
oh
see
my
that.
goodness. Yeah, this was in 2018. Daniel and I were going to do a video, or we were recording Tom Treasure doing a Chicago's Not Broke thing. And I was waiting for Daniel to show up. I showed up there like an hour and a half before, we were supposed to start filming. And I saw this Red Eye paper. I'm like, oh my goodness, the media's doing its job. And I was so excited to read it. I was like, oh,
Never mind.
Let me quote from this article. Let me quote from this article too. The deal had been orchestrated by who else? Who else, guys? Who else would orchestrate this kind of a deal?
I don't know. Surprise. I
was going to say Lightfoot, of course, right? Yeah.
Chicago Mayor Lori Lightfoot, but even her allies knew the optics were bad. Land long set aside for low-income housing would be turned over to a professional soccer team owned by a billionaire, and criticism was intensifying. This also comes to us from ProPublica. Bombarded with questions during a city council committee meeting last month, a local housing official stressed that the deal would be scrutinized by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development before it could proceed. That assurance helped the mayor's allies win approval in the council. Look, not only is Chicago the most segregated city in the country, it's the most corrupt. There's corruption across all cities. We're literally numb to what happens here because we're gaslit all the time. And when you've got 65,000 homeless people across the city of Chicago, as of reports from a 2020 study that hasn't been updated for 2022, soccer teams and enriching their cronies is what the priorities are.
Soccer teams and tennis courts. Don't forget about the tennis courts. A school that's actually not needed when there's another school that's like blocks away that needs funding. All to replace areas that have been promised for decades, and they haven't done anything, guys, to rebuild those areas. But no worries, we're getting tiny houses. We're going to get 18 tiny houses or something like that.
That look like
Kira,
tool sheds in people's backyards.
No, guys, Jerry, Kira, I got to correct you because you both have made horrible false statements about tool sheds and having small homes. That's not what's going to happen. And I have to correct. I'm very disappointed that I have to once again re-educate you two. You will own nothing and be happy. That's what they want. You will own nothing and be happy.
No, sir. No, sir. No, sir. You will stop speaking. You will stop speaking. You're full of crap, and that's the nicest thing that I can say.
Jeez, oh boy,
Yeah.
I'll never forget
Yeah,
Lightfoot yelling at me like that. Jeez Louise.
So our next story that we're moving into, I'm not going to play the video because we already had some kind of a nasty copyright issue earlier on another panel. But the next story we wanted to share was the city of Chicago has decided that they're going to encrypt police scanners. So not only, general citizens are no longer able to find out what's going on in their neighborhoods in live time, but reporters can't be on the scene.
Yeah.
to-
But
to find out
they
what the
can
hell's
be
going-
30 minutes later, Jerry.
Yeah.
30
Until they
minutes later, they can get the information.
30 minutes is enough time for the police to cover shit up. Right?
Yeah, guys, what could, as I like to say on Hardlands Media and on Chicago Corner, as well as a few other, Kira, with our reaction videos, what could possibly go wrong?
Hinky. What does that mean, Vince? Hinky. Oh, strange. Weird. Why don't you say strange or weird? Hinky, that has no meaning. We say hinky. I don't want you guys using words around me that got no meaning.
You guys know the authorities are honest. Come on. We just need to trust the authorities more.
Well, this comes to us from CBS 2 News, all right? Police scanners, and now here's where it's, I think, relevant nationwide. If it's going to happen here, it could potentially happen elsewhere, along with the armed robots that the San Francisco law enforcement police department, or I forgot what authority out in San Francisco wants to start arming robots, and they pulled that back. But you can be guaranteed that's going to be reintroduced, and we're going to be living in OCP world like out of RoboCop. But here's the details on the police scanners. Police scanners are being silenced in Chicago, and while officers say it is for their safety, some say it's actually putting your safety in jeopardy. Because the cops, man, they're always fearing for their lives. You know who doesn't fear for their lives, guys? Firemen, firewomen. Mm-hmm. When they run into burning buildings, they don't abdicate their responsibilities because they fear for their lives as much as cops do, which I think demonstrates who the braver lots are. But as CBS 2 investigator Megan Hickey reported Monday, police scanners help people track crime in their own neighborhoods, help many of us journalists uncover breaking news, and help victim advocates provide crucial on-the-scene services. What is heard on the scanners is critical information broadcast in real time. Each police radio zone is composed of one or two police districts. At least 9 zones have been encrypted as of May of this year. So now residents cannot tune in. The Office of Emergency Management and Communications says the reason for the encryption is to keep first responders safe. But we're learning it is also hurting some of the victims to whom they are responding. Big surprise.
Yes,
Pastor Donovan Price of Street Pastor Chicago used to have 3 police scanners. He recently gave them all away because now they might as well be paperweights. You try so hard to help, but sometimes you're helping uphill, Price said. Pastor Price's Street Pastors group helps and advocates for victims. I arrive about 20 minutes after shots fired, he said. Work with the families as they arrive at the scene. Street Pastors provides everything from help identifying remains at the morgue to follow-up mental health services. But ever since the city first started encrypting radio channels, Pastor Price has not been able to provide the same level of help. Look, I think that
this is such a crock of shit.
Yeah. Well,
it's covering things up. Basically, it's covering things up for the cops. Go ahead, Kit.
Well, again, let's not forget that the police tried to do something similar to this, as well as our political establishment too here in Chicago, with the murder of Laquan McDonald. Okay, we have to remember that there were a lot of factions that were covering up, from the CPD to the mayor's office. Even good old Ed Burke was worming his way around there because he was trying to blackmail that Burger King. The fact, I'm sorry, again, getting a little bit off topic. The fact you had an alderman.
No, it's related. It's related.
Try and blackmail Burger King. Like, hey, that's a nice chain of restaurants that you got there globally, Burger King. Be a shame if something bad happens. It's like a guppy or either that a catfish trying to pick a fight with a killer whale. It's like, what are you trying to do here, Mr. Ed Burke? What were you trying to do here? Excuse me. It's like that scene when Mr. Burns was mimicking what's it? What was it? He had the story with Al Pacino. Not Al Pacino. Al Capone. The Untouchables. With enthusiasms, and Mr. Burns is trying to beat up one of his employees, and he's like barely even hitting him. It's like, sir, what are you doing? Like that's
so. Yeah, Kira, your thoughts?
I mean, I think what I'm going to say is very obvious, right? Which is this is horribly dangerous for anybody who's not a cop. And, and I think that we all know that Chicago cops I can speak to, but, I think we see nationwide cops in general tend to already get away with a lot. And the fact that they're willing to do the things that they do in order to, avoid paperwork or, just, get somebody booked for something or just get to the end of an investigation. This 30-minute lag is horrifically dangerous. I think this is a horrible choice.
We want law enforcement.
We're going to be seeing the repercussions of it, and it's going to be quick.
We want to see law enforcement and first responders safe, but this is not going to change anything. No. Anything at all. I haven't heard any stories related to people ambushing, police on the streets because of something that they've heard on the scanners. This is Lightfoot, more of the same.
And
more
that's the reason they gave, right? Like,
oh, it's going to protect their safety. Yeah. I haven't read any stories where their safety was compromised because of police scanners, especially in regard.
What would protect their safety is community policing. That would protect their safety. This whole how about we have more division, more secrecy, more this lot versus that lot. That's not going to keep anybody safe. This is a really bad idea.
Nadia shares in the live chat, cops want to murder with total impunity, using the proletariat for target practice and blowing people away on whims. We've seen it too much here in Chicago because everybody now has one of these to document what's going on. And it's more prevalent to see the abuse that happens. And by the way, we paid out, I don't remember how many millions I do know how many millions because I think it's in our...
Oh yeah, it's in one of the stories. How many millions in
taxpayers paid out $40 million in police settlements in 2022. And they don't...
1 year alone.
In 1 year alone. 1 year alone. After getting $320 million in federal COVID relief funds in 2021. But we'll get to that later. Our next story, here she goes again. Let's make sure to distract people with shiny things.
Again, she is a clown. All right. She's an absolute embarrassment, thin-skinned, and this city will not survive another 4 years under Mayor Lightfoot. Now, for everyone watching on Sabrina's show, on all the other live streams as well, Hardlands Media and Chicago Corner are doing everything we can to cover the 2023 election. And yes, I know a lot of you are burnt out by electoral politics, but this election year is going to be very important for the city. And we're asking everyone in the independent media to please, in many ways, if you want to reach out to Chicago Corner and Hardlands Media, we want to talk about these stories. We want to share what's happening here in this city because Lightfoot is a fundamental problem to Chicago. And if she's reelected, it's going to be difficult for us to recover.
Well, let's get into the story. And, anybody who wants to find out how we covered the mayoral forum, Chicago Corner was out there along with Kid and Hardlands several weeks ago covering the candidates who are running. So you can find that on our Chicago Corner YouTube channel.
Most live stream too, by the way.
Yeah, we live stream it. So when I think of gambling, I want to go to Las Vegas. I don't want to stay here in Chicago. But obviously, Lightfoot sees the opportunity to pad the pockets of a lot of her cronies and donors with a casino, which is going to basically feed into gambling addiction here in Chicago, as well as create more crime in the neighborhoods that this new Bally's casino is going to go into. Chicago casino approved by city council after screaming match between the mayor and aldermen. The people in this community that the casino is going into don't want it, but she's ramming it down their throats, as she often does with everything. After a heated vote, the $1.7 billion casino planned for the Tribune publishing site now goes to the state's gaming board for final approval. This was reported in May, and it is going through. Bally's plan to build this riverfront casino and resort at the Tribune publishing site in River West was approved by a 41-7 vote. Now it heads to the Illinois Gaming Board for final approval. Now, there were a lot of progressive aldermen that were fighting against this. Unfortunately, it was like the nays, which were the 7, the minority in our Chicago City Council. But, we joke a lot on Chicago Corner. The mayor likes to distract everybody with shiny things. We have the bean in Millennium Park, which Lori wants to, maybe make a double bean, but
a triple bean.
Meanwhile,
Triple bean.
the casino, and then what is she also going to introduce here? Let me pull up this story. For those of you who haven't heard about it, and hopefully you probably did, because I know that we've covered it a lot on Chicago Corner, and Kid also covered it last Monday. We're getting NASCAR in Chicago on streets that were not designed for race cars. I mean, the potholes alone will probably bottom out most of these race cars.
Jerry, if it's gonna make us a buck, we'll fill some potholes, right? So,
Well, yeah, but there's also
potholes
talk
will get
about
filled.
damage of what's going to happen to the parks, all right? And there's no look, Grant Park was specifically designed to be a green space for the people to enjoy. Yes, I understand that there are large financial entities that do want to be here in Chicago and promote themselves, but that area, Grant Park, was for the people to enjoy. It was supposed to be a green space. We don't know what kind of irreversible damage that will be done with so many people attending NASCAR. And plus, this area that they're trying to build doesn't make any sense. It's stupid. It is so stupid.
The residents in that area did not get, nor did the aldermen get any advance notice regarding this. It's just another thing that Lori decided to ram through because it's another shiny object that she can dangle in front of everybody while the city continues to burn. There she is, filing her nails, doing what she wants to do to this NASCAR. It's a disastrous idea, based on safety issues, the impact on the neighborhoods, the impact on the businesses. And of all times that she's decided that this was going to happen, it's going to be during July 4th weekend. July 4th weekend, NASCAR, they're going to tie up all the roads downtown. Interviews with, now, why critics say Lightfoot's NASCAR deal is a wreck. Interview with Chicago City Council members, experts, and a WBZ analysis of the contract show minimal financial benefit to the city and few specifics about who pays for related costs, such as security and cleanup. Race cars zooming through downtown Chicago next July will undoubtedly make Grant Park look like a scene from the next installment of the Fast and the Furious franchise. I'll take it one further. It's going to look like the fucking Road Warrior is what it's going to look like with all the cars crashing and piling up on each other.
So, Jerry, first of all, I wanted to say to everyone, and look, I think I owe you an apology here too, Jerry, but can you show up that image of the casino or what it's supposed to look like, the artistic rendition of what Lightfoot wants? Do you have that available or no?
I don't have that graphic available now.
Okay, that's perfectly fine. Well, then I want everyone to imagine this picture because we actually talked about it on a previous Chicago Corner. There's this whole idea of a casino. It's looking nice. Everything looks shiny and sunny, which I have to say that's a horrible rendition of what a casino looks like. What it is, it's dark. There's trash everywhere. There's a guy probably in the corner vomiting, another dude crying because he's lost his kid's college fund, a wife beating up her husband for spending all the life savings. There should be questionable ladies of the evening there, and maybe a dude floating in the river. He's not swimming and he's not alive, but he's in the river floating because that's the kind of stuff you see around a casino.
Yeah,
he's
maybe
not swimming and he's not alive.
Yeah.
He's not swimming and he's not alive, but he's in the river face down.
Yeah. It's just, again, it's just another bad idea in the litany of bad ideas that Lightfoot introduces because she's incapable of dealing with the more pressing issues that are impacting people here. She wants to dangle shiny trinkets in front of everybody to distract them from the stuff that she is completely ineffective in dealing with, which, she feels anybody's criticisms are irrelevant.
Well, and to serve her donors because we definitely heard a lot of donor talk, especially in regards to all of the music festivals and what was the I feel like there was one other story. Was that the story where it was like she supported Lollapalooza for the next 10 years and then it was uncovered? Whoa! That there was $25,000 donation to her campaign.
Yes,
right? So,
and the promoter for Lollapalooza is also the promoter for Lollapalooza is also the one who helped forge this NASCAR deal.
Mm-hmm.
So you've got a lot of nepotism and inbreeding with the deals behind the scenes and who's making bank and who's greasing each other's pockets.
And then to highlight another important point by Danny, that there's a lot of butt cracks on stools in casinos, and I heard that crack kills.
And not to mention, there's that god awful smell of cigarettes, vomit, desperation, and cleaning material too.
Desperation. Now, to be fair, I don't gamble, but I've definitely spent time in Vegas quite a bit, and it's quite fun. But like Jerry said, I think that we're not Vegas, right? Chicago isn't Vegas, and we shouldn't be striving for that. There are so many amazing things about our city.
Are you bastards criticizing my choices of new and interesting revenue streams in the city of Chicago? Your criticisms are irrelevant. I'm the queen, and what I say goes. I don't have to get the approval from the aldermen or the citizens living in the Chicagoland area. I know best.
You know what's interesting too, Jerry, is that I shared with you, and again, we'll see if we can do all of them if we can. But 3 links to 3 different town hall forums that are going to be happening, debates. You know what's interesting is I'm wondering if Lightfoot will attend those too.
She didn't attend the first one. You took pictures of her table. Quickly tell that story to our audience, as brief as you can, because we've got to move on to other stories within the time.
Okay. Real quick. All right. So as the live stream was going on, I went to take a quick break, taking photos of all the campaign tables there, and I saw Lightfoot's team set up, and I was wondering, okay, I guess Lightfoot's coming, and I asked them that, is Lightfoot will she be here? They said no. I said that's very odd that the table's being set up here. Well, as representatives, and these were 2 young college girls that were setting this thing up, I said, well, as representatives for Lightfoot, can you at least give some few questions or answer some few questions about why she's not here? What's going on? They were like, no. And I was like, well, this is very strange and odd. And then one of them quietly said, looking directly at me, this is a very difficult job that we're doing.
I'm sure it is.
And I'm sure it is. I'm so sorry. I hope you guys get all the internship points for that.
Yeah. I mean, what happened to you, Kit, internally when that young woman said that to you?
I'm like, oh no, the beatings will continue till morale improves. That's what I was thinking, like for these young girls, like the beatings will continue till morale improves. Not that I endorse violence, but I'm wondering what kind of verbal abuse Lightfoot's campaign staff is getting to where they set up a table, they can't answer questions. So I'm just thinking that in my head, like, oh, you're probably getting yelled at so much.
You know, we actually have some video, and I don't think we'll have a problem running this since it's a quick news clip, but let me see if I get some audio on this regarding our next story. Can I turn the audio up here? Come on.
I'll go to a local hotel.
The migrants, part of a larger group from the Lone Star State, bused to Chicago by Texas Governor Greg Abbott earlier this week. WGN's Julian Cruz is live with details on that. Hi, Julian.
Hey, Micah, 64 migrants, many of them families with young children, taking up residence at this local hotel for the next several weeks or so. We are not revealing the identity due to safety concerns, but we are told that the group is monitored and supported on site by a team of state social workers and staff, but their unannounced arrival last night causing a stir here in Burr Ridge.
So here's what Lightfoot did with the migrants that asshole in Texas, Abbott, decided to bus to Chicago. We're the sanctuary city, right? She welcomed them, then she bused them to Burr Ridge herself. Meanwhile, we reported this week on Chicago Corner the other night on the fact that it is, what is it? The community on the south side, we reported on Woodlawn. In Woodlawn, there's an abandoned school that they've put $2.5 million of renovations into, and they're going to put the migrants there. Now, okay, on one hand, it's a good place that they're putting the migrants somewhere that's been renovated, you know, a solid building, right? But it's on the south side. It's out of sight of everything else that's going on. And it doesn't speak to the fact like, okay, great, you're taking care of the migrants. You got the money to like renovate that school for optics now because the Burr Ridge story looked so bad. Why don't you have the money to renovate these old school buildings or any vacant buildings to help Chicago's homeless population? They're living in tents and under bridges. This is optics. She got caught when she shipped them to Burr Ridge. And now that the heat is on, they decided to put them in this Woodlawn community. Now, the alderman wasn't notified that this was going to happen either. And the residents in the community are not against helping these migrants, but they're like, our resources are stretched too thin as it is. We're not getting the infrastructural financial support from the city. And if you're going to put the migrants in here without, you know, letting us know what's going on so we can do it the right way, it again speaks to her total tone deaf assessment of the situation. So anyway, do you guys want to comment on this?
I do real quick. So here's the thing. I am worried about the safety of these migrants, how they've been used as political pawns.
Pawns. Yep.
And I cannot forget in 2018 when Daniel and we covered the protests at the Gary Chicago International Airport, where nonviolent migrants are being chained up like animals and have to crawl up the airplanes as they're being deported. These are human beings, and the way that this country is treating migrants who are escaping the war on drugs, coups, civil wars, these actions will come back to haunt us as a nation and as a people, because one day we, the American people, will need help, and there might be a world that will not give a damn that in regards to helping us when we need it.
I'm sure it's only a matter of time until they start using that Gary Airport to start shuttling the migrants elsewhere too, Kit.
And by the way, folks, I'll never forget Daniel when we were driving to the Gary Chicago International Airport, because Indiana is my second home. As we were driving there, Daniel was just saying, "Where is this airport?" And it literally it's hiding right out there in the open. You wouldn't expect it. It's just it's one of those things where like, oh, an airport's there. What's it being used for? And then you find out what it's being used for.
And just to speak to some of the conditions that these folks are dealing with, and how poorly they're just being treated now inside of our sanctuary city or whatever. It's been 4 months since the busing began.
Mm-hmm.
And I just saw reports, 2 weeks ago, of one of them committing suicide. And because the conditions have been so bad, and it's like, okay, I don't know where that person migrated from, but the fact that they were leaving conditions that were, again, I don't know the backstory necessarily of this particular person, but leaving conditions that were so dangerous or so unhealthy or so bad that it was a threat to their lives, to then just come here and commit suicide is a real testament to how much we respect human life.
And probably also caused by a lot of U.S. Imperialist interests in South America, in south of our border, everywhere south of our border. Our migrants are coming from destabilized regions that we have a direct responsibility for destabilizing. Sean Moon mentions in the live chat, mass migration is a weapon of class war. The capitalist class requires a reserve army of desperate unemployed to drive down leverage for the entire working class. Let's also not forget to mention that the migrants who come to this country for jobs, they're not taking jobs away from Americans. Okay, they're taking the jobs Americans don't want, that are being offered by the corporations that don't want to pay Americans a fair living wage to work the fields, to work the tough jobs that no one else wants to take. And they work very, very hard at it. So all of this chatter about, we don't want these people coming to this country. You know what? Sorry, I'm probably going to sound bad saying this, but then find a white landscaper, find some white laborers to work your fields and harvest the fruit and cultivate the food that's farmed in California, because that's the workforce that these corporations prey upon because they don't want to pay Americans a fair living wage. And the fact, this is a nation of immigrants, whether they come in legally. I know that we have an issue with illegal, some immigrants coming in and causing problems. The fact that most Americans don't recognize that they're here because their generations before them came here as immigrants. And the fact that we're now demonizing the whole concept of immigration or migrants when this country was founded on diversity just blows my mind. How completely disconnected people are because they think they're going to take our jobs and they're going to cost us all this money that they're not, that they're really not.
And again, with migrant workers, like they're coming here because of our foreign policy in Central and South America. All right. That's what's happening. That's what's going on.
All right. Our next story, which we have.
And just to answer questions in the chat, It is popcorn that I'm munching on. And thank you for those of you who are letting everybody know why I'm munching on a live stream.
That's right. That's right. There's
unprofessional over here. I'm starving.
There's a brand new tiny person on their way. Bundle is on the way. All right. So this is our story number 6, and we're actually doing pretty good on time. So police misconduct lawsuits in Chicago cost taxpayers $40 million in 2020, report shows, and the costs are growing. That's 1 year. 1 year's worth of police misconduct settlements. Meanwhile, as I mentioned earlier, Lightfoot directed about 70%, which was $280 million worth of federal COVID relief funds to police overtime in 2021. So they're getting the overtime so they can basically violate people's civil rights that we end up paying for with these $40 million worth of lawsuits in 2022. All right. Really quickly, the article says Chicago taxpayers shelled out more than $40 million in 2020 for plaintiffs and their attorneys who alleged misconduct against the Chicago Police Department, according to a report published by the city's law department last week. And early indications show the city's police-related legal costs have only risen since. The Chicago Department of Law's 69-page report on Chicago Police Department 2020 litigation comes as the law department faces a shortage of staff and pressure from the city council to bring more lawsuits to trial, all as the city approaches 2 full years without a chief risk officer to firm up the city's protections from legal exposure. We have come up with a solution on Chicago Corner. We've talked about endlessly 2 solutions that would, I think, stave this off, right? Lawyers and doctors and other professionals are obligated by law to carry liability insurance. Cops need to carry liability insurance. And if they don't want to do that, if their union decides, no, that's unfair. We serve and protect. We don't want to cause any undue expense on them with liability insurance. Great. If you're involved in abuse and it's proven in court, it comes out of your pension, period. One or the other. This cannot continue to go on. And this is not a disrespect to law enforcement. We want law enforcement to live up to the ideals that we're told it represents. Sadly, here in Chicago, more often than less, it doesn't.
I also want to add on here too. Jerry, when you were first starting off with Chicago Corner, I think it was like, again, in 2021 and even going into here now.
Adam Toledo.
Adam Toledo. That's what I was going to get to. We both watched that video before we went live. That was the most, again, one of the many difficult times I've had to sit through a video and watch true brutality and inhumanity happen. There must be accountability. There must be something different. And now more than ever, we need to make sure that our police department is there to help the people. I know maybe I'm sounding too idealistic, and I apologize. That's my idealism kind of gets me, facing the wall sometimes. But I mean, what we have now just doesn't work.
Now, to be fair, and I might face some criticism. Okay, go ahead, Kira.
Oh yeah, and I was just going to add to that, because we do get a lot of differing opinions when it comes to police, especially in our live stream on Chicago Corner from the one and only constitutional conservative. But if you want to take it from the viewpoint of the police, also, it's not working for them either, right? Like, nobody wants to be a cop because why do you think morale is low? Because look at what they're doing and look at the opinion of the community toward the cops, which is, like, in my opinion, completely righteous, right? And so nobody wants to be a cop. Everybody's working overtime. They're being called out to calls that they have no business going to, none at all. You can reallocate those funds to people who are mental health professionals. There are so many calls that are non-lethal, non-violent. If you look at the numbers, a vast minority of the calls call for any sort of violence in any way, right? And so that's something to take into consideration. Not to mention, we're obviously not allocating all of this fucking crazy funding that we're giving police to the police's well-being, right? Because we've had more suicides.
You have mental health issues too. Absolutely.
Mental health issues among the cops.
Yeah.
Right. And so we have traumatized people going out and regulating a public that is largely traumatized as well is just a complete recipe for disaster, which is what we're seeing today.
Now, I was about to mention, to be fair, and I might get some flack for this, but the situation with Adam Toledo that we all witnessed with the police cam, the problem there was that it was a situation that was escalated. It was such a split-second thing that happened as the police officer called out to Toledo, hands up, drop your weapon. Toledo tossed the weapon behind the fence, but in the split second he tossed it behind the fence and raised his arms, the cop shot him. This was a situation that was escalated. I don't think the cops should have pursued him into that alley because there were other people in that alley. And if the cop's going to on an adrenaline rush chasing this kid, and the kid did follow his orders, it was just an absolute tragedy all around. And this cop who shot Toledo didn't have any prior history of, anything that was amiss in his record. So part of me, as objective and fair as I can be, it was like a disaster waiting to happen with the way the cops are generally told to escalate things instead of try to de-escalate. And I think that along with mandating that police live in the neighborhoods that they patrol so that there's a bridge to the community so that the cops are not looking at everybody that they're policing as a potential enemy or somebody that's going to threaten their lives. If they're living in the communities that they police, then you're building a bridge and you don't see that person on the street as a potential threat. You see them as a neighbor, and you're all invested in like making that neighborhood safe. So speaking of crime, this is a horrible story that a lot of people across the country probably are not aware of. Okay. Cause we had a local pop culture icon here in Chicago, a gentleman named Joseph Cromulus. He was known as the Walking Man, and he was cited all the time down in the Loop as a mainstay. I think in River North, Streeterville, this gentleman, James Cromulus, used to just walk the streets with his luscious mane of hair, very well kept, very, very nicely dressed. And some asshole decided that to set him on fire while he was sleeping underneath Trump Tower on Lower Wacker Drive. Now, Cromulus initially survived, despite the fact he had 70% burns across his body. But sadly, he did pass a week ago. So let me quickly read from this story. Walking man Joseph Cromulus dies months after man set him on fire on the street. Cromulus's death comes almost 7 months after a man set Cromulus on fire, gravely injuring him. Cromulus was known for walking around downtown. That's all he was known for, but he was just this peaceful guy, walked around and people knew him. He'd talk with people. He was like almost kind of like a little bit of a tourist site, right? Somebody that the tourists would cite. Now, he was pronounced dead at 4:08 p.m. last Sunday, this was 2 weeks ago, according to, when was the date on this? December 12th. So back date from there. According to the Cook County Medical Examiner's Office, he was a local legend known for walking many miles during day-long treks around downtown. Cromulus's death comes almost 7 months after a man set Cromulus on fire, gravely injuring him. Early May 25th, Cromulus was sleeping at 401 Lower Wabash Avenue. Guy without a home. One of the many sleeping in tents or under the cover of Lower Wabash. When Joseph Guardia came up to him, poured gasoline on him, premeditated. You don't just like find gasoline somewhere. You are looking for somewhere to cause trouble. Set him on fire, ignited the blaze and ran away, prosecutors have said. The incident was recorded on a security camera. Cromulus was burned on more than 50% of his body. Okay, 50%, still bad. With officials saying they did not expect him to live. He received treatment for months before his death. Guardia admitted to setting the fire, saying he thought he was just burning a pile of blankets. We know otherwise. The security cam shows otherwise.
That's not true. God
Officials
almighty.
said Guardia stood over Cromulus for 16 seconds as Cromulus slept, and Cromulus's legs and possibly his face were exposed. Guardia was then charged with attempted murder and arson. It's not immediately clear how those charges could change after Cromulus's death. I know how they could change. It's a homicide. It was a murder, is what it was, premeditated murder. The reason we wanted to share this story was it speaks to so many levels. I'm going to pass to Kira because actually I think you, in our pre-show emails back and forth, really were able to focus on the impact of his murder as it relates to surveillance, mental health, and how one person can have a huge impact on the community from my notes.
Yeah, I mean, I think that what the story highlights is, you look at the person who premeditated this, whether he had his eyes distinctly set on Cromulus or not, he was certainly out to cause trouble. And what causes that? What causes that level of, I don't know, is it hatred? Is it disgust? And we don't really know, but what I see inside of that is just a real need for some level of healing as a society, as a people, because this was beyond pulling a trigger, right? I think that gunning somebody down, while I couldn't imagine doing it myself, honestly, it feels a lot less personal, right? But setting someone on fire and standing over them for 16 seconds to watch it happen is beyond just like an impersonal kind of a murder.
Are they a sociopath or is it a mental health issue? I mean, it's one or the other, maybe both.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Yeah. You know, and you know, I don't know that, you know, I don't know what could have helped this individual before taking that kind of action, but something is seriously wrong with that. And then, you know, one of the things that we spoke to in regards to a recent school shooting was, you know, the surveillance state and how, you know, how this guy was basically tracked down through surveillance and, you know, the how well somewhat slow it actually was, considering how much surveillance we actually have and how much quicker that would have been if, say, Cremelis was somebody who had money, who was in the elite class, or, you know, important in that way, right? Quotes for anybody who's just listening, air quotes. You know, so it's just an interesting dichotomy that we see being used with the what's the word I'm looking for? The advancements, the technology that we do have, and how it gets used or doesn't get used effectively based on who's being harmed. And I mean, and you can have like whatever opinion you have on the surveillance state or whatever, it is ultimately what ended up finding this guy.
Yeah. It took a while though, and we were wondering.
It took a while. It took a long while.
Talking on the show. It's like, why is it taking them that long? They know he went into this subway station. There are surveillance cameras in there, and he had to come out somewhere. But you know, with Jussie Smollett, they had they were on the cameras immediately.
That's right. That was the example that you gave. Yeah, that was the example that you gave right away. Yeah, and actually, now that I think of it, because like my memory is coming back about that story, I don't even think it was the surveillance, even though they had all that surveillance footage on him. Wasn't it like a former?
I think
like
somebody recognized him from the neighborhood from the one surveillance.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
And no, actually, I think it was an officer who arrested the individual for a different type of crime earlier on. It's like, oh, I recognize him. That's
So
I was even mistaken in that recollection that you know, even though we had all this surveillance on who done it, nothing was done about it. So it's an interesting conversation, is all I'm saying. You know, without saying one thing or the other about how I feel about the surveillance state.
In regards to this, so here's the problem with the surveillance state. So here's the thing. Everything's probably automated and AI. So in order to find this person, it's going to require human input. And the thing is, what we've learned from the CPD and the politicians that run the city is that no one gives a damn. The only reason why that probably things were taking their time to find the suspect was because, one, oh, a homeless person got caught on fire. Who cares? Because that's what happens in this city. And I'm not trying to sound indifferent, but I'm telling you how our politicians and our police department work here in this city. A lot of indifference. The only reason why things were intensified is as people found out, oh, wait, this is somebody who's part of Chicago, who's done a lot of things for Chicago Center. Like, we got to find, okay, now all of a sudden, then the police departments and the politicians started to care. The surveillance state, it's a frightening thing. But the thing is, when it comes time for it to actually do some good, it's got to be pushed to it. It's got to be guilted to do something. And it's not designed that way at all. It's designed just to protect property.
Moving on to number 8. Now, speaking of mental health, and you know how much I love my transitions, thankfully, we've got some new candidates and new older people who are focusing on the mental health crisis in Chicago after this dickhole that we like to call Rahm Fuckface Emanuel closed them during his tenure as mayor. So let me quickly go into the story here. Voters want to reopen cities' closed mental health clinics because they realize this crisis is probably also related to all the crimes and all the people who are out there that've got mental health issues that are untreated, that are, you know, part of the problem. An alderperson says she'll use momentum to revive stalled plan. The referendum question on Tuesday's ballot in 3 wards. Now, this is from this past November, was non-binding, but Alderman Alderperson Rosanna Rodriguez Sanchez said the vote will help her revive her stalled plans to help Chicagoans in crisis. This is a good thing. We've got people who are pushing this through who recognize the void that needs to be filled with proper mental health treatment, not just in the mental health clinics, but for everybody. Mental health, as we talked about, as Kira talked about in her panel preceding this, there's like a stigma attached to mental health that shouldn't be there. Everybody needs help. You can tough up, but at a certain point you need help, and you need professional help to guide you. Now, Tuesday's ballot asked Chicagoans in the 6th, 20th, and 33rd wards on the south and northwest sides if the city should reopen all of the closed Chicago Department of Public Health mental health centers so they can support a citywide crisis response program. That program would also dispatch mental health professionals and an EMT to mental health emergency calls instead of police, which has slowly been integrated. At least 92% of voters in each ward voted yes. Thank heavens. According to unofficial results from the Chicago Board of Elections, the referendum questions are advisory. Alderman Rosanna Rodriguez Sanchez is an outspoken advocate of allocating funds to city-run mental health clinics and creating a network of social workers and medical professionals to answer mental health crisis calls. This is something that should be implemented nationwide in all cities, not just Chicago, and not just because we're talking about it here on Chicago Corner. Kira and Kit, because I know I don't want us to go over too much over time, but we're close to the end of our list. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Kira. This is important. You got this.
Like what you have to say is an important. I think this is something that we've all been kind of waiting for with this, this last mayoral election that just never came.
Yeah.
And it just goes back to what I was talking about earlier in regards to lead in our water. That there is no political will to do this, i.e. resources, money. And now what we see happening is the privatization of, these efforts, right? So now it's, turning into, we're like a neoliberal hellscape here, so why wouldn't our community mental health centers also be privatized?
Kit.
First of all, again, we could thank Rahm Emanuel and Lightfoot for continuing on the policy of keeping our mental health facilities shut down, which is the number one reason why Rahm Emanuel should not have any kind of future jobs. And
don't blame me, Cabello. Rahm is the one who closed the clinics. I'm just keeping them closed.
And then we also had another evidence about why we got to get rid of Lightfoot too, because she doesn't care. Look, mental health is going to be a very serious issue with the way the economy and the way everything's right now impacting us all with social media and so much more, lack of economic and educational opportunities. There's going to be a breaking point for a lot of people. And we need to start addressing it now, or America is going to be waking up to a far greater nightmare.
Yeah, especially as it relates to mental health and the impact related to crime. Speaking of crime, Chicago approaching 600 homicides in 2022, but police say killings down over last year.
Yay, we did it.
Yay, we're down.
That was a very convincing yay there, Kit.
Yeah. According to new data from the Chicago Police Department, through the end of October, only 580 people have been killed in the city, guys, per CPD figures. That marks a 16% decline compared with the same period in 2021. The city's deadliest year since the 1990s, and a 13% drop compared with 2020. Now, what's, same shit, different day, business as usual. What it took for suddenly people to start paying attention to this a little more, as we talked about in a prior panel, was the horrific Highland Park parade shooting, which took place in a more affluent north side suburb where, it's predominantly white people live. Okay. Illinois lawmakers hear testimony on assault weapon ban legislation. Family of gun violence victims, pediatricians, gun safety groups, and others who are pushing for the Protect Illinois Communities Act packed a hearing by Illinois lawmakers on Tuesday. This was reported by ABC 7 on, what is the date here? There's no date affiliated with it, but it just, speaks to what we're talking about with the rampant proliferation of guns and assault weapons specifically that gangbangers get their hands on, or maniacs like this kid Crimo up in Highland Park got his hands on when he decided he was going to go to town on July 4th. What's the lemonade from these lemons? Oh, wow. Because it happened up north, suddenly people are maybe paying more attention to the assault weapons ban. I can only hope. I don't know. But This has just got to fucking stop. I've advocated and said a couple times, you want a handgun, you want a shotgun to protect your home, fine. As long as you're licensed, as long as you got the background check, and as long as you pass mental health checks. And I think ammunition should be regulated. And there's no reason to have an AR-15. That is a weapon of destruction. You want home protection, you want to conceal carry for your own personal security, that's fine. These automatic weapons got to go, period, guys.
Look, as someone who served, AR-15s being a relative of the M16A2, A4, and M4 carbine, those weapons are designed for combat, not hunting or self-defense.
Yeah. Kira.
And I think the most glaring outcome of this story to me was just the amount of money that flowed into this community to help the survivors of this gun violence, and how though that kind of funding is not flooding Chicago South and West Sides when this many and then some.
Where are the priorities? Where are the priorities? Yeah. All right. So our last story of 2022. I was browsing Reddit groups not too long ago, maybe middle of the year, where I came across this clip, and it has come to light that our very own Kit Cabello has an army of clones, because as I discovered this video and shared
it's an accident. The facility's trying to shut it down.
Oh, I said, Kit, what is this video of you in the UK? Were you attending the Queen's funeral or the King's coronation? He said, no, Jerry, that's not me. I've got clones that escaped the... No. That doesn't look like Kit. I don't know who does, and that's what
and runs like it. That's how.
No.
That's what provoked the Clone Cabello saga at Chicago Corner. There's a great video where we went off 20 minutes during a show on that video, and then how it corresponded with a news story we reported on. Some guy broke into a police facility, and I broke in. Was that one of Kit's clones? And we were laughing. We were probably laughing for longer than we were talking about the story. But ladies and gentlemen, you got to visit Chicago Corner. You got to like and subscribe. You got to follow us. If you like the coverage we do and want to learn more about Chicago, please like and subscribe us on Chicago Corner. Go into our backlogged library where you can discover the Cabello clone saga, where you can find our coverage of the Chicago mayoral election and more oncoming field covers that we're going to go out and participate in, as well as our food and toy drive that we had before Christmas, where we're able to get toys and food for our lesser privileged people, neighbors and residents across the city. We want to do more.
Here's the receipt. That's
what it was.
Right?
140. Yeah, 144 pounds of. It wasn't a lot, but it was the thought that counts. I mean, it was a good haul. I think we got a lot of toys. It was a good haul for our first field broadcast. Now, I want to also say we do need to leave the show, because we do have a live performer that is going to be singing and interacting with the Kerberos Media audience. Please, guys, look at that banner below. Support Kerberos Media at Patreon. They put this on today, and YouTube has demonetized them. And if you're so inclined, you can support Chicago Corner on Patreon and Hardlands Media on Patreon. We've got Patreon accounts set up there also. What I'm hoping comes out of this broadcast today is that all of you good people watching across all of the networks, and thanks to Sabby Sabs, we love you too. Thanks to all of our guest panelists who joined us today. We had a great time doing this. We want to be able to entertain you and inform you more over on Chicago Corner. So everybody out there, Happy New Year. I want to adjourn so we can get our next panelists coming in. Kit and Kira, I'm going to remove you from the panel here so I can introduce them. Any parting thoughts for the new year?
Folks, everyone, please be safe. Support all independent media. And for these live stream videos, I know it's a monumental task, but let's get them to 2,023 likes.
Oh, by the way, we are, I think, maybe 10 likes and subscribes away from 1,500 at Chicago Corner. So anybody watching that doesn't know us, help us get to 1,500 for the new year. Kira, love you. Congratulations on the new baby. Kit, love you too, in a different way. Everybody.
I love you too, buddy, in a different way as well.
Thanks, everybody. And remember, if it's happening on the streets, you will hear about it here on Chicago Corner. So make sure to tune in, and I have the special New Year's greeting for all of you. Please be safe as you go into the new year.
5, 4, 3, 2,
I now turn it over to the vocal and musical talents of Lele Rose. Thank you for tuning in, everybody, and continue to watch throughout the day.
Thank you all so much. I'm here live from the Seahorse Lounge in Laguna Beach, California. It's a rainy New Year's Eve, noon o'clock here. Let me know if you have any requests. My name's Lele Rose. So great to be here today. I'm going to start you off with an original song I wrote in 2020 during Christmas time. This one's called Smile. Thank you all so much. Once again, that was an original song called Smile, coming off my brand new album. My name's Lele Rose. I'm going to check the chat here to see if anybody has a request. Thank you so much for the applause. Sean Miller, Earth Centered, thank you so much. Sabby Sabs, Tiny Dancer, you read my mind. Got you. Special thank you to Shane for bringing me back on this year. Cheers. And lately seems just for the bad. Pretty eyes, Paris smile, marry a music man. Ballerina, you must have seen her dancing in the sand. Now she's in me, always with me. Tiny dancer in my head. Jesus screams out in the street, handing tickets out to God. Turning back, she just laughs. Boulevard is not that bad. Yellow man, they stay in the auditorium, looking on. She sings the song, words she knows to Jesus. Oh, I feel so real, lying here with no one near, only you. You can hear me, and I say softly, slowly. Hold me closer, tiny dancer. Count the headlights on the highway. Baby, that she's loving. You had a busy day today. Thank you all so much. That was a request for Sabby Sabs. Happy New Year's Eve, everybody. I'm here live from the Seahorse Lounge in Laguna Beach, California. Lana Dell hates the clock. Hi, so good to see you again, too. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Rick. And let me know if you have more requests. Otherwise, I'm going to pick a song from Counting Crows. Could you do Take Me Out from Rent? I never did that one before. Daniel by Elton John. I can do another Elton John. Anything by Nora Jones. Got you, Rick. Thank you so much. I waited till I I saw the sun. Don't know why I didn't come. Left you by the house of fun. Don't know why I didn't come. I don't know why I didn't come. When I saw the break of day, wish that I'd fly away, instead of kneeling in the sand, catching teardrops in my head. Heart is drenched in wine. You'll be on my mind forever. Out across the endless sea, I would die ecstasy, but I'll be back upon driving down road alone. My heart is drenched in wine. You'll be on my mind forever. Something has to make you move. Don't know why didn't come. Feel as empty as a drum. Don't know why didn't come. I don't know why didn't come. I don't know why didn't come. Thank you all so much. Just catching up on the comments here, seeing if there's any more requests. Girl from Ipanema for Vierund DB. Thank you so much, Mastermind Hour. Raziel the Great. Steve Wolfbrand, got you. Earth Centered, Fiona Apple. And Robert Billy Joel coming right up for y'all. How can I tell her I love her? Yes, my heart gladly. But each time she walks through the sea, she looks straight ahead. Tall and tan and young and love, the girl from Ipanema goes walking. When she passes, each one she passes goes. Long December, there's reason to believe maybe this year will be better than the last. Can't remember the last thing that you said. You were leaving, and the days go by so fast. And it's one more day up in Kenya, and it's one more night in Hollywood. You think that I'll be forgiven? Na 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 na. Thank you so much, Steve. Once again, live from the Seahorse Lounge, Laguna Beach, California. My name's Lele Rose. Here's a Billy Joel for you. Some folks like to get away, take a holiday from the neighborhood. Hop a flight to Miami Beach or to Hollywood. I'm taking a Greyhound, a San River line. I'm in a New York City mile. I've seen all the movie stars in the fancy cars and the limousines, built high in the Rockies under the evergreen. I know what I'm needing, don't wanna waste no time. I'm in a New York City mile. Lana Del, I got you. Teresa Sanders, thank you so much. Got some Joni Mitchell and Tracy Chapman for you. Lana Del, I love it.
I wanna take you to anywhere. Maybe we make a deal. Maybe together we can get somewhere. Any place better. Starting from zero, got nothing to lose. Maybe we'll make something. Me, myself, I got nothing to prove. I got a plan to get us out of here. Been working at the convenience store. It'll save just a little bit of money. Won't have to drive too far. Just cross the border and into the city. You and I could both get jobs. Finally see what it means to be living. He lives with the bottle that's the way it is. So his body's too old. His body's too young to look like his. Mama went off and left him. She wanted more from life than he could give. Said somebody's gotta take care of him. So I was home, that's what I did. Driving in your car, speed so fast, it feels like I was drunk. City lights lay out before us. Your arms were nice wrapped around my shoulder. I had a feeling that I belonged. I had a feeling that I could be someone, be someone.
Thank you all so much. That's some Tracy Chapman by request. Hey, hey. I'm here streaming live from the Seahorse Lounge in Laguna Beach, California. My name's Lele Rose. We had a couple of guests walk in. So great to be here today. Happy New Year's Eve, everybody. Let us know where you are tuning in from. I think we got a bunch of East Coasters in the house. All right, this next one goes out to Shane. Thanks again for bringing me on tonight, whatever time it is. Big paradise, put up a parking lot with a big hotel, a boutique, and a swinging hot spot. Don't it always seem to go that you don't know what you got till it's gone? Big paradise, put up a parking lot. All right, we got Rick in the room from Texas-Mexico border. We have Fuzzy Slippers from Kansas, Terry Conley from West Virginia, Jimmy from San Bernardino, California, Steve from Echo Park, Lele from Laguna Beach. Took all the trees, put them in a tree museum, and they charge the people $1.50 just to see them.
but you don't know what you got till it's gone. Pay paradise, put up a parking lot. Only pay paradise, put up a parking lot. What's up, you're under DB from Chicago. We have Manumus from Montreal, Quebec. Bonjour. Don't it always seem to go that you don't know what you got till it's gone? Pay paradise, put up a parking lot. Shout out to Shane in New Jersey. All right, this next one by request. Here comes the sun. Here comes the sun, and I say it's alright. Little darling, it's been a long, cold, lonely winter. Little darling, it feels like years since it's been here. Here comes the sun. Here comes the sun, and I say it's alright. Little darling, the smiles returning to the faces. Little darling, it seems like years since it's been here. Here comes the sun. Here comes the sun, and I say it's alright. Sun, 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 here it comes. Sun, 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 here it comes. Sun, 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 here it comes. From a rainy New Year's Eve in Laguna Beach, California, my name is Lele Rose. You can find me at Lele on the Keys on Instagram, Venmo. My website is lelerose.com, and you can find me on Spotify and YouTube under Lele Rose as well. Thank you all so much. I have a request for an original song. This is the theme to my upcoming album. It's called Can't Stop Now. We out here live from my favorite speakeasy in Laguna Beach, the Seahorse Lounge. If you ever get out here, you gotta come visit. Don't know when this train derailed, but I gotta keep moving on. These arrows inside me keep me reaching far. When will I get off this beaten path? Every rock and every mountain, gotta keep moving on. Whispers in my head. Ooh, finding my way through stormy oceans, howling breeze. Ooh, I hear the ticking of time, pushing, pulling me in, spinning in circles, going nowhere. Can't stop now, 'cause if I stop, I lose my ground. If I never make a sound, the world it keeps on turning. Can't stop now. Won't let someone take my place. Won't let my name be erased. Gotta keep moving. Can't stop now. Whoa, whoa. Can't stop now. 'Cause if I stop, I lose my ground. If I never make a sound, world it keeps on turning. Can't stop now. Won't let someone take my place. Won't let my name be erased. Gotta keep moving. Can't stop now. That one's called Can't Stop Now. You can check out the music video on YouTube under Lele Rose. Thank you so much. This one's called Honey, I Love You. Hold me now, like a cloud holds the rain. Open me up, pour me out like champagne. Honey, I love you. Je t'aime. I do really love you. I do. Ooh, oh, oh, oh. Thank you so much. That one's Honey, I Love You. You can find it on YouTube and Spotify under Lele Rose. This one's for Sabby Sabs and Carrie Espinoza. Thank you so much for the follow. Go start. Happy New Year. on a dark desert highway, cooling in my head. Warm smell of colitas rising up in the air. Up ahead in the distance, stars shimmering light. My head grew heavy and my sight grew dim. I had to stop for the night. As she stood in the doorway, heard the mission bell. I was thinking to myself, this could be heaven or this could be hell. As she lit up a candle, show me the way. There were voices down the corridor. I heard them say, welcome to the Hotel California. Such a lovely place, such a lovely place. Plenty of room at the Hotel California. Any time of year, you can find me here. Nobody on the road, nobody on the beach. I feel it in the air. The summer's out of reach. Empty lake, empty streets. The sun goes down low. I'm driving by your house, though I know you're not home. I can see you, your brown skin shining in the sun. You got your hair combed back and your sunglasses on, baby. I can tell you my love for you will still be strong after the boys of summer have gone. Mirrors on the ceiling, pink champagne on ice. We are all just prisoners here of our own device. Dear the master's chambers, gather for the feast. Stop it with their steely knives, they just can't kill the beast. Last thing I remember, I was running for the door. Had to find passage back for the place I was before. Relax is the nightmare we are programmed to receive. You can check out anytime you like, but you can never leave. long as there are stars above you, you never need to doubt it. I'll make you so sure about it. God only knows what I'd be without you. If you should ever leave me, life will still go on, believe me. You never need to doubt it. So what good will living do me? God only knows what I'd be without you. God only knows what I'd be without you. God only knows what I'd be without you. That's some Beach Boys by request. All the leaves above, and the sky is green. I went for a walk on a winter's day. I'd be safe from war if I was in LA. California dreaming on such a winter's day. Well, if I didn't tell her I could leave today, California dreaming on such a winter's day. By request, the mamas and the papas. Thank you all so much. Once again, my name's Lele Rose, live streaming from Laguna Beach, California, the Seahorse Lounge. We are live streaming on StreamYard.com. And, hey, Shane, can you give us a little backstory here about this live stream, please? Thank you so much, good cookies. All right, we have a couple people here at the Seahorse Lounge wanting a little bit more information about this live stream. Can someone give me a little bit of a rundown here? We're just here with a New Year's Eve show, and it's just some panels on different issues from KRTD Media. All right, here's a Sheryl Crow by request. My friend, the communist, holds meetings in his army. I can't afford his gas. I'm stuck here watching TV. I'm gonna soak up the sun. Gonna tell everyone. Gonna soak up the sun. Soak up the sun. Every time I turn around, I'm looking up, you're looking down. Maybe something's wrong with you. Makes you act the way you do. Maybe I'm crazy too. I'm gonna soak up the sun. Gonna tell everyone to lighten up. Ooh, back on the chain gang. Never did that one. I can do some pretenders for you. Fly me to the moon for E. Heller. Got you. Etta James, got you. All right, y'all. I don't know if we're gonna have time for all of these, but I'll do my best. Fly me to the moon. Let me play among the stars. Let me see what spring is like on the dirt and moss. In other words, my head. In other words, darling, kiss me. Fill my heart with song that let me sing forevermore. You are all I long for. Oh, I worship and adore.
Hey everyone, so it looks like Lele lost her connection for the moment. So I'm just going to give everybody a heads up. After Lele is finished, if she's able to get back in, we are going to head over to part 2 of the stream. So whatever channel you're watching on, whether it's Chicago Corner, Heartlands Media, or Sabby Sabs, there should be a PM stream. And on that PM stream, that's where we're going to go at 4 o'clock Eastern. And then if you're watching on the KRTD Rockfin, we're also on the PM stream next. So the AM stream is going to shut down in a minute. It's unfortunate that we lost Lele like that. Yeah. Hope everybody's enjoying the show so far. So everybody switch to PM. Lele could maybe finish that one. Oh, you good?
Hi. Sorry, I got disconnected.
That's okay. Do you want to finish that one?
I can do one more for you all if you would like.
Okay, how about you do one more and then tell everybody where they can find you? There's some people who wanted to tip you in the chat.
Awesome. Thank you so much. We'll do that. What? You're so sweet. Thank you so much. Happy New Year. All right, we're gonna end with some Etta James for you.
skies above are blue. My heart was ready to over. The night I looked in. I found a dream that I can speak to. Dream that I can call my own. I found a thrill to press my cheek to. A thrill that I never known. You smile, and then the spell was cast. And here we are. For you are mine. Thank you all so much. Thank you, Jimmy. Thank you, Off-Rail Russia Gators. Thank you, Steve, Mastermind Hour, Rick Solis, Good Cookies, and Sherry. Thank you all so much. Once again, my name is Lele Rose. You can find me at lelerose.com. You can find me on Instagram and Venmo at Lele on the Keys. And my email address, which is associated with my PayPal, is leleonthekeys@gmail.com. I will really appreciate being in touch with all of you. Feel free to send me any direct message and keep in touch. Once again, Shane and KRTD Media, thank you so much for having me live from the Seahorse Lounge in Laguna Beach. You can follow the Seahorse Lounge on Instagram as well. And Happy New Year, a very happy, healthy New Year to everybody. And thank you so much.
Thanks for coming on again this year.
Thank you so much for having me.
Okay, thank you. Okay, everyone, so we're going to go over to part 2, the PM stream, which will start in a couple minutes once we get everything set up. Hope to see you there.